The Senate will come to order. Senator Dizik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Dizik.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant of Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Please stand for the prayer. Today's chaplain is Reverend Richard Buller from Valley Community Presbyterian Church in Golden Valley. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Loving Creator, I give you thanks this morning for this opportunity to lift up this body, these senators from our great state of Minnesota. As they begin a new year, we know that the hopes and fears of many of our citizens reside in what they do here at the Capitol. Expectations are high for finding solutions to budgets and programs. Loving God, help these senators to be honest with themselves so that they will be concerned not only with how their words and deeds are weighed by others, but also how their words and deeds affect the lives of those in need. Affect the lives of those who look to them for support and help and strength and leadership. May each one of our senators seek your favor more than the good opinion of others, O God. May they care more about the legacy they leave than about short-term political gain. May this chamber be a source of hope and assistance to your people. May this chamber create a new sense of peace and justice for all citizens of Minnesota. And again, loving Creator, may this chamber today serve your people with energy and intelligence and imagination and love. In this we ask your continued help. This is our prayer this morning. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Secretary will take the roll.
Oh, yeah. How about that? Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swedzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Karan, Kroon, Kanesh, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Makewaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuver Baton, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
A quorum is present. We'll begin today on motions and resolutions. The Secretary will report Senate Resolution number 6.
Senator Diedzik introduced Senate Resolution number 6. a Senate resolution relating to rules, adopting temporary rules for the 93rd session of the legislature.
Senator Dzik.
Mr. President, I move that resolution number 6 be adopted. This resolution adopts the 2022 temporary Senate rules. They were in effect at the end of session last year as temporary rules for the session with 2 changes. The committee names have been updated, and the remote voting rules are modified to permit remote voting for members with the authorization of their respective caucus leaders.
Is there any discussion on the resolution? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A12 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A12 amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Pratt moved to amend Senate Resolution number 6 as follows. Page 4, line 25. This is the A12 amendment.
To your amendment, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Dzik just touched on really the gist of this amendment, and it has to deal with remote voting. We talked yesterday about the need to build relationships, about the need to work together, as we are a 34-33 one-vote difference chamber. And what we've seen through the COVID accommodations was that those relationships didn't get built. And Mr. President, it's my opinion that we lost in the last couple of years some civility in this chamber, some decorum, some of what makes this place work for the people of Minnesota. And so, Mr. President, this strikes the ability to remote vote on bills because we need to be here. We all ran asking people to send us to St. Paul to vote on their behalf. President Biden, well, let me take a step back. We need to be at work. This is not a job that is a hybrid job that we can remote in. People expect us to be here. They expect us to be working together. They expect us to be having conversations that can't happen if we're not in this chamber. And companies across Minnesota are now requiring their people to go back to the office and go back to work. We've had 2 long years, almost 3 years, of COVID accommodations. And back in September, President Biden even said, the pandemic is over. This is becoming endemic. We're going to be living with COVID just as we've been living with other communicable diseases. Members, it's time for us to get back to work. It's time for us to build those relationships. It's time for us to work together in what is going to be a which is a very tight split in this body. It's time for us to live up to the expectations of the people we serve so that we can, in fact, serve them effectively. So, Mr. President, I respectfully request a yes vote on the A12 amendment.
Any additional discussions on the A12 amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Mr. President, I would request a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested and roll call granted. Any additional discussions on the A12 amendment? Senator Dzik.
I don't know if Senator Howe wanted to speak first, and then I'll respond.
I'm sorry, Senator Dzik, can you repeat what you just said?
I'll just step up and speak, I guess. I was going to see, I thought saw another senator step up. I think it was Senator Howe. I don't know if he wants to talk first.
Senator Howe. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dzik, for that opportunity. You know, I know most folks haven't taken the cellophane off their Mason's book yet, but if you take the cellophane off and look at section 636, it talks about the voting equipment used for remote participation in committee meetings, and I would believe that the same type of voting requirement would be used for verifying voting here on the floor. Now, there probably is another section that I probably haven't looked to for floor voting, but to me, it looks to me like you need to have verification on who's voting, and it should identify, and it should be fast, and it should identify who's actually voting. We don't have that. I believe the other body has technology in use for that, but we do not. So I would say that we should, at a minimum, put this on hold until we get the correct equipment and technology in order to make sure that we're complying with Masons. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any additional discussion on the A12 amendment? Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still reviewing the resolution. So, thank you, Mr. President. Members, we want to be here. We encourage people to be here. I agree that we did lose some camaraderie when we were not here every day during COVID, but we did learn a lot, and businesses across the state have allowed that remote voting option. Some of them are calling back, some of them are still having those flexible options, and I think we need to be flexible. During COVID, it showed that we can get the work of the people done and be flexible. And I think the resolution that we have proposed to continue to allow remote voting will allow that to happen. It gives us the opportunity to keep the work of the people going forward, because situations do happen. So I ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dzik yield for a question?
Senator Dzik, will you yield for a question? Senator Dzik, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Dzik. My question is, what is the rationale? I think you'd agree with us that being here is most important to represent our constituents. And I understand if there's an emergency situation, and I think my understanding is people have utilized that in case of family death, a severe sickness, and I think we could all live with something like that. But just to be vote remotely, just for the reason of wanting to do it, seems, I don't want to use the word derelict, but not completely fulfilling your responsibility to your constituents. So I'd like to understand exactly the rationale, and if we could narrow this to the exceptions that maybe have been used in the past. And again, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the CDC has ended the COVID emergency, why we wouldn't return to meeting in person, which I believe has been stated, and I think you would agree, is much more effective in terms of vetting legislation and also having good interaction with our fellow senators. If you'd respond, please.
Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, for the question. And we did have this discussion about should we literally list out what the issues are. But, and again, I am encouraging members to be here. I have encouraged our caucus members to be here. We had discussed people get sick. Kids get sick. We have a lot of members here in the caucus with young kids. And Last year, I know I was in a committee and a member with a young kid was sick, and I think they had to take the kid to the doctor. But they were still able to participate in that committee discussion and that vote. And so I think it is helpful to just, again, allow the people's work to move forward. So in our caucus, and I had talked to Senator Johnson, you know, the caucus could do, your caucus could do the same, to work on a set of guidelines. So the original proposal that we looked at was for family and medical appointments and issues, but then other stuff came up. And as we talked to the Senate council, the more prescriptive we got in there, the more that we're possibly going to miss something, and the more complicated it came. So that's where we came up with the idea of putting in that a person could vote remotely with the approval of their respective caucus leader, because then we leave it up to the leader to ensure, and the caucus to ensure, that it is for a reasonable reason. It's not just because they don't feel like they don't want to come in today. It is for a legitimate purpose, most likely a medical or family situation that they need to be at.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Disick, for that response. So then, if I understand correctly, you would agree with, I think, the majority of the caucus here on both sides of the aisle, that if you're otherwise fit and not subject to an emergency, you should be down here on the Senate floor or in committee meetings dealing with the legislation and representing your constituents effectively. Am I understanding that correctly?
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. Yes, I'm encouraging people to be here. I think all of us are ready to come back. I know the public is ready for us to be back here, but situations happen. And we need to keep the people's work moving forward. I remember a few years ago, one of our members here on the floor, their father died. And our work ground to a halt while that person needed to be by their father's side. And I think that was the right place for them to be at. I don't know if they would have been able to vote remotely based on the situation that occurred there, but had we had remote voting in place there, we would have had the flexibility for them to decide if they were able to vote and follow along and vote. Because when you're remote, you still have to follow along. You still have to be on that committee, or you still need to be following along here. This isn't, again, just an idea for you to sit home because you don't want to come here. We want you to be here unless you are not able to because of a medical or family situation. And then we expect you to follow along. So again, members, I think this gives us the flexibility to keep the people's work going forward. But we're going to encourage people to be here, and we want you to be here. But I ask you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Disick, for that response. The thing is, when I look at the rules language, though, it seems overly broad, and that a person could just vote remotely for any reason whatsoever without much accountability. Are you open to adding some additional language to the rules that might represent what you and I seem to both kind of lean towards as far as the rules are concerned, if you'd yield?
Members, just for clarification, whenever you want another member to speak, you still have to speak through the president and ask that person to yield, and I want to be able to recognize them. I just want to make sure that we have flow, but I understand what it is that you are attempting to do, Senator Gruenhagen. So, Senator Disick, will you yield for a question?
I'm open to correction, Mr. President.
Oh, no problem. We are all in it together, so thank you so very much. So, Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there is a process set up. There has been a process set up in prior years, and we intend to follow that again, where people have been able to make changes to the rules. So in the past, members can either make suggestions to the rule changes and bring them to the rule committee, or we can set up a subcommittee of rules to make a variety of changes and look at a variety of changes on the rules. I know I have heard from my DFL members that some might like some rule changes, and I think if we want to, I think that could be part of a discussion on, do we need specifics? But right now it isn't just, the language in the resolution isn't just that you can stay home if you want. You need the approval of your respective caucus leader, and I know in my case, I'm going to be asking, why can't you be here? And it's going to need to be a medical or family situation. So I would encourage, and I've talked to this with Senator Johnson, and I would encourage the Republican caucus to do the same, is to have some guidelines. We were going to have a further discussion in our caucus of what those guidelines should be. We can have a larger discussion in the Rules Committee, but in talking with Senate counsel, the more prescriptive we got, they said the more problematic it was. And so that's why we're leaving it open. And so with the approval of the respective caucus leader, there's still some accountability, and there's still some accountability within our caucuses to make sure that people are here and that they are paying attention. This is not voting by proxy. You are still going to need to be having that conversation, or quite frankly, a text message so that you can show it is actually you with the designated person from each caucus. So it's not vote by proxy. You need to be paying attention if you are voting remotely. And this, with the approval of the caucus leader, also gives us some accountability.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first off, I want to congratulate you to your election as president over this body, and am grateful to be a member. As someone who's frequently subbed at that desk under the last 3 presidents, I understand a little bit of what you will handle and what you will juggle. And so far, so good. And because I've been in your shoes, I know to direct your comments through the president, Mr. President. And those who are new here to this chamber, we've got the learning will come quickly here as we adjust to this body. Mr. President, to the A12 amendment, I'd strongly urge all our members to support the A12 amendment. The comments that we've heard from the majority leader show exactly why the underlying resolution, as it's presented to us, is problematic and should not be adopted. We are faced right now with 2 choices. We either adopt the A12 amendment, which will strike it altogether to have us not have any remote option, or we have the underlying resolution, which, Mr. President, is not just status quo, it is less than status quo. It is worse than the status quo was last year in the 2022 session, because not only are you removing the clause, striking the clause on page 5.1 of the the Senate Resolution 6 document before us. Not only are we just striking the sunset of the 2022 session, but you go on further, and there are other provisions struck in here that had some accountability for members declaring where they are located. And this, if you don't support the A12 amendment, you are supporting a cause that is worse than the status quo. And experiencing what we did with the remote options the last few years, I was never a fan of it. Obviously, initially, none of us knew what we were getting into. We made some frantic decisions right away of how we were going to run our body. We suspended legislative operations for a couple of weeks at the beginning because we needed to figure out what an immediate plan would be moving forward. And we had a system in place, and as we got through 2021 and 2022, this just made less and less sense. And I was pushing my caucus behind the scenes as I was a committee chair last year going, we shouldn't have to do this anymore. We can clearly and easily go back to how the Senate has operated for over 100 years, 150, 160 years. There is lots and lots of history of how we've accommodated when someone couldn't be here for whatever the reason was, and the Senate had to accommodate that, and the legislative work continued on. And I do not want to see the last 3 years become the permanent new precedent going forward, because we have better, I saw it clearly early on, we have a better chance to govern when we are here in person. It is far superior to look at someone in the eyes, to look at them across the table, to sit down over a cup of coffee and have a conversation about what the issues are. than to see them in a little 2-inch by 2-inch box on a Zoom screen. The product that we had was very poor, and I was hoping to come back to this session where we would remove all of this. And if we had stayed in the majority, that was my expectation that my caucus would be doing, that we would join the other chambers around the country to say, hey, we had this for a season as we were through the worst of the pandemic, but now it's time to work back to the level that the people are expecting us to work at and be here in person. And if you vote for less than the status quo in the underlying resolution, there is no protection and there is no accountability. And I saw firsthand, Mr. President, I could name names, but I'm not going to. You know who you are, of members here who were rarely, if ever, here in person. And we saw it, we had some cases where we knew because of emergency circumstances it was needed, and there were other chances where that was not the case at all. And members of this body just never were here in person for votes or for committees or for anything like that. And that should not be the standard that we have moving forward. So, Mr. President, we only have two options. We have the less than status quo option of the underlying resolution that is worse than the way that it was set up in Senate rules last year, or we have the A12 amendment, which is, to use the historical example, burn the ships and commit yourself to moving forward to do the work that you have to do ahead. And so with that, Mr. President and members, I strongly urge everyone to adopt the A12 amendment.
Members, we're on the A12 amendment. Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I add my congratulations to you for being selected as the body's president. Members, we all agree. We want what's best for the body. We want what's best for the people of Minnesota. The issue before us is not, is it better to be here in person? It is better to be here in person. The issue before us is twofold. One, are there situations where it is better for the body to do its work in committee or on the floor when someone cannot be here? Senator Dietzick has drawn our attention to examples in the past where the work of the people, far from being advanced, was prevented by the absence of a member who had a reason for leaving. I urge a no vote on the amendment. To the second point, Mr. President, what the amendment does is take out the language that is key to why I will be a yes vote on the underlying resolution and no on the amendment. Members, do we not have faith in Senator Johnson and Senator Dietzick to make the right decision? You're asking the right question, which is this better for us? In order for it to be less than what we had before, you must be assuming that Senator Johnson and Senator Dietzick are about to grant permission for situations which are not an emergency. And I'll just throw this out because I'm enjoying the first day of debate. I would suggest to you that this is much better than what we had last year if our goal is to be here in person, and that the instance of absence will be dramatically less this session under the underlying language of the resolution. For all those reasons, Mr. President, and some other ones, I urge members to vote no on the A12 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A12 Pratt Amendment. Folks, let's think of the last couple years. In your districts across the state, you're either in a grocery store or a restaurant. What's the quality of service you've experienced the last 2 years? I don't think there's one of us who can honestly say it hasn't been diminished. You go to a grocery store, something's not stocked. You're a waitress at a restaurant, they're short-staffed. There's all kinds of reasons. And because of that, we have less service. And I strongly believe being here in person makes that service. We do the people's work, the most important work of this state. We get done here, and it's been done that way for 150 years or more, whatever the number is. These rules were put into effect for COVID. COVID is essentially over. It's the flu now. We don't see any issues with it going on. Those were the reasons we changed that 150-year tradition because of COVID. COVID is done, basically over. It's the new flu. People stay aware. We also, in my first 2 years, we were in the 34-33 majority, and we had excused absences, It made things operate the way it has for 100 and some years. COVID is over. We need to move on, do the people's work of the state. And again, I know all of you have experienced diminished levels of quality of work when there's people not there. We need to do the people's work. We need to be here. There are exemptions. If you have an excused absence, things like that. It can be done throughout the way the session is carried out on days of committees and things like that. And I do agree on a committee level, having testifiers come in remotely for a 2-minute presentation is acceptable. But as members of this body and the legislature, we should be doing our work here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote on the amendment. As a woman and as a mother-to-be, I refuse to accept that in 2023, we still have systemic barriers that keep women like myself from doing the job that we need to do. As an expectant mother, I'm amazed to see that there's so many people speaking against this amendment that would prevent me from being able to represent my constituents and do my job that they sent me here to do. I take my responsibilities and my commitment very seriously, as I know many of you here do. And so I say we have to pass remote voting because of situations like myself and many of the situations that our Senate Majority Dizek and Senator France have spoken about. Thank you.
Members, just so that you are reminded, we're on the A12 amendment, and I have a running list, and I am going to call on you in the order in which I see you. So just so that you know that. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. This organization, institution's been around for many, many years, as you've already heard. And for many, many years, it operated the way it did operate and the way it should. Along came COVID, and this building was shut down. And so when this building was shut down, there were no other options. So the option was to do remote voting and to hold this, to keep the Senate going in order to do the work of the people. COVID has since come and it's gone. And so I think we need to stay with our tradition. I think we need to be here as members. I think we need to be here to represent our districts. And I think we need to be involved. And I think that the involvement is much stronger and much better and many more opportunities to get good decisions made when people are here. Now, I understand if somebody's going to have a baby. I understand if somebody lost a parent, that they need some time to do that. I understand that. But that doesn't mean that we need to have a system to where it's watered down as much as this resolution waters it down, and then put that burden on the majority leader and the minority leader. And pressures do funny things, so I trust both of those leaders. But like I said, pressures do funny things. So I would really ask for the support on the 812 amendment. I think that it's a good amendment, and I think it's the time that we move on and that we get back here and do the work of the people and to give them the service that we can give them. And remember that I don't think people elected us to stay at home and vote remotely. I think they elected us to be down at the Capitol, represent them, and be here in the negotiations. And not only in the negotiations, but there's a lot of things that go on, a lot of decisions and information that you get to help make your decisions when you're just in the hallways talking to different people, talking to different members. You lose sight of that when you're out on Zoom. You don't have that opportunity. So, members, I would urge a green vote on the 812 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to inform members that the temporary rules that were adopted yesterday in the other body do not include any provision for remote voting. And so if the other legislative body here in the state of Minnesota is able to show up, vote in person, do their work in person on the floor, I see no reason why the Minnesota Senate cannot adopt rules today that do not allow for remote voting, but allow for in-person voting here on the floor of the Senate. So I would encourage members to support the Pratt amendment.
We're still on the A12 amendment. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the discussion. I appreciate it. Look forward to working with you this whole session, Mr. President. We're in the other body now, and I followed you over here, Mr. President. You know, I've kind of filled Mr. President with some dismay today. Every one of the 67 members of this body spent the last 6 months or so, first of all, begging people of Minnesota for money in order to run an election, and then begging people for votes in order to be elected. And on the second day, Mr. President, of the session, the second day, we have a rule before us that suggests that some of the members of this body want to have a rule that allows people to not show up for work. Minnesotans, Mr. President, expect us to show up here in the seat of government, like our Constitution says, in the seat of government in St. Paul. We are in the seat of government in St. Paul, Mr. President, right now. This here is what our constituents that we beg for votes from, and they delivered votes to every one of us 67 members, they expect us to be here in the seat of government, according to our Constitution, in the city of St. Paul, and in the state of Minnesota. Now I look, you know, sometimes as we debate rules or debate bills, I just wish that members of the public could take a look and see what we have for language here. But Mr. President, this language, and I've been listening intently to the majority leader and her description of it and the discussion that Senator Gruenhagen and her had back and forth about the changes on lines 7.31 through 7.34, at least that I can see on my paper here, of the temporary proposed rules. And members, Mr. President, it appears very clearly that the old language there, if the intent of the majority is to simply give approval for the caucus leader to decide whether or not somebody can vote remotely, whether or not somebody can vote absentee as a member of the Minnesota Senate or not, if that's the intent, to allow people to vote absentee because, and I listened to the majority leader talk about only medical or family issues. Well, does stubbing your toe count as a medical issue? Does Disney World for the family count as a family issue? We can go on everything between there and being on your deathbed and everything in that continuum and have the discussion. But Mr. President, that's not allowed in what's being put before us. What's being put before us simply is, in the judgment of one of the caucus leaders, whether or not that member should be able to vote absentee and not show up for work here in the seat of St. Paul that day. That's what that language allows. And I would offer, Mr. President, if the majority wants to do that, why not get rid of the other language that appears in Rule 40.7 and 40.8? It's superfluous with this proposal that is being put forward in the language, the new language included on line 7.32. The rest of it's simply superfluous. Why does it exist going forward? And members, maybe we should have an amendment to strike out the rest of the language so at least the people of Minnesota that expect us to be here in the seat of government in St. Paul today voting on their behalf representationally can understand clearly the rules for which or by which we are having this discussion. Now, members, Mr. President, it's also clear that a member who may have stubbed their toe or be at Disney World with their family is going to get paid per diem under these rules as well for being gone. And maybe we'll have more discussion about that later, but we have some real problems with what's going on here, Mr. President. I can't believe what I am hearing from the majority. Our state's been in operation, Mr. President, for 164 years. There's been another 164 legislative sessions before this one today. And they had rules that allowed people who are having babies, who have relatives who die or are sick, to be able to accommodate them with excused absences, like we've done. And as Senator Rasmussen pointed out, as they're doing in the other body, an excused absence, as it has happened all 164, well, with the exception, Mr. President, of the last 2 years, 162 years prior to some of the shenanigans that happened the last couple of years. Prior to that, there were lots of babies born. There were lots of people that got sick. There were even people that died that members knew were related to, maybe even members themselves. But the Senate rules accommodated that with an excused absence. There is no reason, Mr. President, for us to confer on two members of this body the judgment as to whether or not a member can be absentee and skip out on work or not. Because that's what this is, that's what this is enabling. And we owe it, we can do better than that, Mr. President, to the people who elected us, the fine people of the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I urge members to vote no on the A12 amendment. And I really want to just highlight what is happening here in this chamber. Our pregnant colleague, our very, very, very pregnant colleague, has asked for this so she does not skip work, so she can be part of the process, so that anybody who has a family emergency, a medical situation, can continue to do their work, represent their community, and be part of this body. Mr. President, I trust every single member in this body to do their work. I know that we all ran hard campaigns, we took time away from our families, from other jobs we might have, from a wonderful summer to campaign, tell our community why we wanted to do this job. And we're here sitting in this chamber because so many of us want to make sure we can do our job, despite what might happen outside of this building. And I would be remiss if I didn't again highlight the fact that our very pregnant colleague has specifically stood up and asked for this. Because I was pregnant when I was running, and I didn't have a way to ask for help. And I was literally in labor, having contractions while trying to run for this job. And 4 days after I gave birth, I ended up back in the hospital with preeclampsia. I almost died. We do not need to push our members to that extreme because we have learned that we can vote and participate remotely. And we keep talking about the 164 years of this legislature, but for 164 years, there are a lot of firsts in this room. A lot of things have changed. There are more women and mothers, parents of young children. We have a pregnant person in this body, and we know how to participate and vote remotely. And so I really want to highlight that this is actually asking to continue to show up to work, to continue to show up for our communities if we can't be here physically. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment because we should trust each other, ourselves, and our leaders to make sure that when we have a legitimate reason to be gone, we will be gone, and we can continue to participate remotely. Thank you.
Again, members, we are on Amendment A12. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've had a lot of good discussion here on the floor on our second day in session. And we've heard a lot of potentially good reasons why we should allow remote voting. But that is a change from the history of the Senate, short of a pandemic. In my opinion, we should be using our committee structure, our Rules Committee, to have this discussion, to talk about the options that should be allowed if we were going to change the way the Senate operates. Not do it on the floor based on what a couple people have talked about. I believe we all know from history, if we adopt this today as it is, the likelihood of it changing is next to zero. If we go back to the way it was since the beginning of the Senate, and we have the discussions in our committee process as to what is acceptable, understanding that change can happen, but it should be done through the proper channels. We should be voting for the A12 amendment here today and going through the process so that all members can have input into what will be done if we are going to make a change in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in favor of the Pratt A12 amendment. And as I've been listening to the discussion, Mr. President, I've heard references to this institution having been around for 160 years or so. But what also has been around for many decades is telecommunications. So telecommunications has been around for a long time, and it's had different forms over the years. And never once in this institution's history, except for the last couple years, has remote voting been allowed, despite the fact that communications has been existent that would allow it. So despite the technology and the ability being present, why hasn't the rules changed in the past? Because it is well known that allowing remote voting is not what Minnesotans want. They expect better. They expect us to be in person to do our jobs. It is also well known that the most important form of communication is interpersonal communication, face-to-face, body language. That is not captured over a telephone. It's not captured accurately, necessarily, over a Zoom call. It is not captured in these remote forms of communication. One cannot fully engage in the conversation, the dialogue, the points of argument when they are remote, as they can if they were here in the chamber, listening and being engaged in person. I also notice when I'm reading the language here, there are no constraints as to what types of activity a person could be remote for. You know, I know it was a couple of years ago that the legislature as a whole debated the topic of multitasking while talking on a phone and driving, texting and driving, social media and driving. It all fell under the umbrella of multitasking and driving. And several years ago, we made a change to law because it was recognized one cannot be fully engaged in the very critically important activity of paying attention while driving. And so we put controls in place to limit that. I would argue, Mr. President, that it is exactly the same principle today. One cannot be debating criminal law, other penalties, tens of billions of dollars of hardworking Minnesota taxpayer dollars and how they would be spent while they're distracted, engaged in other activities, working while passively listening to some dialogue happening in the Senate chamber, taking other phone calls while they have at a very low volume the debate happening on the Senate floor. Perhaps, as Senator Driscowski had referenced, they're away on vacation. They're on the roller coaster. And they're remote voting. Mr. President, our Constitution, this institution, requires us to be in person, to be fully engaged and a participant in what Minnesotans expect us to do. So again, Mr. President and members, I hope and encourage that you would support the A12 amendment. Thank you.
Again, members, we are on the A12 amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of the A12 amendment because what this resolution does, like Senator Rarick says, it changes the way the Senate operates. And if we're going to change the way the Senate operates, that needs to go through the committee process. Our constituents expect us to be here at the Capitol doing our work. I would like to see them in committee tell us what they think of us being voting remote on a Florida vacation. That's not what they voted us to be here. They want us here to do our work. And absolutely, situations arise, as they have arisen over 100 years here in the Senate. But that shouldn't change the way the Senate operates. We did remote voting because of the pandemic. We're out of the pandemic now. We need to go back to the way things were. And again, situations arise, family emergencies. We were excused. I was one of those whose father was dying, and it took me away for 18 days. And that was when we were at a 34-33 one-seat majority. And yeah, we had to reschedule bills and change things around, but I was excused. I didn't sit by my father's bedside on my cell phone doing the work while he was dying. If you had a medical appointment, you were excused. This morning, this is what you do when you get here way too early. I decided to watch. We had the same discussion in January of 2021 when remote voting came up. So I watched the first few days of session in January 2021 on remote voting. And even some of the members here on this floor from the other side of the aisle voted against the remote voting. Again, we had the slim majority. If you were called away on a professional work commitment and you're out of town, say for the Great Lakes Commission, and you're supposed to be there during the work, if you're supposed to be there doing the work, you get excused from the Senate and go there and do your work. Don't be on your cell phone at the Great Lakes Commission doing the work of the Senate back here. So, and also, when it comes to I am a mother, I have 4 children, and there are many women who have had children while serving in the Senate. Senator Benson was pregnant while I was here. Senator Sieben had 3 babies while I was here. Senator Franson had 2 babies while I was here, and they were excused when they couldn't be here. Senator Coleman has only been here during the pandemic, but they were excused, and we shouldn't change the rules of the Senate without it going through committee. So, Mr. President, I support the Pratt A12 amendment, and I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Members, just so you know that I'm going to go back to the author of the amendment, and my practice is going to be whenever we have debate, especially going to 3rd reading, when we're going to wrap up, that I would hope that the last voices that we will hear will be that of the author of either the amendment or the bill, and the Senate Minority Leader, and then the Senate Majority Leader, just so we go in that order to sort of wrap those things up. So, any other discussions on this amendment? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I'm really fixated on the constitutional discussion about this. If you turn to Article 4, Section 12 of the Minnesota Constitution, I'm going to read it. It says, "The legislature shall meet at the seat of government in regular session in each biennium." I'm going to read it again, Mr. President. "The legislature shall meet at the seat of government in regular session in each biennium." Members, Mr. President, that's a quote from our Constitution, the supreme law of the state of Minnesota. And it appears very clearly to me, Mr. President, that this proposal, this rule, is 180 degrees in violation of that. Mr. President, I would ask if the majority leader would yield for a question.
Senator Disick, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for yielding, Senator Dietzig. So, Senator Dietzig, you heard and you've probably read many times that provision in our state constitution. So if the legislature shall meet at the seat of government in regular session in each biennium, how do you square that up with your proposal on page 7 of these amended rules?
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jaskowski. Could you point out where on page 7 you have the question?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dietzig, yes, line 7.32, Senator Dietzig, of the document that contains our proposed temporary rules.
Senator Disick.
So line, thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Jaskowski yield?
Senator Jaskowski, will you yield for a question? Senator Disick, he has the floor. That is correct. So if you have a question for him, I would have to do that at a separate time. So he's asked you to yield, and if you would be so kind as to address this question.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question was going to be, I want to make sure I'm understanding his question, where he mentions line 732. So my question was, is he talking about the new proposed new language? So I just want to clarify that, because I do think that we are meeting here, the body will meet here, but I think in allowing a member who has a medical or family emergency, this isn't golfing, this is a medical or family situation, and we've experienced a few of those over the last few years, that they should be able to vote remotely. And we are actually making it tighter than it was the last few years by saying that you need the approval of the caucus leader. So it is not, it is improving it in my mind by saying you can't just say I'm going to vote remotely, you have to get the approval of your caucus leader. So I do believe that this is an acceptable way to move the state forward and keep the process going forward, so we are doing the people's work.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Dietzig. Would the senator yield again, Mr. President?
Just for a point of clarification, I am Mr. President and not Mr. Speaker. I know that you still think you're in the House, but you're not in the House right now.
Sorry for reverting, Mr. President.
Senator Disick, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe I can be a little more direct, Senator Dietzig, and it might be helpful. So as I look at Article 4, Section 12 of the Minnesota Constitution, I've read it 3 times, and then line 7.32 in your proposed rules, the question I have is, if member X is given permission, according to line 7.32, by one of the leaders to absentee vote via electronics and not show up for work, but vote absentee, and they are in Chattanooga, Tennessee, is that the seat of government, Madam Majority Leader?
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The body will be meeting here, and they will be participating remotely so that we can improve the work, we can keep the work of the state going forward.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dietzig. Well, Some of the members, Mr. President, may be meeting here, but Senator X in Chattanooga, Tennessee, is not meeting in the seat of government according to our Constitution. Mr. President, that's a violation of our Constitution. Or maybe it's Senator X, Y, and Z, and also Senator A, B, C, and D. Or maybe it's E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. And maybe we're up to 26 by the time we get through the alphabet, Mr. President. I don't know how many. There's no limitation on how many senators can be voting absentee under this proposal, and in violation of our precious document, the Minnesota Constitution, Article 4, Section 12. Members, let's not violate our own Constitution. Let's pass Senator Pratt's amendment and fix this oversight in the proposed language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have I wonder if Senator Hochschild would yield for a question.
Senator Hochschild, will you yield for a question? Where is he? He will not yield for a question, Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, say one more time. He will not yield?
That's what I said, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And just so that we're clear, I'm trying to be as helpful and as open as possible when we think in terms of debate. There is a specific rule that isn't always used when it comes to debate under Rule 36 that really limits the amount of time that one can debate on a resolution per member. So I would advise you to go to Rule 36, even though I'm trying to be as liberal as possible. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate you being liberal.
So do I, Senator.
I was listening to the dialogue between the Majority Leader and Senator Drazkowski, and it brought up two questions that I'm hoping, if she would be willing to yield, the Majority Leader for a question or two.
Senator Disick will yield for a question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Majority Leader. So the question from Senator Drazkowski was in reference to the Constitution in meeting in the seat of government. And if I heard your response correctly, you said that the body would meet here. And I guess the question that comes to my mind is, what is the definition of meeting here? Because as I read the proposed resolution, I don't see any limitation as to the number of members that could be remote. So how do we satisfy the Constitution? Could 10 members be here and we're still, quote unquote, meeting here? Could it be just the president that is physically here in the body, in the chamber, and we're meeting the requirements under the Constitution? Or could it be, Mr. President and Madam Majority Leader, that there are no bodies here and it is just simply a Cisco router that is physically sitting in the body here that terminates? There's the concentrator for the connections of everybody's remote voting capabilities.
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I don't think we're at that stage that we're going to have robots working for us here. But I appreciate this discussion. And we will be meeting here. The body will be meeting here. There are times when we have session where it is skeletal crews. We call it skeletal crews here in the session, where we meet late. It's mostly just to move paper, but we do meet. So, and that is considered a session. So the body will be meeting here. This just allows us to keep the work of the people going forward. We're here to do the work of the people. As I have pointed out in earlier comments, there have been times in the last few years where we have had to stop and not get our work done, and this allows us to keep us doing the work. I'd also point out that Article 4, Section 7 of the Constitution says that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings. So we are talking about our rules, and we are proposing this rule to keep the work going forward. This is, the majority sets the initial rules. I also mentioned earlier that in the past we have had subcommittee on rules to look at proposed rule changes. I said earlier we are looking at doing that again. We are going to set up, I've heard from many members on both, well, I've heard from my members, and I know some of your members in the past have proposed rule changes. So I think we are going to set up a subcommittee of rules where members can bring their proposed changes to that committee. We can have a public discussion there, a transparent public discussion on rule changes. They will be brought to the formal rules committee and then back to the floor. So that is the process we're going to set up for a variety of changes that people may want to propose. But what this is doing is setting up our initial rules, and I believe it helps keep the process going forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield for one more question.
Senator Disick, will you yield for another question? Senator Disick will yield for another question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, well, as I was listening to the answer there, the answer was something to the effect of, we're not there yet. Well, you know what, Mr. President, we need to discuss the possibilities because we're discussing the rules, and rules cannot and should not be subjective. They cannot and should not ignore very real possibilities. Rules absolutely need to be objective. And it sounds to me like there's an interest here in passing rules that aren't very clear, that are leaving gaping holes unanswered. How many members need to be in the body in order to satisfy the Constitution? I'm very concerned about that, which is why I strongly am in favor of the A12 amendment. But the other question I would ask the Majority Leader, Mr. President, is, as part of this conversation, I've heard continuous references by the majority and in the Majority Leader's own answer of the reason for remote voting being family medical emergencies. So, Mr. President, my question is am I missing that in the resolution here? Is there language in here that explicitly is limiting remote voting and not being present to family medical emergencies?
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. In conversation with Senate Counsel, as we were looking at how to decide what to do, other situations came up. And rather than list everything, and something then might come up in the future that we missed, that people agree might be a good reason, we decided that this would be a good way to give us some flexibility but still have accountability. So in my caucus, we were going to have a discussion on what we all decided was acceptable, and that would be family and medical situations. But we thought that the best for the body to decide, it would be for the caucus leaders to decide. And so we're still having that accountability, but we're allowing for flexibility. So that is what we are doing here today. We're allowing flexibility because we don't know what the unforeseen has. I can give examples of, the last few years. No one knew that Senator Tomassoni was going to get ill. Remote voting allowed him to keep doing the work for his constituents. It allowed him to participate in the process. So that gives us the flexibility to to be here for our constituents and to keep the people's work moving forward. So I think this resolution is a good resolution. It is more accountable because you have to get the approval of the caucus leader, and we can keep the people's work going forward. Thank you.
Senator Barr. Senator Barr.
Mr. President, it works either way. Just don't call me late for dinner. Mr. President, members, listening to the conversation today, there's a few things that have kind of come to my mind coming from the other body. We were down to 14 members in the chamber many times out of 134 possible members. You'd never see each other. You'd never talk to each other. We were in committees where one committee that Senator Lucero and I were together in, we had 45 seconds as the minority to discuss or ask questions on a
controversial issue. Because we were on Zoom, there was a hard cutoff time. You couldn't come back, and so we couldn't schedule more time afterwards. It all had to be public ahead of time. So the voice of the minority was specifically stifled during the committee process. Floor interactions, many times, and I've already seen it here, members are moving around, talking to each other, talking about different pieces. What do you think about this? How do you react to this? How can we adjust something to make it work? You have your idea, I have mine. How can we find something in the middle that works for all of us? You can't do that on Zoom. You can't do that remotely. You can't do that if you're not in the body. We've heard discussion from a couple of members about the constitutionality. So in my mind, this is allowing the majority leader and the minority leader, or caucus leaders, to supersede the Constitution. They will get to decide. We have seen what's happened to the very clear language of Article 4, Section 17, the single subject law, when we allow the judges to decide how that's going to be. And now we've taken this out of the court system and moved it back to majority and minority leaders or caucus leaders, how we're going to decide, well, this is kind of close, it's sort of there. And for a body that's so steeped in tradition that we still cannot have a bottle of water on the floor, I find it rather disingenuous to say, yeah, we're going to let you off the hook. We're going to let you out. Now, I get that there's a 34-33 majority, and that's slim, it's tight. And yes, majority leaders are going to have to work around that. We've had many times in the past, over the 160 plus years of this state, that it has been a slim majority, and you need to work around that. You need to work with members that have absences for whatever reason it may be. We have members that have died during session before. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be voting remotely. There are many reasons why a member will leave or not be here present for the floor debates or committee discussions. Pregnancy, death in the family, medical emergencies. We've heard many of those reasons, and they're all justifiable reasons, but you need to be present to participate. That's the way this system was designed. That's the way it should work. And I am in full support of Senator Pratt's A12 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably very strange for a lot of people that knew me in the House. I don't speak very much, but there's some things that were missed here today. Senator Barr touched on it just a little bit, but you know, the integrity of this body and what it means, why we have to wear suits and ties here, and the strength that is portrayed through the Senate, Mr. President, and even in the House, I can tell you that the remote voting did not work well. It just did not. It was almost a disaster when it came for debate and back and forth between legislators, and I'm afraid that you're going to find that here too. And so when we're talking about remote voting and the strength of this body, I hope that you can ask yourself, will this new provision in the rules in any way weaken this institution? And I believe that it will. It's another concession. It allows us to become more casual, just like if we wanted to walk in here with jeans and boots or a T-shirt that said some foolish thing on it. You're starting to chip away at our institution through these rules, and the integrity that we have here in this body. I know that politicians get a bad name, and maybe for good reasons sometimes. But you know, it was said earlier yesterday, I believe, that there was only 1,400 senators in Minnesota total from the start, Mr. President, and so this is an honor to be here, but it's also a big responsibility to be here. The people that we represent, our families that are watching us. Are we willing to take a chance with one vote on what should be a simple rule process to weaken this structure, weaken this body? We're here for a reason. I mean, and in person is the best way to be here. This isn't a casual job. It's not a part-time job that will be there if you miss a day. And we're doing work that's going to echo through history. And so I speak in support of the 812 amendment. I hope that we can get a lot of yes votes on this and move forward. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
I am going to be voting against the amendment, and I encourage others to do the same. The problem I see with some of the arguments that I'm hearing today is that it presumes we're not adults. We want to be here. I want to be here. I've gotten very close with the other freshmen. They want to be here. We simply want to accommodate people when they need it and when they're at their moment that has to be accommodated, whether it's for a pregnancy, an emergency in the family. But I think, like me, a number of people here have been bosses before. And to try and codify every single reason someone might want off is impossible. I'm a commander in the National Guard, had someone call me for the craziest reasons that are so legitimate. My lock is iced up. I tried to get the hair dryer with every extension cord out to the car. I can't get my car going. That person can totally still Zoom, and they can still totally be part. But we can't think of what every one of those reasons is. But you know what? We can all act with the integrity to come in. A lot of people here are saying, well, it's going to be up to the leaders to decide. No, it is up to us to ask for that permission in the first place. And you know darn well, if you were asking for that permission to go to the golf course, that is not what your constituents want. So I do believe most of us have the integrity to be here when we can be here. I hope everyone has that integrity, to not be going to their leaders unless they really need it. But because we cannot know every situation, it's impossible to write a law that has every scenario in it. And I think we understand that reality. The other thing, I hear a lot of people saying, well, our constituents want us to be here. Yes, they do. But you know what? I knock thousands of doors, and my constituents also understand that we are human beings. They do not want us trying to kill ourselves to get here when we are iced in. They do not want someone in active labor trying to get here. They do not want someone missing their parents' funeral to get here. They understand we are human. They understand sometimes we need exceptions. So I would say that anyone that is arguing this needs to think about themselves and ask, are you going to act with integrity if you ask for that excusal? And I hope the answer is yes. And that is why this is broad, because we are expected to act like adults. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for a really robust and great discussion on this topic. You know, as I think about the changes that we've seen through this COVID pandemic, there are things that are never going to change. The business world has changed what work is forever. And we're going to have people that are in positions where they can do their work part-time remote or full-time remote. We're going to have people who have to be on the job. Members, this is a job where we have to be here. Now, I'll concede that some of the remote Zoom options that have become available have had some positive impacts. If I think about the committee meeting, we've had better participation from stakeholders in Greater Minnesota being able to be a part of our deliberations. But members, they're not taking the votes. We are. They're not looking at the other senator eye to eye and trying to make that connection. We are. And regretfully, Senator Mitchell, this has not been used as a tool for specifically that. It's been our experience that this has been used as more of a convenience than it has been a hardship. That for 162 years we had a procedure, and I've used it to get an excused absence for a family emergency. I've also worked really hard to get here to make votes. I appreciate the circumstances that would cause someone to be away. But members, other than the last 2 years, we have 162 years of precedence that says you have to be in the chamber to be voting. President Biden on September 18th of 2022 declared the pandemic is over and it's time for us to get back to normal. Minnesota businesses are requiring people to go back to work. Our constituents expect us to be back to work. We were very thoughtful over the last few years about the idea of remote voting and why we put a sunset on it. Because it hadn't been deliberated in the committee very stringently. We had an emergency need to get something in the rules, and we sunset it for a very specific reason, in that we want people back to work in the Minnesota Senate. We want them representing their constituents here in the seat of government. You know, we've had some discussion about different scenarios that might cause someone to need to remote vote, and technology offers us some of those options. But, Mr. President, this is a looser definition of remote voting than we had during the pandemic. And it goes into perpetuity. Now, Senator Dietzich has said, well, we'll convene a subcommittee to discuss what the reasons should be. I have been in this body for 10 sessions prior to this. And I only recall once, the pandemic, where we ever went back and changed the temporary rules once they were set. Now, I'll take Senator Dietzich at her word, but I think a number of members have brought up the very concern that we have. And that is, we are changing the way the Senate works. We are changing the expectations of a senator. We are changing the culture of this body. And to simply strike out a sunset and put it into perpetuity and allow someone, one of the leaders, to say, okay, I don't know what excuse I might give. For my personal emergency when I was gone, I really appreciated being excused rather than having the pressure of remote voting. And if we can't be here and we can't be fully engaged in that debate, how can we serve our constituents to the level that they expect, to the level that they sent us here to do? Mr. President, this is the other body, as Senator Rasmussen just said, allowed this rule to sunset. Now, my guess is they may have deliberations on what that looks like in the future, but we should not be putting a rule into perpetuity without any firm proposal for what that looks like going forward, because even Senator Dietzich in her comments has mentioned several times that we're going to create a subcommittee to look at this. We should create the subcommittee today and have that subcommittee report to the entire body. Senator Frentz mentioned that if we don't have this rule, we could hold up the business of the people. Well, the majority on several occasions yesterday talked about wanting to work in a bipartisan fashion. And if we're truly working in a bipartisan fashion, we should not have to worry about getting enough votes to pass a bill. It takes 34 votes to pass a bill. It takes one member of the minority, if you have one member of the majority missing, to help pass that bill. And if we are truly working in a bipartisan fashion and we are trying to change the way this institution works for the good of the people of Minnesota, stopping the business of the people should be the last thing we're worried about, because we've worked it out in committee and we've gotten bipartisan support all the way through, and we should expect these bills to get bipartisan support and votes on the floor. So I look forward to the subcommittee, but Mr. President, I encourage every member to vote in favor of the A-12 amendment, and let's send this back to the Rules Committee. Let's let them have a robust discussion and bring back a firm proposal to this body. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way this has worked for 164 years. Members, we rely not only on the face-to-face contact, but we rely on the rules and procedures so that every session we're not coming back and reinventing the wheel. It creates an expectation for both the minority and the majority of how we're going to operate and how we're going to respect each other and respect the voices of our constituents. Mr. President, this A-12 amendment gets us to a point where the Senate works as it was intended, to be a deliberative body and to be accommodating to both the majority and the minority. That's why we have a Rules Committee. And if Senator Dietzich wants to set up and look at a subcommittee, she should do that. And the Rules Committee should engage in that conversation and then bring it back. But we should allow this rule to sunset now and put the onus on the Rules Committee to get their work done in a timely manner. Because I am concerned that if we hit a roadblock, and both sides, quite honestly, have an incentive to work through this debate, I am concerned that once we put these rules into place, as we have in many, many other sessions, we really won't pick them up again. So members, I urge you to vote yes on the A-12 amendment. And Mr. President, before I forget, I would like to place the Senate under call.
The Senate is now under call. The Senate is under call. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absentee members.
Secretary will close the roll. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, members, I urge you to vote in favor of the A12 amendment. If we're going to have this discussion, let's do it right. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, any comments? Senator Dziedzic, on the A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the good discussion. You know, I heard a lot about we've done it this way for 164 years. Well, we do a lot of things differently today than we did 164 years ago. We didn't have the technology that I see all of you on 164 years ago. I'm also not sure that we had our own individual staff members 164 years ago, and I personally don't want to go back there. I value my staff and their participation and the help that they provide in helping me do this job. We should make changes as technology allows and as the situations allow to help us do our job. And I think remote voting is one way that helps us do our job. It helps us bring the voices of our constituents here when, for certain circumstances, we cannot be here. I've mentioned that we've had situations in the last few years where somebody couldn't be here. Before remote voting, the work ground to a halt. I don't know if that person would have decided to do remote voting at that point, but at least that would give them the option. This rule change allows us to continue to do that work. It allows our constituent voices to continue to be heard, and it keeps the people's work moving forward. This is thoughtful. It still is accountable. You still have to get approval of your respective caucus leader. And I think it helps us move forward. As I mentioned earlier, this is a resolution that we do every year. We set up temporary rules to start the process. I don't know if we've had subcommittees on rules in the past. I believe that they have set them up in the past. I don't know if they actually ever went and had a discussion. I know I've suggested rule changes, suggested changes to some process that went through the rules. And I know other members here have brought up different ideas of some stuff that they would like to see change in the rules. So we're going to set up a committee to work on that. We will have a vigorous debate in the Rules Committee, and it will come back to the floor. That will be up to the subcommittee on what they want to talk about. But right now, we're voting on this resolution with the remote voting. I think it is good. It allows us to keep the people's work going forward, and I ask you to vote no on the A12 amendment.
Members, we're on the A12 amendment. A roll call has been requested, and a roll call was granted. The secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 38 noes, the amendment does not prevail. Any further discussion? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I offer the A-9 amendment.
What was the number again, Senator?
A9.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A9 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moved to amend Senate Resolution number 6 as follows. Page 8, after line 7, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, part of the last discussion, we talked about the fact not only are these rules in direct violation of our state's constitution, but we're, as these rules as proposed are encouraging people to consider voting absentee as a member of the Senate. Not only that, but if a member is voting absentee, if they're in Chattanooga, Tennessee members, Mr. President, they are going to, as I can see it under the rules, still receive a per diem payment from the state of Minnesota for that particular day. And members, the A9 amendment, I'll read it, it's very short. A member voting remotely may not accept per diem living expenses for a day when the member voted remotely. Real simple amendment. The idea here, members, Mr. President, is if indeed a member doesn't show up for work, they shouldn't be paid the special per diem payment that is intended to cover a person's living expenses. Ironically enough, Mr. President, while they are located at the seat of government in St. Paul. That's what the per diem expenses are intended for, to cover our costs, members of Mr. President. While we are here in St. Paul, according to our Constitution, following the Constitution, meeting as the Senate, we are paid $88 per day to cover our incidental expenses of lunch and other things that we incur. That's the policy. Some of us like it, that policy. Some of us think, maybe we shouldn't have per diem, but that's a debate certainly for another day. But we do have it, and it's $88 a day. And Mr. President, this proposed set of rules will provide that Senator X voting absentee from Chattanooga, Tennessee, for that day is going to be paid $88, which, who knows, Mr. President, they'll probably spend it in Chattanooga. That'd be my guess. But what this amendment does, and I would expect there's not too many Minnesotans that disagree with this amendment. There's probably not any, that a member should show up for work if the taxpayers of the state are going to pay them for their incidental living expenses while they're supposed to actually be here, Mr. President, in the seat of government and not in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Encourage the support of members on this very common sense, very practical, and very popular amendment. And I ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call has been granted. Any additional discussion on the A9 amendment? Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski, I think this is an idea that should be discussed in the Rules Subcommittee that we're going to be setting up. Hope to set up a Rules Committee next week. Then we'll set up the subcommittee. And so I would encourage you to bring this forward. And until then, I would encourage everybody to vote no on this amendment.
Any additional discussion on the A9 amendment? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge members to support the A9 amendment. I think the impetus should be put in to encourage not only members to get the work done, but the Rules Committee should ensure that this idea gets its just consideration. And if we're changing rules on the fly here on the floor under the underlying Senate resolution, adding new language and new ideas that have not yet been discussed or debated in committee, then this is a common sense issue that pretty much all of Minnesotans, I would venture to say, would support, that this should be put into the rules and have this in place. Mr. President, just to point out, this is a characterization that, going back to the characterization that we are going back 160 years was just not correct. And this amendment's proof of that, because I would venture to say that the Senate probably did not have per diem expenses back when we started 164 years ago. And this has been something that has adapted along the way. We're trying to update more towards the more recent past of just a few years ago. And this is an issue that absolutely should be in play and should be on the table. If you are not going to show up and be in person here to do your work, then you don't need the additional $88 for the gas in your tank, or for the lunch that you buy here in St. Paul, or any of the other incidental expenses. So this is an obvious, easy, common sense idea that as we are voting and as the majority seems intent to add new issues into the rules under the underlying Senate resolution, let's add this one in. Then if the Senate Rules Committee does set up a future committee to hear and have these issues, they will have the incentive to thoroughly go over this issue along with the rest of them. So members, I'd urge a green vote on this amendment.
Members, I remind you that we're on the Drazkowski A9 amendment. I'm now going to Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt, also I want you to clarify whether you wanted this undercall only for the last amendment and not for the entirety of the resolution. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the call was only for the previous amendment at that time.
All right, I just want a clarification. Thank you. Senator
Mr. President.
Pratt, to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think Senator Matthews covered some of what I wanted to talk about, in that our per diem is not a part of our salary. We get paid by the state of Minnesota, by the people of Minnesota, to represent them. And the per diem is here to cover the expenses that we incur personally as a part of that job. And if we are not here, if we are in Chattanooga, Tennessee, or if we are in Dallas, Texas, or if we are anywhere, we do not have those expenses. Or if we're sitting home at our kitchen table, we don't have those expenses of getting here. And so I think two things with the Drazkowski amendment resonate with me. One, per diem is not part of your salary. It is part of covering the expenses of being able to do your job here. And if you are not here, you do not have those expenses. I think the second piece that this does is really highlight yet again why the A12 amendment should have passed. There are gaps and holes in the temporary rules today, as proposed by the majority leader in this resolution, that have not been addressed, and that this blanket change is woefully insubstantial to cover that. To go back to the majority leader's comments during the last discussion, yes, we have made changes over the 164 years we've been here, but we've done so in a more deliberate manner than what is being proposed today. Now, I'm not here to rehash the A12 amendment, But this shows that there are holes in the logic and the decision-making process that went to this change. Why we had a sunset of end of session 2022. And if you're not here incurring the expenses of your job, you should not be paid for the expenses of your job. It's that simple, Mr. President. Per diem is not part of our salary. We are not entitled to it. It is here because we are doing the work of the people. We are doing the work of the people here. There are expenses, living expenses for those members who are outstate that have to stay here. There are expenses for those of us that live close enough to drive in every day, including on a day like today, when you're sitting dead stuck in traffic on the freeway, hoping to get here, and the mileage you're putting on your car. That's what per diem is for. It's not an entitlement, members. We earn that per diem because we have expenses that we incur because we are here, because we are doing the work of the people. And so, Mr. President, I think this is a extremely reasonable amendment, and I request a yes vote on the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just rise in support of the A9 amendment also. You know, one of the concerns that have been brought up here on the House or on the Senate floor is a little bit of the subjectivity of the decisions on whether somebody could vote remotely or not. And human nature being what it is, a little bit of financial incentive to actually be here, if it's at all possible, which I think we all agree is what's best for the discussion of legislation and for its vetting. And I think this takes a small step in that direction of giving some appeasement to those of us who have concerns that this rule might be abused. So I won't go into the other comments that have been made here by senators, which I also agree with, but I do think that we should vote to add this on. I know Senator Disick has said she would have a subcommittee, but this is relatively a straightforward change that doesn't really need to be vetted much, and I think it would take us a step towards eliminating some of the subjectivity of the current rules that many of us members have concerns about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment A9? Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can see why you don't remember my name. I didn't speak hardly at all for the last 2 years. But I like to learn and to listen. I grew up on a dairy farm where my dad always said, you don't have to go to work, it surrounds you. And every day we got up and milked the cows twice a day. So I grew up going to work. And then after that, well, I'm going to go back up a little bit. So when I came here, the pandemic, it was really tough because, I can't look that way, because you know, trying to learn when you're not here, it's hard. It was really hard for me, and I know the other members that came here would concur with that. It was a really difficult year to get to know, but we did the best we could, and I got to have some relationships with some of the members across the aisle, and I think they're good, the ones that I have, and I appreciate that. So, but to the per diem, I support the Drazkowski amendment. And I also think about, as I went in my career, I went to the trade union, a carpenter. I was in the carpenters union for many years. And every day we showed up for work. And as in the trades, whether you're a carpenter, electrician, laborer, whatever you are, you have to show up to get paid. There's no holiday pay. There's no vacation pay. You show up to work, you get paid. You show up, you don't show up, you don't get paid. And then another thing is there's pressure on us as trade workers, and not just trades, but many other workers out there. And if we don't show up to work, there's somebody else ready to take our place. And I felt that pretty hard because my wife and I were blessed to have 12 children. And so there was a lot of pressure for me to go to work every day to supply the needs of our family. And so there was many times different things that we had to do to adjust to the schedule, to get our kids to the doctor or whatever was there. But again, I had to go to work. And so it just was ingrained in me so much that I have to be here. And you know, my father passed away in the first year I served, and I did. I missed one day. But other than that, it was, well, last year I didn't think I missed a day. But that's just the way I was raised. That's what my father taught me. So the per diem is an important thing that if you're here, you receive it. So I stand in support of the Drazkowski amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested, and a roll call has been. Oh, Senator Disick. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still have concerns with this one because I would like it to come to the Subcommittee on Rules to have that discussion, but in consultation with the DFL caucus members, we accept this as a friendly amendment.
So the A9, all those in favor, say aye. Oh, roll call. Roll call has been requested. Roll call has been granted. Seeing no further discussion, did you want to say anything, Senator Drazkowski, or are you okay with us going forward? Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. The Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 noes, the amendment passes. Any further discussion? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the A7 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moved to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 3, after the period, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, we need to make a differentiation in these rules. If indeed, and Senator Pratt's amendment really needs to be adopted, and I hope through the committee process, if indeed that is what the majority plans to do, that needs to happen. I'm still very, very deeply concerned with the constitutional violation that the presentation of this set of rules provides. I think we're in direct violation of the Constitution. But if indeed, at least for now, under these temporary rules, we don't have that removed, let's at least make some differentiation. Let's at least make some clarity for the people of Minnesota about the differences between people who show up here in the seat of government according to our Constitution and the people who are in Chattanooga, Tennessee, Mr. President. And what this amendment says is that if they vote from Chattanooga, Tennessee, or Arlington, Virginia, or Walla Walla, Washington, Mr. President, that they are known as, that vote is an absentee vote, and it makes it clear that that person voted absentee and was not in the seat of government as our Constitution requires. I think this is very due diligence for the people of Minnesota as we do our business, so that they understand the outcomes of the vote as they're printed in the Journal of the Senate. And I would encourage all members to support this very common sense vote. Another short amendment, Mr. President, and hoping for a similar outcome. And I would ask Mr. President for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any additional discussions on the A7 amendment? Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. Would he yield for a question?
Senator Drazkowski, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski, could you define absentee vote? Because I don't know if that is defined anywhere.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dzik, so if you read the amendment language, Senator Dzik, it's included right in there. It says it says a remote vote is an absentee vote. That's what it says, Mr. President. That's the definition inherent in the amendment brought forward. I think it's very clear. Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Dzik.
Senator Dzik.
Mr. President, so remote voters are listed in the journal. So if you vote remote, you are listed in the journal as voting remotely. So I don't know if this is necessarily needed, because from my understanding, remote voters are listed in the journal. It does say who votes remotely. So I question if this is actually needed. And again, we can look at this further if we were to send it to the Rules Committee for a discussion. So we could tweak this, but I would prefer to tweak it in the subcommittee in the rules to have a more thoughtful conversation to define what absentee is so that we can discuss it. But I believe, I know when I have read the journals from the last 2 years, we do list who is voted remotely. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on this, and again, encourage Senator Drazkowski to bring this to the subcommittee on rules so we can get it clarified there. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer an oral amendment to the amendment.
Senator McQuaid is offering an oral amendment to the A7 amendment. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to strike the word absentee on line 1.13 in both places and replace it with the word remote. I don't think we need to add more language. We already say a remote vote shall be known as a remote vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will report the verbal amendment, the oral amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the following oral amendment. On page 1, line 3 of the A7 amendment, delete absentee in both places and insert remote. And on page 1, line 6 of the amendment, delete absentee in both places and insert remote.
Any additional discussions on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I was interested in this concept of absentee voting, and I do see it's addressed in our new shiny Mason's journals here under section 538, which is on page 393 of your new journal. So the understanding and the implication of an absentee vote is that you then find a fellow member of the body who is going to abstain from voting to balance out your vote. It seems like a more nuanced and intricate arrangement than our simple process of remote voting, and something that implies a second class of voting status, and I, for that reason, would support the May-Quaid amendment to replace that word absentee with remote.
And to the members, we are on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think when we look at 538 in Mason's, it says in most legislatures, a member who is not present may not vote. And then what Senator Klein described was a process called pairing, where they decide in the rules of that body to have someone that would vote normally against, opposite of the absent member, that they would not vote. So it just reduces the number of people voting. That's what the description for pairing is you pair someone up for those folks who was absent. You'd pair them with someone that would vote the opposite of that person that's absent, and that person would not vote, so you would just reduce the votes. So, but I think the important sentence of that whole section is the first sentence, which it says, in most legislatures, a member who is not present may not vote.
Members, I want to make sure that we're making our comments to what is before the body. What is before the body right now is the amendment to the amendment. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to clarify the Senator May-Quaid amendment. Was remote changed on, was absentee changed to remote on both line 1.3 and 1.6?
Yes, that is the way we interpreted her amendment.
So remote vote under the rules shall be known as remote vote, and the fact that it was a remote vote shall accompany the committee report and printed in the journal, and then a vote under this rule shall be known as a remote vote and printed in the journal. I believe we already do that, and so with if we adopt the May-Quaid amendment, I would consider it a friendly amendment and take the motion. Thank you.
All right. So so what is before the body is the amendment to the amendment as articulated by Senator May-Quaid. Senator Drazkowski to the A7 amendment to the amendment, to the oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, members, this is an effort to denature the amendment. I would encourage a no vote. It really convolutes the meaning of it. We would end up with a worthless meaning in terms of what the amendment as amended would have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the oral amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Any further questions to the A7 amendment as amended? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing that the amendment has been denatured and rendered useless, I would ask Mr. President if we could withdraw the amendment.
I'm sorry, what was the last name you said, Senator Drazkowski? Senator Drazkowski withdraws the A7 amendment. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A14 amendment.
Senator Housley has moved has reported the A14 amendment, and the secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Housley moved to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 3, after the period, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Housley to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, in watching old YouTube from the 2020 session and early again 2021 when we instilled remote voting, this was an amendment that actually came from Senator Melissa Franzen to the remote voting proposal we had on the floor. It is a member voting from a remote location under this rule must inform the chair of the city and state from which the member is voting at the time of remote voting. So our constituents, again, expect transparency. First, they expect us to be here, and then if we're not going to be here, where are you? So this is a simple amendment that we adopted back in 2020 and again in 2021, that members who are voting remotely in the spirit of transparency, that they disclose where they are when they are voting remotely. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussions on the A14 Housley amendment? Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housley. I do remember that this was in our current rules. It is not quite the same. It adds the city, where under the current, last year's rules, it was just to talk about the state. Where were you voting? Part of the reason that we removed it was, I know I got COVID the last day of session, and I know when I called in and said I have COVID, so I need to vote remote, I didn't tell anybody. No one asked what state I was in, so I don't know how much we followed it, so we removed it. Would Senator Housley yield for a question?
Senator Housley, will you yield for a question? She will yield. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley, is there any reason why you added this and the city versus just keeping it from what we had before, which the state from which the member is voting?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did follow that when we were voting remotely. We did have to tell whoever it was that was gathering all of our remote voters. We actually did give them the city and state, even though it did only say state. I just thought it would be more specific as to where the member is at when they are voting.
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housley. My understanding from the rule before, the way that some people were interpreting it, is if you were outside of the state, you had to tell them you were outside of the state. But I think this, if we want to go back for this, I think this is fine and would consider this a friendly amendment.
Any further discussion on the A14 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. Any further discussions? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate this discussion. It is a very important one, and actually from some of my texts I'm getting, people actually are watching. So the concern I had about the remote voting, which I think we really need to have, although I think it needs to be tweaked up a little bit, and I appreciate the Majority Leader's commitment to trying to work around to make it tighter and based upon some need instead of somebody going off to wherever, out of town and just enjoying a vacation. And the idea of this, before I say I should move the A15 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Abler reports the A15 amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Abler moved to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 3, delete respective caucus leader. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A15 amendment.
So thank you, Mr. President. So in the vote that we did on shall we have the remote voting or not, I voted to support the idea of it based upon I think there's a need and a realistic time and frame to do it. And I think one of those ways to keep a lid on it would be to have the Senate itself decide to approve those people being gone. If you recall, in current structure today, at the end of the day's work, Senator so-and-so was gone from this period of time and so else. Without objection, they're excused. My thinking is something on the order of that, where the Senate itself would be the arbiter of who would be excused and therefore able to vote and maintain its own integrity without any disparaging, without any disregard to the integrity of the two leaders. But that way it doesn't go on them, and then maybe they feel like they have to let somebody get off. In the discussion, and I checked with the majority leader about this, and there's some interest in this. This amendment that I have here is both for committees and for the body as it meets. As it goes, Mr. President, some things aren't as simple as they may seem as you're thinking about it a day or two ago, and the debate that's gone on now has convinced me that there's merit here. But the majority leader has said that she would work with me on this in the whatever rules work we're going to do to streamline and improve the remote voting. And so with that, I won't burden the body's time anymore with this greater discussion. But I think it's just something I want to remind us that we are in charge of ourselves here. This is, and my interest is not some clever way to get rid of a quorum or something, but just that we will maintain the integrity of our own membership, and we are serving the state as well as keeping an eye on each other. So, but Mr. President, with that, I'll withdraw the 815. Thank you.
Senator Abler withdraws the A15 amendment. Any additional discussion? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, President Champion. I would like to offer the A50 amendment. A50.
Senator Jasinski reports the A50, the A50 amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moved to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 3, after the period, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is following up on Senator Housley's amendment. I think it makes it a little bit more transparent what it does. In addition to adding the city and state, it adds the reason why the voting remote must be necessary, and then would put that in the Senate, publish that in the Senate Journal. Again, I think this is a transparency bill. I think our constituents want to know the reasons that we're not here and we cannot represent them at 100%. The reason may be a death in the family, it may be medical, you might have got run over by a snowmobile. There's all kinds of reasons you could put in there. But I just want to make sure that we were transparent on it. And Senator Johnson was okay with that comment, so I did brief that before him. But for those new members, I missed about 2 weeks out of last session because I was in the hospital recovering from a snowmobile accident, so it was a little humor there. If you didn't catch it, I'm sorry. But anyways, this is the A50 amendment. I think it improves our transparency and allows our constituents to understand the reason that we're not here voting in person. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any additional or further discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Jasinski yield for a question?
Senator Jasinski, will you yield for a question? He will yield for a question. Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering how specific this information is. For example, if, heaven forbid, one of my parents died, would that be printed in this journal, immortalized in Senate Journal forever that my parent died?
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd leave that up to the members to disclose to what degree of detail they'd like. A death, I think, would be sufficient in that case.
Senator May-Quade, any further discussions? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as we've been having this discussion on remote voting, we've been told many times by the majority leader that it will be very, very confined. But yet, there's no transparency to the body about the decisions that the majority leader is making. And as we've talked about, this rule and this change has not gone through the proper procedure, has not gone through the proper vetting, and we're trying to make it better here on the floor. We're showing that there is a lack of transparency in a rule that was put in very, very quickly during COVID. And our constituents need to know why we're not here at work, why we're taking a choice to vote remotely rather than being excused. You can get an excused absence for almost any reason. But if you're going to participate in this process, there should be a higher standard. There should be a reason why you are not able to be here. This is a very special place. And again, we've talked about the relationships. We've talked about working across the aisle in a bipartisan fashion. None of that has happened on this rule. And now we're trying to fix it on the fly. Members, if the majority leader, and I take her at her word, is going to hold members to a high standard in her caucus of when she approves remote voting, just as I would expect Senator Johnson to hold a high standard for our caucus, then I think there has to be transparency to the body and to the public how those decisions are being made. We are a very public body. We do our business in public. We do our business in front of the people of Minnesota. And as building relationships among ourselves, we have to trust that those decisions that are being made are consistent with what we've been told here today. So members, I encourage a yes vote on the Jasinski Amendment. This is a good process and procedure for holding ourselves accountable to the people that won't be here voting. This is an important way for us to have transparency amongst ourselves and with the people of Minnesota, so that we can rebuild those relationships and rebuild the civility that we've had, that we've lost in this body since March of 2020. And Mr. President, I request a roll call and impose a call of the Senate.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. A call of the Senate has been requested. The Senate is under call. That chime is getting me. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absentee members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Pratt, for clarification, you asked for a call of the Senate. Would you like it for the balance of the amendment or for the balance of the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to address that and I forgot. It's for the balance of the amendment only.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Any further discussions on the A50 amendment? Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Pratt yield, please?
Senator Pratt, will you yield for a question? Senator Pratt will yield. Senator Klein.
So this is an amendment to the underlying resolution number 6, wherein the member who chooses to vote remotely is responsible for informing and getting the approval of their caucus leader. Your amendment, A50, says that they must inform the chair. We're in the Senate. We have a Senate president. We have a majority leader. We have a minority leader. Can you tell me who the chair is that would need to get this approval?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd rather, it's Senator Jasinski's amendment. I'd rather have Senator Jasinski address what he's intending.
Senator Klein, are you okay with Senator Jasinski?
Appreciate
Senator
the correction.
Jasinski, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that would be as the committee and the president. So the chair of the committee and the chair and the president of the Senate.
Senator Klein.
All right. Well, I mean, I think before we would take a vote that might be subject to passing this body, we should probably clarify the chair and put in the language of president, but that seems semantic. And then the second question I had for Senator Jasinski, the reason that remote voting was necessary. So we can all imagine workplace situations outside of here where we would have a reason for being absent from work that involves intensely personal information that is not the purview of our employer, individual medical conditions or operations or procedures, certainly nothing that our employer would be responsible for or have any legal or responsible right to see. I have significant concerns that when you apply that to this body, that you are violating individual personal private medical information. And do you share those concerns, Senator Jasinski?
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Klein. I believe it can be very brief. If it's a medical condition, just to say medical. And if it's another reason, a death, you could put death. And I'm comfortable, again, being absent from this body. I think our constituents should be transparent, or we should be transparent in letting them know why we're not here. So if it's a medical for several times, that's the purview of the reason you're gone from here. And I think we owe it to our voters and our constituents to let people know why we are not in this chamber.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you. I'm going to oppose the A50 amendment, and specifically for that reason. Well, first of all, it's because it's been semantically incorrectly drafted, but second, because there's the risk that a president, such as yourself, from a member of either party, could demand personal and private medical information and in violation of my HIPAA rights. I would think that members of our body who are concerned about the privacy of their medical and personal information would agree with me, and I hope for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share Senator Klein's concerns on releasing private medical information. I think that this is another example of an amendment that could come to the Subcommittee on Rules to clarify, because I do have that serious concerns, even if it is just medical. I think it's a slippery slope, and I do not want to be responsible for releasing private medical information. I also raise the concern that many members here have discussed that, well, you can just get a excused absence. Well, we don't give a reason when we do an excused absence, and so now to say if I want a remote vote, I got to get excused absent. I think again, this should be discussed in the subcommittee, and I would encourage members to vote no and encourage you to bring this amendment to the subcommittee for discussion and further tweaking. Thank you.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd urge a yes vote on the Jasinski amendment. The characterization that was made is completely inaccurate. We're not asking to disclose private medical data or issues on this. That characterization is completely false, Mr. President. And it's amazing to me that the majority is trying to shy away from transparency. The underlying resolution is taking steps backwards in the transparency that this body even had last year. And our amendments are trying to reclaim just some of the ground in stepping back towards transparency. Not all the way, because I still fall back to my underlying position. We should move away from remote voting now in 2023 altogether. But now if we're going to keep it, there needs to be guardrails in the interest of transparency, and all these no votes from the majority lead me to believe that we're scared of the sunlight and the transparency here that needs to be shined on each one of us to be accountable to our citizens. You can't tell me that what you brought to the floor in this underlying resolution is more transparent or better than last year. Simply read through it, members. That's not the case. Mr. President, you can't scrape up the clippings out of your lawnmower and tell me it's a salad. That's not going to fly here. It's easy for us to see that we need more transparency in our remote voting systems that we have, disclosure at the very minimal level of the location that you're at, even if it's your home city and you put, in my case, Princeton, Minnesota, that's very easy for people to understand, oh, they're at home, or oh, they're at a different location, wherever that may be, and then the brief reason of what that is given. We are not asking for very much, Mr. President, and the majority knows that. And shying away from transparency like this is not a good look here early in the session, on the second day of session. And all these descriptions of, oh, let's bring it to the Rules Committee, let's vote no on this now. Members, if your colleagues are whispering in your ear and saying, it's okay, just vote no now and we'll take care of the issue later, that's not what the people of Minnesota are going to see. A no vote on this amendment right now does not tell your constituents back home, oh, it just needed more rules, more work, and more seasoning done in a Rules Committee, whether or not that happens in the future. This vote is telling your constituents, no, I do not want to be transparent about where I am or why I'm not present doing the work of the body. Don't let people whispering in your ear tell you otherwise. This is a common sense, transparent amendment. This should be an easy vote for all 67 members to take in this body for a simple and gaining a simple and small measure of transparency back to what was lost in the underlying Senate resolution. Mr. President, I urge all members to vote yes on the Jasinski amendment.
On the A50 amendment, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm very disappointed in the earlier defeat of the amendment to remove the remote voting option. But this would be the next best thing, Mr. President. If we're going to permit remote voting, our constituents, the great people of the state of Minnesota, deserve to know where we are. Are we in the city that we reside? Are we nearby? Are we in the state? Are we across the country? Are we in another country? These seem like very reasonable, common sense requirements that if we can't be here in person doing the people's work, the people that voted for us to be here to do the work for them, if we can't be here, at least inform them, increase the transparency where we are. There's nothing controversial about this. And I heard some conversation about concerns of the release of sensitive medical information. Mr. President, that language, that requirement is not in this amendment at all. Now, as one who's in the cybersecurity field, I have worked with a number of organizations to implement systems to protect PHI and PII. And there is a lot of room to be able to disclose why somebody is absent, the why, without disclosing personal or protected health information or personally identifiable information, PHI or PII. So the argument of the concerns, let me lay those to rest. So, Mr. President and members, anyone who has a concern and is even considering the possibility of voting no for this common sense transparency amendment, you can rest assured that your green vote would not in any way infringe upon PII or PHI. Mr. President, has a roll call been asked?
A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as we go on in the weeks and months ahead in this legislative session, the good people that we represent are watching. They want to know that we're here. They want to know that we're doing the work for them, that we are standing up for them. But as we've discussed in the earlier conversation, not being here diminishes that ability. But certainly, I cannot understand why anyone would not want to be transparent, Mr. President, of disclosing what city they're in. How is that protected? How is it protected? You know, there are legal definitions to PHI and PII. And the city that one is located in and of itself, is not sensitive information. Our constituents would want to know if we cannot be in St. Paul. It may be a very legitimate reason. Can't be here. It should not be considered protected or private where they are, where we are. And so, members, as we do the good work, the hard work, there are many decisions to be made. We're going to be voting on tax surplus. We're going to be voting on pro-life provisions. Well, I hope we would be anyway, amendments. We're going to be voting on education reforms. We're going to be voting on a tremendous amount of important topics, important to our constituents. And if we're halfway across the country, if we're in another country, our constituents have the right to know. And so, Mr. President, as I read this verbiage, a member voting from a remote location under this rule must inform the chair. And Mr. President, as I read the word chair, I know there was an earlier concern of potential gray area there. I look at that as the chair in the generic sense of the person running the body, whether it be the chamber here or whether it be committee. Chair in the generic sense, chairing or running the committee or body. But as it goes on, the city and state from which the member is voting at the time of the remote voting. And number two, the reason that the remote vote was necessary. This information must accompany any committee report and be published in the Senate Journal. That's transparency. I don't see anything objectionable in that verbiage. It goes on line 1.10 of the amendment. A member voting from a remote location under this rule must also inform the Senate President of the reason the remote vote was necessary. Again, very legitimate, very pro-transparency. I don't see anything in there about a requirement to disclose private medical information. We certainly wouldn't want that, and nobody expects that. And I know the author amendment, Senator Jasinski, recognizes that, which is why he doesn't have language in here of any requirement to disclose private medical sensitive information. The language is sufficiently vague as to not require that, but at the same time sufficiently clear as to be pro-transparency. And so, Mr. President and members, in fact, Mr. President, would Senator Jasinski yield for a question?
Senator Jasinski, will you yield for a question? He will yield for a question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jasinski. Am I clear? I just want to make sure that if I'm reading this language correct, that I didn't miss anything, because I did hear concerns from members about the possible disclosure of sensitive medical information, because if that was the case, Mr. President, I would have those same concerns. But as I've read this language to myself and as I just read it out loud to the body, I don't see any requirement to disclose private, protected, or personal medical information. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss something, Mr. President, in my reading.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Lucero. You are correct. That was the intent, and I have checked with our staff. The verbiage is correct. In the resolution number 6 on page 5 refers to the committee structure, and on page 6 refers to the floor structure. So it is drafted correctly to my staff. It is correct, and yes, it is not asking any detailed information. It's just the general reason why you're missing it. And I guess if there's a concern over someone, over it's a medical, just say unavailable, and then explain that to your voters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jasinski. Yeah, that's okay. So I didn't miss anything. That's good. And I appreciate this amendment being brought before the body because, again, transparency is the goal. You know, I've been in office public office. I've been in a public office for a decade, and one of the resounding, repeating themes from the great people that I've had the privilege to represent over the course of a decade, has been transparency. Because, Mr. President, in order to hold me, the elected official, accountable, there has to be transparency. And I want the people that I represent to hold me accountable. Mr. President, I want the people that you represent to hold you accountable. And, Mr. President, I want the great people of Minnesota that each and every one of the 67 of us represent to hold respectively each and every one of us accountable. But that can't be done. Accountability cannot happen when there isn't transparency. And that's why transparency is so important. And that's why transparency is something I know, Mr. President, every single one of us has heard over and over and over again. Because that's how our republic functions, is to have transparency and accountability. And again, accountability is contingent upon transparency. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance of this. This amendment, if I haven't said it already, and I know I have, so I'll say it again, is the backup, would be Plan B, because Plan A was to remove remote voting completely. But that failed. And so this is the next best thing. And so that's why voting green on this is something we absolutely should do and why I would encourage that. So, Mr. President, thank you. And again, I highly encourage each and every one of us to vote green and be pro-transparency. Thank you.
Members, we are still on the A50 amendment. Can I get you to revisit Rule 36? 36.4. I'd ask you to take a look at the rules because I just want to be as liberal as possible, but I need us to be as thoughtful as we can to try to adhere to the requirements of debate. 36.4. And what I'd like to do is make sure that there's no one else other than Senator Pratt, and then we're going to go to Senator Jasinski, and then here, I think there's someone else that I'm missing. Senator Klein, you want to be on the list too, okay? Give me one moment. I just want to make sure I have it.
Mr. President, I think Senator Klein was standing before I was.
Okay. So then if you don't mind, I'll go to Senator Klein. Was there anyone else on this side that wanted to speak to the amendment? All right. So then we'll go to Senator Klein, and then to Senator Pratt, and then Senator Jasinski. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Klein, for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to nonpartisan staff who I maligned incorrectly earlier. Senator Jasinski is correct. The reference to chair refers in this language to committee chair, and then there is farther down in the amendment reference to Senate president. So it is drafted correctly, and it is far from my place to malign nonpartisan staff. Senator Lucero spoke at length and quite passionately and convincingly about the need to disclose the location and the city and state where we are remote voting from, and he fully convinced me, and in fact he fully convinced every member of my caucus, which is why we unanimously endorsed that with the Housley Amendment about an hour ago. So we agree with that proposition as well. I'm significantly concerned and remain concerned on behalf of our caucus about the provision to provide the president or the chair with a reason for absentee voting, for remote voting. And again, I think that without any specifications or guardrails around that, the president or chair in question could demand any level of specificity required. And if the reason is personal, if it is medical, and this rule or this amendment is in place, the member would be obligated to provide that information. For that reason, I encourage members of our caucus and members of the Senate as a whole to oppose the A50.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this isn't intrusive. I've worked in the corporate world for many, many years, and when I needed to work from home or do something, I simply told my boss, I'm not feeling well, I'm this and that. It wasn't intrusive, but I had a reason for it, and it was transparent. Senator Dietzig mentioned, and we've highlighted the fact that you can be excused without reason, and that's correct. But when you want to use the privilege of remote voting, when you want to participate in this body without being here, there must be a higher level of accountability and a higher level of expectation amongst us. The Majority Leader has stated on several occasions she's going to hold her members accountable to very strict reasons why they can't be here, that she wants every member here. Senator Johnson has said the same thing, but where's the transparency to the members in the body to make sure that our leaders are, in fact, upholding that standard? Mr. President, we are going into a new era within the Senate. The Senate is going to make changes at some point in time, and this rule has been put into place without a lot of discussion, without the proper vetting that it needs to have. And if we're going to hold each other accountable, we have to be transparent, not only with ourselves, but with our constituents. I think Senator Lucero did a fine job of why the concerns about disclosing personal medical information are unfounded, because we're not saying you have to be specific. We're not saying you have to give the medical procedure or the illness that you have. But if you're going to participate, and we've said that someone who's remote, we expect them to be listening to the debate and being fully engaged in the debate that's occurring within this chamber, then they should say, this is why I can't be there. Mr. President, let's not gaslight this issue about disclosing personal health information or anything like that. What we're talking about is simply a threshold to say, if you're going to participate remotely in these proceedings, there's a higher standard. And if you can't meet that higher standard, then you should be excused. That's been the debate we've had this entire time. And that's why the Jasinski Amendment, by adding the reason for being absent and by voting remotely, is so needed. Members, we have to hold, I want to be able to hold Senator Johnson accountable for the decisions he makes on why one of our members is voting remotely. Members, this is an extremely reasonable amendment, and I request a yes vote.
Senator Jasinski to the A50 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'd make a couple of final comments on the amendment. And I won't go too much into detail because I think Senator Lucero and Senator Pratt said it very, very well. And I believe, I'm very frustrated the Senator Pratt amendment, the 812, did not pass. To have our rules in the Senate more lax than the rules in the House really concerns me. And it should concern our whole state. We've been the upper body for 164 years. Our rules are slightly higher. We don't have water on the floor. We wear ties. Our standards should be higher. And voting today is going to change that and remake Minnesota history. And I don't believe it's going to be changed after today. I think these rules are going to be tough to change once it's done here today. But members, we will change history today and become more lax than the House of Representatives, something that's probably never been done in our state's history. So it's an important vote. As far as the reason, if you don't want to disclose the medical reason, say you're unavailable. As I said, there's options. You can have an excused absence without any reason at all, or you can simply say unavailable, or show up and vote. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote green.
Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Thank you for the good discussion. As Senator Klein mentioned earlier, I do have concerns still about releasing private medical information. I had a friend who worked in corporate America and told her employer that she had a medical reason for not being able to be in person, and she was fired. They were able to go through and look at that by just saying medical. Now, she ended up having a lawsuit, but she was sick, and she then had to deal with the lawsuit because they wrongly fired her. But this information, I would hope that we wouldn't use it against anybody, but it's out there in the public world, and you don't know how that will be used. So I do have concerns about the private medical information. Thank you. I encourage a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested, and a roll call has been granted. The Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 yeas and 34 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, there you go. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little too close for you to catch me.
I was. So thank you for your help.
Members, we've had a lot of discussion. I think most of it has kind of been focusing around floor session and the need to be present or remote on the floor session. But these rules are also extending that ability for our members to be remote in committee. I think it is a wonderful idea that we give that option for testifiers, especially for people from areas around the state that maybe are going to have 2 to 3 minutes to testify, and instead of driving hours to get here, sit for hours waiting, then have to travel back home. That remote option for our testifiers is wonderful. But again, I believe we should be in person in committee. That's where we do our real work. That's where we have so many discussions to get bills right and as discussion has happened here today, I wish we'd have passed the A12 amendment so that a lot of these discussions would have happened in committee, where more people can bring forward ideas, where we have those discussions and it's out there for the public to weigh in as well. But we didn't pass that amendment, so we're trying to do some things to make this better. But Mr. President, I would like to offer the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick moved to amend Senate Resolution number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 3, after the period, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I do not forget, I would like to request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is getting towards our committee activity. And I had the privilege this year to serve as the chair of my caucus's Committee on Committees, which assigns our members to their respective committees that they're going to work on this year. We put together a great committee to work on it. We were excited to get going. We were waiting for our committee allotments. And when those numbers came in, I was quite worried. We didn't know what the allotments for the other side was going to be for the committees, but we saw ours. We had 76 committee assignment spots. With 33 members, that came out to 2.3 slots per member. That means 2/3 of the members of our caucus would serve on only 2 committees. Again, this is where we do the work. When we did see the other caucus's numbers, they had 121. Members, I refer you to Rule 10.1. 10.1 says, the majority and minority groups must each be represented on all sitting committees of the Senate substantially in proportion to their numbers in the Senate. Members, we're in a 34-33 position. And yet, even when you look at each individual committee assignment, not one of the committees in the original assignments had a difference of 1. They were all 2 or 3. You might look at that and think, well, that's not that far off. But when you look at the total numbers, 121 committee assignment slots to 76. That's a huge difference, members. And if we're going to have good discussions in committees and bring forward the ideas to talk about what's wrong with bills, like what should have been done with what we're proposing to do with these rules, we need to have members in those committees who can bring forward those questions. I will admit, last night we received 3 more spots on committees. It did bring 1 committee to a difference of 1, and that's capital investment, which I don't really see as being the same as so many of our other committees. The committees that do the majority of work during session, going through our bills, making the policies for the state, and setting the budget for the state, are not in proportion to our numbers here in the Senate chamber. This amendment would say that any committee that is not within that ratio would not be allowed to do remote voting. That is one of the biggest needs for remote voting, is for the majority party to be able to move their bills through. But when you already have either a 2 or a 3 member majority in each committee, I don't know that that's really necessary. This is something that I know our leader has been asking about for quite some time, to make this more balanced. It was something that I knew was coming when I saw our numbers. Members, this really, I don't want to offer this amendment, but it is needed. When when we look at the numbers that we have in our committee slots. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussions on the A16 amendment? Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the committees this year are similar to committees, including the committee numbers the numbers in the committee from past bienniums. Regarding remote voting in committees, I know it was used quite a bit in the committees that I've been on in the last few years for members on both sides. I know in one committee, I believe one of the members' kids got sick, and so they had to deal with that sick kid, and so they were able to vote remotely, participate in the committee remotely, and that helped the process move forward. That helped at that time, the majority moved their bills forward, and it didn't grind to a halt. So regarding the makeup of the committees, so I don't think that, again, I think remote voting in committees is helpful. I think regarding Rule 10.1, again, the committees this year are similar to the makeup in the previous bienniums. The Senate DFL has already agreed to some changes. I've had conversations with Senator Johnson about that. We added a Republican member to the Energies, Utility, Environment, and Climate Committee. We added a Republican to the Human Services Committee, and we added a Republican member to the Capital Investment Committee. I have continued to have conversations and will continue to have conversations with Senator Johnson. I told him last night, we didn't get a chance to talk this morning, that I have been attempting to reach certain members and certain committee chairs to see about adding additional members to their committees. In the past, we have passed this resolution. I know in 2021, we passed the resolution, this initial resolution here with the committees on the floor, and I know then Majority Leader Gazelka and Minority Leader Susan Kent continued to have those discussions and ended up adding more members to different committees, and I have told Senator Johnson that we can keep having that discussion because I haven't been able to talk to certain people, but for right now, I would like to pass this committee structure, and we can continue to have those conversations. It does help having remote voting in committees helps that process moving forward, and so I request a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to note on Madam Leader's comments earlier. She said that the makeup was substantially the same as in the last 6 years. I do want to correct the record on that. So we recently went through an election. Right now, we're sitting at 49.25% of the body, the Senate Republicans are, compared to 50.75% of DFL. The first proposal that came over for committees, we had a representation of 38.5%. Clearly, we are not fulfilling the nature of Rule 10.1 within our temporary rules, where we need substantial proportionate representation within this body. We're not getting that in committees, and simply giving us a couple more in a couple of committees still doesn't bring us up even to parity of the 2017. Not to mention in the 2020 rules when we had 13 committees with a one-vote margin. So the idea that we're closely mimicking what happened in 2017 is not true. That is the false narrative, and we got to be making some adjustments on that. So, Mr. President, I just want to make that point to correct Madam Leader's comments.
Senators, just so that we are reminded that we are on the A16 amendment, and I'm hearing a lot of discussion about proportionality as opposed to the underlining amendment. So I'm just going to caution us and ask that we reset and go back to comments related directly to the A16 amendment. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will keep it simple. I said that they were similar, and I believe Senator Gazelka said in 2017 that they were similar to past committee makeups. They weren't exactly the same, but they were similar. We have made adjustments. I have told Senator Johnson we will continue to have that discussion to make adjustments, but relating to this amendment, right now. I again believe that remote participation in committees is also helpful. I believe it worked last year for the Republican majority and several times, and I think it is just helpful for us to bring the voice of our constituents to the committees, and so I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Rarick yield for a question?
Senator Rarick will yield for a question. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick, I want to get to some of what you're proposing in your amendment as it relates to the proportionality of committees. Am I correct in that you are proposing that remote voting be allowed in those committees in which there is only a proportional difference of one of the members between each of the respective parties?
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth, yes, it is, and I guess it would even be my opinion that not every committee would have to go to a one-vote difference. We all know that the majority in some committees is going to have potentially a two-vote lead in some of their major committees. We understand that. We did that when we were in the majority, but we had a number of committees that had only one vote difference, which kept the number of committees that each party, the committee slots that each party had, very close. That is what we're asking for. Right now, we just do not have that, and the proportionality is not close enough. If we make those changes, we could adopt this and still then be able to have the remote voting because we would then conform to 10.1.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick. So that because the amendment speaks to proportionality as it relates to remote voting, I intend to give comments that also relate to proportionality. The proposed committee structure decreases the number of committees to do the people's work, and it significantly decreases the number of opportunities for members to participate in lawmaking on behalf of constituents. Collaboration, as shown today, in which at least a couple of friendly amendments have been adopted, has shown that there is an opportunity that presents itself when members, irrespective of party, are allowed to serve on committees, be present, and participate in the process of improving possible legislation and laws that will impact the people of Minnesota. How many times did we hear today, let's take it to committee for discussion. Let's take it there to improve it. Let's get more input from all members so that at the end of the day, what we're crafting in its finality meets the intent of what we're trying to achieve and is a better product. I'm certain many of us said it on the campaign trail. We want to work across the aisle with members of both parties to do work on behalf of the people. One party in this state holds the majority in the House, the Senate. They've got the governor's office in addition to all the other constitutional offices. The scale is already fully tipped in their favor. There's no need to keep piling it on when additional collaboration and working together can lead to a better product for the people of Minnesota. The consolidation and centralization of power in a democratic process is not healthy when it is meant to be collaborative, when it's meant to be deliberative. This is a larger question about the role of the legislature and its members to propose, vet, question, improve, modify potential laws on behalf of the people, the cities, the counties, the school districts, you name it, that sent us here to represent their interests, to do the work on their behalf. We cannot normalize simply tuning out or casting aside those that disagree with us or have differing opinions. Committees and the committee work is our opportunity to have those discussions and come up with legislation that's of the best quality. Let's be civil, let's collaborate, let's show the people of Minnesota that civility, bipartisanship, and decency can prevail. That starts with a green vote on Senator Rarick's amendment. Please do so. I do want to thank the majority leader for the steps that she has taken toward increasing membership on committees. I think there's still room to do that improvement, and let's start that right now with a green vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt. Okay, so let me go back to this order. So Senator Pratt, then we're going to go to Senator Lucero, and then I saw Senator Nelson. We will
Mr.
go
President,
in that
point of
order.
parliamentary inquiry.
I'm sorry?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a few minutes ago, you gave a friendly reminder to the body, and you were citing the temporary rules from the previous legislature. Was that correct? And if so, could you just, I want to make sure I got that correct. I think you said you cited 36.4. Could you confirm that?
I did.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my question is, when I'm reading this, in discussing a resolution, each member is limited to 10 minutes. So my question, Mr. President, of point of parliamentary inquiry is, are we debating the resolution right now, or is the question before the body an amendment to the resolution?
So thank you for that question, and I anticipated that question. So just so that you're clear, that we are talking and operating under Masons and our rules. And currently, the only rules that we have in place, outside of course those other things like Masons, are our last temporary rules. So if you look in Masons, it provides guidance for the rules that govern the Senate today, and before the adoption of temporary rules, Section 39.6 provides, in the absence of rules, as immediately upon convening and before rules are adopted, that the houses of a state legislature are governed by usage, customs, and precedent set by general parliamentary law. The best evidence, quote, of what are the established usage and customs is the rules as in last effect. So the last effect rules would be our temporary rules. So that's what we are operating under. Now, just so that you are clear, what I've been very general about, that I know that those are rules, and that's stated there in Rule 36 when we think in terms of debate. I have not confined you, of all of our great ones, to that 10-minute limit. So I am happy to engage you any further if you like.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for a point of clarification, so I agree that in the absence or prior to the adoption in the new body of any temporary or permanent rules, we revert to the Masons, per Masons, we revert to the most previous. But that's not my question. My question is, the question before the body right now is it an amendment, or are we debating right now, is the question before the body the actual underlying resolution? And so since it's my understanding that we're debating an amendment, and since per the temporary rules cited 36.4, it says the discussion of the resolution is limited to 10 minutes, my point of parliamentary inquiry is, does the 10-minute limitation apply to the amendment, which is the present question before the body?
So to that question, because we are on motions and resolutions, and the underlying notion that we are debating is the resolution. You may have an amendment to the resolution, but we are still considering the resolution. So thank you so much. And I think we had Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Rarick yield for a question?
Senator Rarick, will you yield for a question?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick. Senator Rarick, so we just heard from Minority Leader Johnson that we've added some members to the Capital Investment Committee, and that would now have a one-vote margin, which I believe you and I could agree that that is substantially in proportion to the makeup of the body in whole. As I understand your amendment, that committee could utilize remote voting. Is that correct?
Senator Rarick.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt, yes, that committee would be able to.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick, the committee that I'll be the Republican lead on is going to be the Finance Committee. I expect, since we haven't passed committee memberships yet. That currently has a 3-vote majority, and in the last session, we ran that committee with a 2-vote majority. But a 3-vote majority is well above, I think, what you'd call substantially proportional, is defined by Rule 10.1, which you have cited in your amendment. Would it be then your intention with this amendment to say there's a significant cushion there to provide the votes to allow the people's work to move forward, and therefore remote voting is not necessary.
Senator Rarick, and I will remind us that we want to stick to the amendment, the A16 amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt, yes, this amendment that I have would, the effect of it would be that the Finance Committee, under the current makeup, would not be allowed to do remote voting, not only because the Finance Committee being a 3-vote difference, but because all of them combined do not come to the proper proportionality either. You know, I think we do recognize that not every committee is going to have a 1-vote difference. Some will have a 2-vote difference, and potentially one committee might have a 3-vote difference. That would get us to that proportionality that would meet the requirements of this amendment. But as it stands right now, because so many are 2 and 3 votes, the only one that I see fitting the requirement of this amendment is the Capital Investment Committee.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for keeping us on task today and not allowing us to go astray. But since Rule 10.1 is cited and is a key component of this amendment, it sometimes feels like we have to address what 10.1 is to get to the heart of the amendment itself. And what I see here is extremely reasonable. We understand that the majority has the ability to put extra members on committees, and we've traditionally done that. And I recall back in 2017, we had a lengthy discussion about what happened in previous sessions, and I suspect that when we get to the discussion of proportionality, we'll delve into those discussions and those comments that were made. But members, there's no reason we should have remote voting in committees when the committees are so stacked against the minority at this point. The majority should be able to get their votes there and in person. Now, I suspect Senator Dietzich will say this will be a great amendment to bring to the subcommittee. This is an amendment that should have been brought to the subcommittee before we even brought remote voting back into this discussion. And so I think it's highly reasonable to say that only those committees that conform with Rule 10.1 should have that privilege. And yes, members, remote voting is a privilege. So I encourage a yes vote on the Rarick amendment. Mr. President, has a roll call been requested yet?
Yes, a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to impose a call to Senate for the duration of the amendment, please.
The Senate is under call. The Secretary close the roll.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt, they were talking to me, so I was trying to figure out what they were saying to me. And then, of course, my good friend right there, you know, Draheim is like giving me other signals, and I'm not quite sure if they're right, though.
Mr. President, we're trying to remind you to...
Senator Pratt. Oh, that's what he was trying to do. I get it. Thank you. Thank you. I got you. All right, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll just reiterate one more time. Closer? Okay.
The Senate is under call. You have to.
Oh, I thought with the 67 we were fine, but Mr. President, I move further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absentee members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let me just reiterate again my point that if our committees are proportional, Senator Rarick's amendment would allow for the privilege of remote voting, but we presume that when the majority made the committees so substantially out of balance that they anticipated people missing votes, and therefore that's the reason for having those committees so far out of balance, the privilege of remote voting should not be extended to those committees if they're not in compliant with our Senate rules. And so, Mr. President, I request a yes vote on the Rarick amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 yeas and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? And just as a reminder, members, we have roughly 12 more amendments on this resolution alone. Senator Westenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my first time standing up here, so. Oh, okay, I'd like to move A53.
Senator Westenberg offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the A53 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moved to amend Senate Resolution number 6 as follows. Page 5, line 5, before that, insert other than 1. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Westenberg, to your amendment.
So I would like to say, I will say what I think it should say, and I'll speak to the reasons why. For the purpose of this rule, peacetime public health emergency means any peacetime emergency declared by the government in an executive order other than COVID-19 or COVID-24 or 25 or 30 or any variant of COVID. Because as we've been here today, it sounds like the concerns are because someone has had a baby or they're in the hospital or a broken bone or some crazy medical condition. We know the pandemic has been declared over, so if that's the case, we need to get rid of the COVID-19 language. I'm not in favor of remote voting, but that's not what we're talking about now. And I do think if you believe that vaccines work, then go get your vaccines and get your updated vaccines, and we can all come to work and we can be done with COVID. Thank you, Mr.
Any
President.
further discussions on the A53 amendment? Any further discussions? Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I am reading this correctly, so during any peacetime, so remote voting under this rule may also be held during any peacetime emergency declared by the governor other than one that is related to COVID. So basically, during any peacetime emergency, we could have remote voting. This is one I would have to think about, and so at this point, I'm going to ask members to vote no. I believe we had this discussion when we were looking at this, because I believe I raised that. Should it just be during any peacetime emergency, and not just specifically related to COVID? But I don't like that it carves out COVID, so I'm going to ask members to vote no.
Senator Liskey.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion for a roll call vote on this.
A roll call has been requested. I could not figure out what I was going to say. Requested, and roll call has been granted. Any further discussions? Senator Wiesenberg, anything else?
Yes, Mr. President. I hope you would vote for this amendment because I do believe that everyone that believes that COVID vaccines work probably has them, and they should work, so there's no reason to not vote for my amendment, because if you have the vaccine, you don't have to be afraid of COVID, so we can all come to work so we can strike COVID from this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll as a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 yeas and 36 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussions? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A52, please.
Senator Barr offers the A52 amendment. The Secretary will report the A52 amendment.
Senator Barr moved to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 1, line 6, strike condition and insert conditions. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your A52 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Through the vigorous discussion this afternoon, we've heard numerous times that we're going to take a lot of these suggestions and refer them to the Rules Committee for a subcommittee on what adjustments we want to put in from the temporary rules to the permanent rules and come back and vote on some permanent rules at a later date. Many times the temporary rules end up being the rules we follow all the way through the adjournment of session, the legislature. So the 93rd could actually operate on the temporary rules that are adopted today all the way through May of 24. So this amendment simply states that we'll have from now until the 15th of November to operate this subcommittee, go through, make whatever adjustments we want to make to the temporary rules, and bring them back to the floor for a vote to make them permanent rules. That's really the only adjustment here is to kind of, in the House we used to say suspenders, belt and suspenders. So this is the suspenders to the belt that the Majority Leader has brought up numerous times. And with that request, I would ask for a supporting yes vote from the members. Thank you.
Any further discussions to the A52 amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to encourage members to support the A52 Bar Amendment. You know, going all the way back to the very first amendment and the very beginning of this discussion, the majority leader has said we're going to put together a subcommittee to discuss this. Now, we've argued that the subcommittee should have done its work before we adopted this change. And I take the majority leader at her word that she will, in fact, convene the subcommittee and they will work diligently. But members, we've seen, maybe not for the new members, but for those of us that have been here, we have seen that nothing gets done until the deadline. As I mentioned earlier, I don't recall going back and making any changes to the rules once we adopted the temporary rules. So, members, this is important for us to hold our Rules Committee accountable to what they've promised us today. They have promised that they will look into this issue and come back to the body with recommendations on what remote voting means, because as we've shown today, I believe this is a flawed rule that's being put into rules today and by asking us to adopt this as part of the temporary rules, which puts it into perpetuity. What Senator Barr's amendment does is put a sunset on that committee to say, we'll give you a month and a half to figure this out. A month and a half to figure out what should have been figured out before we got to this discussion. And if we can't figure it out, then we need to rethink what we're doing here. How are we going to make that decision? Who is going to be accountable to make that decision? For what reasons will we allow remote voting and under what circumstances? Because as I've mentioned, remote voting, being able to participate outside of this chamber is a privilege. And since nothing in this legislature ever gets done before deadline, we need to put a deadline on this Sunset Commission so that we as a body can hold our Rules Committee and the subcommittee that the majority leader is going to appoint accountable to get their work done and to make compromises in order to move that forward versus just continuing to stall and allow these temporary rules to continue, as Senator Barr said, for the next 2 years, for the entire biennium. We've heard time and time again that this subcommittee is going to work and it's going to be diligent, but it has to have a sense of urgency if we're going to get anything done. So members and Senator Dietzich, I would request that you take this as a friendly amendment, but if not, Mr. President, I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Seeing no further questions or no further, Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're talking about what promises we made on the floor. Well, as a member of the Rules Committee, what I heard is we promised to visit this issue. What we did not promise is to put a deadline on it. Members, I encourage you to keep that in mind as you vote and vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friends. Senator, are you on this question? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do have a few remarks, but before I have my remarks, my question for you, Mr. President, is, because I'm newer to this body, not newer, new to this body, what is the last time permanent rules for this body were passed?
Let me inquire. Senator Lucero, it was 2015, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, 2015, 2016, that was the year that I was first elected in the other body. So that was 8 years ago. Mr. President, 8 years ago was the last time this body adopted permanent rules. And when I read the resolution before us, it reads, a Senate resolution relating to rules adopting temporary rules. Well, Mr. President, I think 8 years is quite extreme for a definition of temporary. And so therefore, I rise, Mr. President, in full support of the Bar A52 amendment, because it appears the custom and usage, Mr. President, of this body is to extend the definition of temporary spanning multiple years and multiple legislatures. And so therefore, I think it is only, given the custom and usage, given the precedent, the wisest act that we vote green and put this deadline to adopt permanent rules and actually give meaning to these words, temporary, by establishing the February 15th deadline. By the way, we are going to be meeting approximately 5 months, and so February 15th is approximately 6 weeks into 5 months, which then, if my math is correct, that would be approximately a third of the way through this entire legislative session. So I think it is very reasonable to put language in that says February 15th, a third of the way through the session, that it is the expectation and responsibility of this body to put forth a proposal for permanent rules and then to actually pass permanent rules. If not, then we revert. So thank you, Mr. President, and please vote green.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first of all, I want to point out that I don't believe this underlying resolution number 6 is flawed. I do believe that remote voting allows for all of us to participate. I did, as Senator Friend said, I did state that the subcommittee will look at a variety of changes, but we can't pass rule changes out of a subcommittee on rules before we have adopted the committees and adopted a committee on rules. So we need to adopt this resolution and these other resolutions today so we can get to our work. And then thank you, Senator Lucero. I was also going to point out that I didn't believe we had passed permanent rules in the last 4 years. I don't know why the GOP didn't do that in the last 4 years, but that, that was then. We are going to take a look at rule changes. And so we are going to do that in a thoughtful way. I don't want it to be rushed. I don't know if they bring up individual rule changes in packages as opposed to the entire thing. I want to leave that to the subcommittee so that they can have a conversation and for you all to bring your ideas to the subcommittee so that they can have thoughtful discussions. And so for that, I ask for a no vote.
See no further. Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of quick comments on here. It was mentioned about the committee structure. If you adopt this resolution into, this amendment into the resolution, this exempts all of the, or I said, it includes all of the committee structure change. So none of that would be changed around. The names of the committees changed. The membership would stay the same. It touches nothing on that. This is just a friendly nudge to say, let's actually adopt permanent rules. So should we have this get adopted and the Rules Committee has their subcommittee and debates different changes to the temporary rules, but they can't come to an agreement. They want to have a few more hearings, a few more meetings. The February 15th deadline comes and goes. We would simply revert back to the temporary rules of last session. So our business would not be disrupted, excluding the committee changes. So those committee changes would, names and structure would still say the same if this is adopted. So it would not be a total upheaval. It's just trying to be a friendly nudge. Let's actually have the committee meetings. Let's get this through the process. And if I'm not mistaken, February 15th is going to be well over halfway through the before committee deadlines. So I would really encourage a yes vote on this to try and let's actually have some transparency, accountability, and know what the rules are going for the next year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Disick. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. There being 31 yeas and 36 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, a hearty congratulations to being elected President of the Senate. Mr. President, I'd move the A11 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves the A11 amendment. The secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend Senate Resolution number 6 as follows. Page 17 after line 15, insert. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Westrom, to your amendment.
Mr. President, I'd request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted.
And Mr. President, members, debate has gone on long. Sure could use a bottle of water about right now. And so members, many of you have come from the House, the other body I should say, and this amendment would be very confined, restricted, but it would allow a resealable container of water on the Senate floor stowed under the desk only for days when debate is going over an hour. And so members, a very reasonable, measured approach, something the Senate has not caught up with over time. And so members, I think we've heard lots of reasons over the years that drinking and hydrating is water is a good thing for people. We've heard about the debate.
Members, pardon me, Senator Westrom, I want to make sure that you are being heard. Members, will you please take the excessive discussions off the floor if you must talk? Other than that, will you please allow the person who's up rendering important information that we listen to? Senator Westrom.
And Mr. President, thank you. Members, we've had a hearty debate about the importance of being present, being here, and if you're going to be engaged in the debate, now we're going on 3 or more hours today, there are times you need to have a drink of water. We've got members that are pregnant, there might be nursing mothers, there's multiple reasons that a bottle of water handy for somebody on the floor would make sense, but we want it contained, sealed, and limited to just water only on days we're having long debates. That's what this rule would change, and I would urge your support.
Any further discussions on the A11 amendment? Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom, for bringing this amendment forward. This is one of the ideas that several members have brought forward that I have suggested, and one of the reasons why we suggested having a Senate subcommittee of the rules to discuss rule changes, because this one has come up. It has come up possibly every year since I've been here, so I would encourage a no vote on this and encourage you to bring this to the subcommittee on the rules to have that discussion. And this is maybe one of the discussions that they could have, that they can pass it out or decide not to pass it out, rather than wait for a individual or a big package. So thank you for bringing this forward, Senator Westrom, and I would encourage a no vote.
Any further discussion on the A16 amendment, A11 amendment? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, will Senator Westrom yield for a few questions?
Senator Westrom, will you yield? Senator Westrom will yield. Senator Latz.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm certain that Senator Westrom was not trying to cause the Senate to become as lax as the House, the other body. But one concern that I have is whether or not hydrating members of the Senate on the Senate floor would prolong debates on the Senate floor, indeed cause more debates to last at least 1 hour. So my questions are whether or not bathroom breaks will be allowed, and if so, do we need to explain to the chair or the president where we went to the bathroom, and whether or not remote voting will be allowed from the restrooms?
Senator Latz, that's a question. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'm not sure how legitimate questions they are, but I'll take a stab at it. Mr. President, Senator Latz, I served with you in the House, so I know you came from that body, like several others. Nothing melted, nothing flooded out, nothing got ruined in the House. But this, as you noted, this is a very refined language. I think 10 years ago, the language that I brought forward allowed eating and other things like they do in the House. This is just for the purpose of water in a resealable bottle stowed under the desk. And so, Senator Latz, you can appreciate the confines that we've tried to put on this language to make it very reasonable. Appeal for the decorum and the concerns long-standing in the Senate. But Senator Latz, you probably would agree, when those rules were adopted, when they disallowed water on the floor, I don't think there were plastic resealable bottles invented back then. For those that are fairly new to the Senate, if we don't change the rules, we'd still have rules in place that the Senate used to have that required all members to wear ties, including the first female senator elected to the Senate. And so there are times we need to make changes, trying to find a reasonable way to make this change, not to make it the chaos of ordering in buffets on the House floor, which allegedly might happen. But Senator Latz, something that's more refined and more senatorial. But 3-4 hours, if you remember some years ago on the Obamacare debate, Senator Laurie, I remember him standing up in the corner behind me here and how parched he was, but he couldn't violate the Senate floor and get a drink of water while he was answering hours and hours of questions. So for the new members, this is kind of a long-standing issue. It doesn't make sense to a lot of us. We've got a lot of new thinkers here today. First time this year. Maybe it's the opportunity to adopt some new ideas, and one of those might be a bottle of water that's resealable, stowed under the desk. You know, when I went to school, Senator Latz, you probably too, they didn't allow us to have water in our classrooms. We'd have to take time out or wait for our water break to go to the water fountain. You know, my children that go to school, and I know you've got kids about the same age because we run into each other at some athletic events. My children, their classmates, they're encouraged to drink water. In fact, they bring a water bottle to school every day. It's gotten to be such a fad that they try to find new water bottles every few months. They seem to find a new one they want. And so, but to the schools, they encourage the drinking of water by children throughout the day, both for the studying and the health of those children. And so I think it's time we could at least allow a water bottle on long debates. So hope that answers your question, Senator Latz. Happy to stand for more if you need.
Senator Mitchell.
Senator Westrom, I like this idea, and I wanted to ask
if you, sorry, I'm new. I was wondering if you would yield to a question, please.
Senator Weston, will you yield? Senator Weston will yield. Senator Mitchell.
I was wondering if you would consider an addition saying that in the interest of transparency, no pun intended, if the containers could be transparent so that we know that it is in fact water and someone's not sneaking in coffee, whatever else, and that much like we have things that we can't have, logos on shirts, whatever, if the containers could be unadorned, so clear and unadorned. Would you consider that?
Senator Rustrom.
Mr. President, I'm not opposed to it if it helps the idea pass. I think it's maybe more than we would need if we can't trust a senator to be drinking water instead of coffee. You know, that might be just an issue for another day. But if you think that would help pass it, I'm open to it. The second part of yours, I think, you know, most of the bottles people get come from the store if they've got a wrapper on them. I don't know if you're suggesting they'd have to take the wrappers off of them. I think that might get to be a little more, but bring some language forward. I'm not opposed to the idea. The intent is water on the floor, resealable, out of sight, unless you're consuming it.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I've been here 6 years, and I know Senator Senjum, who was my seatmate for 6 years, would not let me go beyond if I didn't offer an amendment to the amendment with a sprinkler amendment to Senator Westrum's bill. And Senator Hoffman has it at his desk, and so do I. But in an effort of time, I'll withdraw my discussion to offer the amendment to the amendment, which would mandatory sprinklers prohibited. But I will stop. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very sorry to say that I rise to oppose this amendment. Senator Westland, I just believe it's a slippery slope. You know, today water, tomorrow coffee, the next day Hoffman's going to be bringing in candy, Westland's going to be bringing in homemade bagels. Where does it all end?
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also want to express my appreciation to Senator Pappas for her remarks because they are right on point. There is none of us who are more than 20 feet away from having a drink of water. It can add to your steps for the day to walk into the retiring room and get a drink of water. We are in a historic chamber. And today, one day, we have shown respect for the historical nature of this chamber and our traditions. We do not want people to be dehydrated, but it takes, I'd say, less than, even for me, less than 10 seconds to walk through that door and get a drink of water. So I believe that Senator Dietzig's suggestion is well taken, that it and other amendments and ideas that have been brought up today are things we certainly should discuss in the subcommittee on rules changes. And I doubt that we won't make some. I think we will. But let that committee fully explore a rule that refers directly to decorum on the Senate floor rather than taking up that amendment today. And I particularly agree with Senator Pappas's comments about a slippery slope. When will it stop? And when will the decorum in the House become the decorum in the Senate? What a tragedy that would be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Paul.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I've been here 4 hours and I haven't left my seat. There has been numerous times where I've wanted a drink of water, but I chose not to get up because I didn't want to miss a vote. I'm new here and I don't know how things are running, but in general, I don't want to miss a thing. I think water is essential, and that's something that's very important to me. I'm voting for this, and I hope that people will, because I think our health has to come first. We're not talking about coffee or something else today. We're talking about water. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to weigh in. As I was listening to the debate here, I wanted to look up, and I did. I went to CDC, and I'm on the CDC's website right now. And Mr. President, the CDC recommends healthy hydration. And so, Mr. President, in this particular instance, I would wholeheartedly recommend agreeing with the CDC guidelines on hydration. Moreover, the words I just heard, I concur with, because in the retiring room, at least I didn't hear any audio of the debate that's happening in here. So in the seconds, I think it was, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I should be looking at you. Mr. President, I think it was Senator Rest who had mentioned it takes 10 seconds to walk out there and back. So that would be 10 seconds out, 30 seconds there, 10 seconds back. So let's just say a little bit of a minute. A lot of words, Mr. President, can be said in a minute. A lot of words. Or it could be very few words also said strung out over a longer period of time. But those words could be important, and I wouldn't want to miss them, especially since there's no television or audio or anything, at least that I was able to see out there. So I speak wholeheartedly in favor of this amendment because I want to hear the debate. I want to be an active participant in the debate, and I absolutely would not want to be contrary on this issue to CDC recommendations. So please vote green. Thank you.
Any further discussions on the A11 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call was requested and roll call was granted. The secretary will take, am I missing someone? Senator Mitchell, was it you? Okay.
I offer a verbal amendment that any containers be unadorned.
Senator Mitchell offers the oral amendment, and we need a little more direction. And Senator Mitchell, what they're saying is that they need a little more direction to council. So if council will take some time to go over.
So,
council's right there.
Should I just talk?
Yes, go ahead. It's okay. I think we might take a moment, so if somebody wants to go get water, you can do that. No, just kidding. No, just kidding. While Senator Mitchell is getting some additional consultation, any other questions, any other discussion? Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just think it's very important that we note today is the day that Senator Lucero has agreed with the CDC, a monumentous day. We should note that in the journal.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is exactly why I think this should go to rules. These things can be hashed out in rules, whether it should be adorned or unadorned with a label, if the bottle should be clear or dark, if it should be coffee or water or wine in the bottle. All of that can be done in rules, so I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just for the record, the audio is in the retirement room. You cannot escape the ongoings of the Senate. And for our newest members, just know that audio of the Senate is also piped into the restroom. So do not be surprised.
Any additional discussion? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, if Senator Mitchell would yield.
Senator Mitchell, will you yield? Senator Mitchell will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Mitchell, just could you explain what you mean, what the word adorn means, so we all have an understanding of what the intent of your oral amendment would mean to the containers?
Yes,
Senator
Senator
Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we worked with council is that it would say water that is not being consumed must be stored in a sealed, unadorned container. My concern is that people would use the containers to make some sort of political statement, so that we just want to keep the containers. If it's a water bottle that has a label on it, that's one thing, but again, we don't want them turning into political statements, so I think unadorned would be the best idea.
Senator Mitchell, will you read the language that you would like slowly, because then I'm going to have the secretary report the language.
Thank you, President. On line 1.15, water that is not being consumed must be stored in a sealed, insert after sealed, unadorned container. So it's inserting one word.
Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Mitchell moves the following oral amendment to the A11 amendment on page 1, line 15, after sealed, insert unadorned.
To the amendment, to the oral amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor? I'm sorry. Okay. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'm just going to say I would see this as a friendly amendment. If I can incorporate it in, I would. Otherwise, just go to the vote. That's fine.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mitchell yield for question?
Senator Mitchell, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Typically, when we talk about the logos, we're talking about political logos. I'm wondering if Senator Mitchell's intent is, let's say I had a water bottle with the high school team logo. Would that be considered adorned or unadorned, and would that be outside of the purview? Or if the water bottle had a corporate logo from the manufacturer, would that be considered adorned or unadorned? I'm finding concerns with this amendment.
Senator Mitchell.
The reason I said unadorned is because those exceptions could mean almost anything under the sun. So I state unadorned as unadorned.
Any additional discussion on the oral amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the oral amendment say aye. All those opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. Division has been called. Okay, hold on a second. Division has been called, so I'm going to give people an opportunity to get back to their desks. Those who are in favor of the amendment, please stand. If you're going to, please, Senator Frentz, if you go back to your desk, that'd be great. We want to give people a chance to be in a place of space where they need to, because we do not want to count someone who is not intended to be counted. Senator Nelson.
Mr. President, I just want to make sure. I believe this is the amendment to the amendment.
That is correct.
Thank you.
This is the amendment to the amendment, which is the amendment, the oral amendment that has been put forward by Senator Mitchell. And we will now count. Seeing that there are 38 people standing in favor of the amendment, the amendment is adopted. Now we are on the A11 as amended. Any further discussions on the A11 amendment, the A11 amendment as amended? Any further discussions? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. I have an inquiry, and I need some advice. If you look at Rule 58, Mr. President, as long as we're looking at rules, one would argue that we haven't adopted our temporary rules, but custom and usage says, Mr. President, that we are in the rules of previous past legislatures. Is that my current understanding? That should be everybody's current understanding. Therefore, if custom and usage has anything to do with our discussion today, then let me read this article, Rule 58, to you, Mr. President. Every proposition to amend a rule of the Senate must be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, period. I'll stop that first sentence right there. So if we're using custom and usage, hence on rules previous and past, because we are now debating whether we take up temporary rules of this incoming session, therefore, I would articulate to you, Mr. President, that we go by custom and usage and we do not adopt the good senator from Fergus Falls area or wherever he lives now, Mr. President, that we do not accept that in line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman and the body.
Mr. President?
To your inquiry, as you realize that we are debating Resolution number 6, and Senate Resolution number 6 deals with the joint rules. Because we are taking up that resolution, it would be in order for any amendments to occur to that resolution because of that resolution.
So, Mr. President, then the proposition to amend by this amendment to the so-called rule that you're talking about, would you suggest that the good senator from Fergus Falls amendment might be out of line for this discussion?
I am not, Senator Hoffman. I am suggesting that because a resolution was brought forward, which is resolution number 6, which is what we are debating, because we took up that resolution, anything in relations to that resolution would be appropriate, and Rule 58 would not be advisable at this particular point.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. I just wanted to get then Rule 38 would not come into play as well on that. So, Mr. President, then having said that, listening to the debate or the discussion, and I'm a little disappointed that our good friend from Faribault, Senator from Faribault, did not get the water amendment that our good friend, former senator from Rochester, used to bring forward. I would ask then the body that we vote no on this amendment to the rule and we send it back to the Rules Committee, because if you want to start having the discussion about what's allowable on the floor, then let's bring that up and really have the discussion without making hey, this is a great idea. Absolutely. Because if we do that, then I want to have the conversation, because I do bring lots of candy and chocolate. You know, if anybody's been to my office, they can find it, Mr. President. Not that I'm, advertising on behalf of Hershey Bar or anybody like that, or Nestle's Crunch. There's no payola in that, Mr. President. But I think with that, it would make sense for this body, custom and usage, that we go back to Rules Committee and have this discussion and come back to the floor and have that. Mr. President, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the secretary will take the roll, as a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. The secretary will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 29 nays, the amendment is adopted. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the A10 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves the A10 amendment and the offers the A10 amendment, and the secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend Senate Resolution Number 6 as follows. Page 8, after line 7, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. This amendment deals with Rule Number 56, the Standard of Ethical Conduct of the Senate. Some background for folks. There's been discussion about lobbyists and their relationship with the legislature over the last couple of years. As a matter of fact, certainly a lot of concerns that have cropped up. And we had actually a provision placed in law, Section 3.084 was passed into law, Mr. President, in July of 2020. And that provision makes it illegal for legislators to serve while employed by certain lobbying organizations. And as a member of the other body at the time, Mr. President, I can tell you that in that particular vote in the House, it passed 119 to 1. That was the vote in the House. That law went into effect yesterday on the 3rd of January of 2023. And the particular law actually calls out for the House and the Senate to adopt rules to carry out that particular provision in law. There's other areas too, certainly, that I think people have been discussing in addition to what was included in the language that is in law. Additional lobbying activities certainly are a concern beyond the scope of what was included there. So I am bringing this amendment, Mr. President, to make certain that we begin in the Senate. Now, Mr. President, the House actually had a rule. In the House, it was 9.35. It was a ban on lobbying for past legislators, but it doesn't address current legislators, and I certainly hope that body will be having some discussion in the near future as well. But what this amendment does is makes it certain that our members here aren't placed in a position where they have to be accountable to two masters, but we need to be accountable to one master, Mr. President, and that is the constituents, the voters of our district who sent us here, and we need to make certain that none of the members of this body is subject to a position where they could potentially be accused of influence peddling or monetizing access to the legislature. Those are things that we want to do a good job placing in our rules so that we indeed do not have those types of actualities happen in the future. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call vote on this amendment and encourage a green vote from members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Drazkowski yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski, I want to start by saying I really like the law you put into place. I think it's great. I have technical questions. Bear with me. My first question, the way that lobbying is described in this amendment is any activity that would require registration as a lobbyist under Minnesota statutes if the activity were conducted in Minnesota, regardless of where the work is happening. My question is, if somebody was employed by a national business and they were doing work in Idaho and the work that they were doing in Idaho would not require the people who did that work in Idaho to register as lobbyists, and therefore they don't work with a business that employs lobbyists, would this still apply?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May-Quade. If you read the language, it says, if the activity were conducted in Minnesota. So I believe, Senator May-Quade, that says that indeed it would have to be conducted in Minnesota. So if it was in Idaho, it wouldn't apply in this particular situation.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so sorry, did you say it would not or it would?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the language is presented in front of us, it would not. There's a qualifier on line 1.19 of the amendment that says, as a lobbyist under Minnesota statutes, if the activity were conducted in Minnesota.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jaskowski, the way that I was reading this is that if the activity would require registration as a lobbyist, if they were doing that here in Minnesota, even if they're not doing it here in Minnesota, am I correct or am I incorrect?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator May-Quade, so there are two components in here. One is where is the activity conducted, and that's line 1.19. And then the language on 1.20 says regardless of where the work of the business is substantially conducted or its clients are located. So there are mega lobbying firms that are developing in this country, and that's a trend that's going on in the lobbying business that actually certainly legislatures in their composition, their membership are grappling with like we are, but legislatures are also grappling with their definition of lobbyists because you get these mega corporations many times that conduct the full function of lobbying activity on behalf of multinational corporations, which then exacts that lobbying function into as many as 50 different states, as one of the particular mega lobbying firms in this country proclaims to do. And as I understand it, they do. But what this language says is it limits the lobbying we're talking about here is if the activity were conducted in Minnesota, regardless of where their business is located.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jaskowski, I 100% agree with everything you said, but I don't know if I have an answer to my question, and that's okay. I do have a second question. Senator Drzynski, would you yield?
Senator Jaskowski will yield.
Jaskowski.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the intent behind this amendment to target for-profit lobbying firms, or is it any organization at all that employs a lobbyist, however that might be defined?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May-Quade. The law that was passed was focused exclusively on businesses. This particular language includes businesses and other entities as well. Certainly what was passed into law, I think, did a pretty good job of focusing on businesses, but we would be remiss if we didn't include other organizations as well. So the language here says with an organization whose primary activity is lobbying, so that could include organizations that are not businesses as well.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drzynski. So my final question, if you will yield.
Senator, he will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so is this intended to slightly differ or clarify what was passed into law in our rules?
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator May-Quade, it doesn't necessarily quote what was passed into law in our rules, but it would include certainly a significant fraction or significant component of that as what at least, and would also encompass some areas that would go beyond what was passed into law as well. So it doesn't differentiate between a business or a nonprofit organization or any other lobbying entity, but it does at the same time limit the language to specifically lobbying, government relations, or government affairs services, and doesn't get into discussion of some of the maybe less granular parts of the law that were passed in 3.084 in 2020.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you.
Any additional questions related to A10? And while you're thinking, I've heard this a couple times today, and I thought it would just be important, and it's not to anyone in particular, just so that we know that, that we've had many references to the other body. And specifically in Mason's, section 111, the second paragraph, it states, it is irregular and unparliamentary for a member in one house of a legislature to quote or refer to the vote by which a proposal passed the other house. So just think about that as we are debating, because we are a great body, and we will continue to make our arguments based on the substance of what we have to say, because I have faith in every member of this body here. So any other questions or issues? Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. One of the things that happens many times here in the legislature is at some point we pass a law, and then later on in other years we use that great little word notwithstanding, and we ourselves don't follow the laws that legislatures have put in place. What Senator Drazkowski brings forward today is asking us to follow through with a law that was put in place, asking, or actually telling, the Minnesota Senate to put into its rules ways that members are not supposed to be involved in lobbying. Without this, we ourselves are not following the law that we put in place. So I know many times that, like I said, we use that little word notwithstanding. We don't have it in our rules today, and so I would suggest that to follow the law that we ourselves put in place, we should accept this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, thank you. I've been reading the proposed amendment in front of us with a great deal of care and interest, and I'm glad that Senator Drazkowski referred us to the statute that this body passed in special session in 2021, because that statute is much more specifically drawn and narrowly focused, and I think appropriately so. If we were to take any steps, it ought to be more tightly drafted than the amendment that's before us. And the reason I say that is because that statute talks about primary sources of revenue, which addresses how you define what the primary activity is. I mean, you could look at, in the amendment before us, and we'll just take the language. In the amendment before us, it says that an organization's primary activity is lobbying, government relations, or government affairs services. Well, how do you define primary activity? Is it by the number of hours that any particular division is doing in proportion to the entire organization? Are those hours managed? Does someone keep track of those hours? Or is it based on a mission statement of the organization? Or is it based upon the budget that's allocated to various divisions or activities within that organization? It's simply not defined, and frankly would be unenforceable based on that. But the statute at least takes a stab at defining it as revenue derived from that lobbying activity. Secondly, in the draft of the amendment that's before us, there's one reference to activity on, or several references to activity on lines 18 and 19, but then on line 20 it says the work of the business, regardless of where the work of the business is substantially conducted. And I'm not sure what distinction is intended between activity and work. But maybe there's no intended distinction, or maybe there is and they mean something different. But that's something we need to sort out. Otherwise, again, it's not, as a practical matter, we won't be able to enforce it even if it did become a part of our rules. And then another question would be the way this is drafted right now, anyone who takes a job of any type within an organization whose primary activity is lobbying, even if the job they take has absolutely nothing to do with any of the lobbying activity of that organization, would be in violation of this rule. So if that person is a secretary, an administrative assistant, is the chief operating officer of a division that's not related in any way to the division that's handling the lobbying, those also would be violations of the rule that is proposed in this amendment. I think not only is this a really, really big step, which I don't think could be adequately evaluated on the floor of the Senate today, but the amendment we have before us is very ambiguously drafted, and it would leave it really hard to provide guidance to members as to what is and is not acceptable conduct, let alone any guidance to an ethics committee in determining whether or not there was a violation of the rule. So this is exactly the kind of thing which ought to either go through the Rules Committee or ought to be introduced as a separate bill and just go through the committee process. There's a reason we have that committee process, and we should utilize it where it's appropriate. This is one of those circumstances. So I would encourage either Senator Drazkowski to withdraw the amendment and give us an opportunity to take it through a more detailed process and maybe look at other ways of drafting it. And if there's sufficient support in this body to pass something in the nature of these kind of restrictions, or introduce a separate bill, I would suggest akin to the Minnesota Statute 3.084, so we can at least work on a narrower and more effective application of this standard, or if absent any of those steps, simply vote no on the amendment today. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Thanks, Mr. President. And you sit long enough, listen, and you like start reading the amendments, like, oh, I think I understand this amendment. And so, actually, I'm on the track of Senator Latz, that I think that this is a meritorious idea, but it needs some work. And I'll tell you why I think it needs a little bit of work. Although I'm kind of parched, I'll try to continue through. Under paragraph B, lobbying is defined as any activity that require registration as a lobbyist under Minnesota statutes. If the activity were conducted in Minnesota, regardless of where it's conducted or where the clients are located. So if we pass this, some East Coast company that works in 5 states in Massachusetts and out there that does something, and they have no clients in Minnesota, nothing going on in Minnesota, no investments, no nothing. You take this job, you could be expelled from the Senate. I think that's not what we intend. And so I think this really should be worked on a bit more. If it comes to a vote, I'll have to vote no on this, even though I support the merit. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an oral amendment, please.
Report your oral amendment.
And that would be beginning at line 122, after 55.3 J, I guess it is, delete line 122 and line 123.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Okay. Senator Rest moves the following oral amendment to the A10 amendment. On page 1, line 22, delete everything after the period, and page 1, delete line 23.
Mr.
Senator
President.
Rest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Although I believe that the intent of this is correct and would lift up the Senate, I do believe that talking about violation of this rule by expulsion, although Senator Abler just spoke to that, is too extreme. I do believe that a person who violates it should be subject to an ethics complaint, but lines 122 and 23 are too extreme, and I would request a roll call on my oral amendment.
A roll call request has been requested, and a roll call has been granted. Any additional discussions on the oral amendment? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was hard to hear the Secretary repeat the amendment, the oral amendment. If he could do so louder, please. We had some noise in the back. Thank you so much.
Secretary will repeat the oral amendment.
Senator Rest moves the following oral amendment to the A10 amendment. On page 1, line 22, delete everything after the second period. On page 1, delete line 23.
Any other questions for clarity to the amendment? Senator Klein.
Well, similar to the previous amendment, Mr. President, we are doing committee work here on the floor of the Senate, and I have no question that the Ann Rest amendment is well-founded, and the concerns mentioned by Senator Abler about interstates that should be considered are very important as well. And that is why this should be brought forward into committee where it can really be hashed out correctly. I don't think we'll do justice either to the Rest amendment or to the underlying amendment here on the floor today, although I will just say while I'm up, Mr. President, to the underlying amendment that I'm highly inclined to support the idea. Would it be brought forward as a bill or a proposition? Thank you.
Any further discussions on the oral amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. The Secretary will take the roll. All those have voted that desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. Having 36 ayes and 38, I guess it's about, the amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on the underlining amendment? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rest and others, for your discussion in trying to get this to something that works. I think it's important that we get something in the rules to start in this particular area, and so I appreciate that, even though I didn't vote for your amendment to the amendment. And in that spirit, I think the discussion was good. The clarity of paragraph B is not as high as Senator McQuaid pointed out. So, Mr. President, I'm wondering if I could do an oral amendment similarly to what Senator Rest did, only on line 1.19, deleting beginning after the word Minnesota, Mr. Secretary, and deleting the comma and the rest on that line and the next line.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment. And just for clarity, you all, in the future, we want to try to make sure that some of these amendments we get in writing just so that we are clearly articulating what you'd like to see happen. But we will accommodate. The Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves an oral amendment to the A10 amendment as follows. On page 1, line 19, delete everything after Minnesota. And on page 1, line 20, delete everything before the period.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage a yes vote. This will remove any uncertainty about the meanings of that part that we're deleting and its relevance and relationship to the first part in that particular paragraph.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski would yield for a question.
Senator Drazkowski will yield. He will yield. Senator Rest.
So, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski. In line 119, the word Minnesota occurs twice. Which one are you deleting?
Senator Drazkowski.
Where's the start of your amendment, sir?
Sorry about that. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Rest, the second incidence of the word Minnesota.
Mr. President.
Senator Rest.
Thank you for that clarification, and I would request that the Secretary reread the amendment where it starts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The Secretary will report or reread the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves the following oral amendment to the A10 amendment. On page 1, line 19, delete everything after the second Minnesota. And on page 1, line 20, delete everything before the period.
Any additional questions to the oral amendment? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you. And Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski, I think actually if you deleted everything after the word statutes on 1.19, you would actually deal with things that Minnesota cares about that are to be regulated. You really didn't solve anything by getting rid of that clarifying, because you still say if this activity is located in Minnesota, even though it's not ever going to be or affect anything. So if you could just look at that in a friendly way, I don't think you've solved your problem at all. If you delete everything after the word statutes, then you've covered everything that Minnesota requires to be registered. I was a lobbyist once. They're pretty fussy about what you have to, when you have to register, how many hours, did you raise money, et cetera. So that's my suggestion. And I think it makes your project much better if you extend your deletion a little longer.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drazkowski, I appreciate this. I appreciate the underlying intent of this, and I actually agree with it. I agree with what Senator Abler just said, what he said earlier, what Senator Latt said. I think there is still a lot of question in what is before us. Even if you were to make the most recent change you suggested and the change that Senator Abler suggested, I still go back to what is primary activity. And I think that is why this is a good discussion that should be had in committee. We are going to have a subcommittee on rules. It can just go to rules and we can discuss this and literally fix it and make sure it aligns more appropriately with Minnesota Statute 3.084. I do agree that we need to have some consequences like that are laid out in line 1.21, but then, and I know that I think we removed what Senator Russ said, but on line 1.22, I didn't understand what continued violation meant. But I think this is why this should go to the Rules Committee. We have the process set up. We'll hear this in rules because I agree with the underlying intent of this, but I think to have that public discussion and transparent discussion in committee is the way to go about this. So I would ask you to, I will ask you to remove this and then let's have a discussion and get this for a hearing in Rules Committee. Otherwise, I'm going to ask members to vote no because there still is a lot of questions on this language. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Jerkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have spoken to staff, and they suggest, at least mechanically, that Representative or Senator Abler is correct, and I would withdraw my oral amendment, and then if I could offer a second one.
The Senator Jerkowski's oral amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Jerkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'd like to offer oral amendment, Mr. President, that essentially Mr. Secretary places a period after the word statutes on line 1.19 and then deletes everything off the end of that line and then all of the entirety of line 1.20.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves the following oral amendment to the A10 amendment. On page 1, line 19, delete everything after statutes, and on page 1, line 20, delete everything before the period.
Any other discussion on the oral amendment to Amendment A10? Any further discussions? Did you request a roll call on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. We are on the A10 amendment as amended. Any further questions? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I appreciate the committee work that we have now spent a long time on the Senate floor doing. But there's a reason why we have committees. There really is. We're doing a ton of oral amendments when the default proposition in the Senate is to do everything by written amendment. And you can see why we do them in writing, because we're scrambling to withdraw them because we haven't figured out exactly what we want to do or how we want to do it. We've got to talk to counsel about it. There's still a lot of ambiguity in this proposal that's before us today. The question of, what kind of a position within an organization is going to disqualify you from serving in the Senate or subject you to an ethics complaint or some other kind of a punishment. What is work versus activity? How is primary activity determined within an organization? We can spend the next several hours trying to fix this here, and the fact is it would probably all be redundant anyway because we already have a statute that we passed that's in law that could be the basis for an ethics complaint if any of us wanted to go ahead and do that. So there isn't really any urgency for this now either. I would strongly encourage members to allow this kind of a proposal, to go through the process that the Senate is designed to facilitate, which is through the committee process. Introduce it as a rule amendment, introduce it as a statutory amendment. Take 3.084 and try to fix it if you think it's not quite right, and let that go through the process. Senator Limmer and I have our disagreements on all sorts of things, but we have been very good and lockstep, I think, over the years in believing in the value of the committee process and in the work that our committee does when bills come before us. And I would think not everyone here has been through that process yet, but it's really a valuable process. And I believe even if you end up in the end of the day not agreeing with the policy proposal, by the time a proposal goes through the committee process and gets to the floor, It's ready to become law if the people here agree that it ought to become law. This one is not ready to become law or a rule of this Senate unless you really want to have all this ambiguity out there about what does and does not qualify as ethical violations. And I don't think that's fair to any of us or future senators. I would encourage a no vote at this time.
Senator Aaron McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would also like to urge a no vote for one really specific reason. So the amendment as amended says that lobbying is defined as any activity that would require registration as a lobbyist under Minnesota statute. Under Minnesota statute, a lobbyist does not include a public official. So we've just written a whole Ouroboros here, and this is to Senator Mr. President, to Senator Latz's point, exactly why we have committee process where this should go through. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Drazkowski yield for a question?
Senator will yield.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Lucero.
And thank you, Senator Drazkowski. So I don't have the statute that was passed by this body into law last year. Could you reread that just for the familiarity of myself and for the body?
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if the member would repeat his question.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question is, a law was passed in a previous legislative session, and I'm wondering, I don't have that verbiage at my fingertips, and I'm wondering if Senator Drazkowski has that verbiage that he might be able to read to the body.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, I do have the language of the statute here. I can certainly read it, or you can go to 3.084 on your computer. I will read it. 3.084, lobbying activities prohibited. Subdivision 1, definition. As used in this section, lobbying means engaging in activities that would require an individual to register as a lobbyist as defined in section 10A.01, subdivision 21. Subdivision 2, prohibition. A sitting member of the legislature is prohibited from accepting employment with or otherwise receiving compensation for services performed from 1, a business whose primary source of revenue is derived from lobbying, government relations, or government affairs services. 2, a business whose primary source of revenue is derived from facilitating government relations or government affairs services between two third parties. Or 3, any other business that employs or contracts with lobbyists, government relations, or government affairs professionals if the member's job duties include acting in that capacity or providing direct or indirect consulting, advice, or administrative support for that work. Paragraph B, this prohibition applies regardless of the location where the work of the business is substantially conducted or its clients are located. Paragraph C, the House of Representatives and the Senate must adopt rules to enforce this section.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Senator Drazkowski. I have also, a member of staff handed me the statute here, and so I appreciate that. And there's two things, Mr. President, that I would draw to the body's attention. First, Senator McQuaid made reference to potential circular references, and I would draw members' attention to what Senator Drazkowski just referenced, that the activity is the focus of the definition. The activity that a person would be engaged in, not the who, in reference to the statute that was cross-referenced by Senator McQuaid. But then, if you look down, it references in subdivision 2 of existing statute a sitting member. So that's where the who comes in. So we have the what, which is the activity of engaging in a lobbyist as defined in statute, and then the who is in this statute that Senator Drazkowski just read, which is a sitting member of the legislature. So here we have those two elements, which does not create a circular reasoning or circular cross-reference. Then second, I would draw members' attention to paragraph C, that Senator Drazkowski just read, the House of Representatives and the Senate must adopt rules that enforce this section. So, Mr. President, what I'm concerned about here, I have been around the legislature for 8 years, and I've seen a number of times a proposal get submitted and then the argument be made, let's not take action on it now, let's go to the committee process, let's have it go through the committee process, and then we'll come back with a better product. That, many times I've seen in my experience, is where it goes to die. And so what I'm concerned about, Mr. President, is if we don't pass the amendment as amended right now with the vote before us, is that we would be, as a body, as the Senate body, be in violation of this paragraph, which is, and I'll reread it, the House of Representatives and the Senate must adopt rules to enforce this section. So if we don't pass this amendment as amended, we won't be adopting rules to enforce this section, and therefore we would presumably later today be adopting the temporary rules. This body will then be operating under temporary rules that are absent the clear instruction of existing state statute. And in doing so, then, this body would be operating in violation of the law. So I have a huge concern, especially, and it was reinforced by the previous amendment that was voted down by Senator Barr, that would have put a deadline on the committee's work to bring it back so we could pass permanent rules of the body. And that would have been February 15th. So, Mr. President, and I don't know who I would ask, if Senator Drazkowski would yield again.
Senator Drazkowski will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Drazkowski, would it be is my understanding correct? And please, I would be willing to be corrected. Is my reading and understanding, if your amendment as amended is voted down, there will be nothing that is in compliance with the law that you read, and therefore will this body be operating in violation of the law?
Again, I want to call our attention to the amendment and the language and the wording of the amendment. I'm just reminding us of that because I think that we are going a little far afoot. But in the interest of time and an opportunity, I'm going to allow it just because I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to be heard. But we are kind of going beyond the amendment that is before the body. Senator Drazkowski.
Mr. President, could I just add to that based on that?
I'm sorry?
Could I add, rather, before you yield to Senator Drazkowski? Okay, thank you. So, and I appreciate that, and if I'm not being clear, I'll try to be very clear. My purpose for asking Senator Drazkowski to yield right now is to persuade the body to pass the amendment as amended. So my inquiry of him is does he share my understanding that if we fail to pass the amendment as amended, that we would be in violation of this? So I hope that's the intent of my question. It's to speak in favor of and hoping to persuade the body to pass the amendment as amended. So I hope I'm not out of bounds in an area that's outside of that direct the question before us. Thank you. If he would yield.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. Yes, Senator Lucero, your reading is correct. If this body doesn't act on rules, we will not be fulfilling the requirements laid out in statute in section 3.084. It's as simple as that. And I would also offer in that regard, members, for those of you that would like to do some additional work on this, this is a bare bones approach to actually beginning to fulfill the requirements in statute. And if we can put this into rules today, into the temporary rules, we'll ensure that we at least have something there, because as we've heard, Mr. President, it's been 8 years since we've adopted permanent rules in this body, and the chances of that happening are pretty low. So this might be the only chance for us to do this, because I'm confident when the majority gets to enacting their legislative agenda, they'll be focused more on their legislative agenda than they will permanent rules. So yes, Senator Lucero, this is an effort by this body to fulfill the requirement in section 3.084. I caught myself, Mr. President. Thank you. And so the answer is yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for that clarification and understanding. And so, yes, based on that, I would urge the body to vote in favor of the amendment as amended because, again, we as a body, we are here debating law that has an impact on all of Minnesota, various statutes across the board, multiple topics. We can't, in sincerity, we can't, in intellectual honesty, be having conversations about regulations, about statutes in other areas that would be imposed on Minnesotans if we can't follow the law ourselves. And so therefore, that is the single greatest reason why we would want to vote green to the amendment, vote green on the amendment as amended, so that we can have that intellectual honesty. Then second, and my previous comments about permanent rules not having been passed in this body in 8 years, there was a comment by the majority leader, and it was not my intent for my comments to in any way be partisan. I know that it is a bipartisan effort over these last 8 years to not have enacted permanent rules in the body. And so it's in no way taking aim at one side or the other of the aisle. But the reality is, this body has not adopted permanent rules in 8 years. And so the arguments that I'm hearing from other senators, other members, Mr. President, is that let's not take action now. Let's send this to the Rules Committee or some future creation of a subcommittee to have debate and bring back to the body. The custom and usage, the historical precedent of this body looking back 8 years is that there will not be that opportunity. There will not be another time to vote on permanent rules. That's what I'm concerned about when I just look at the last 8 years. So that's why, given this is before us, the time is now. There's no reason to delay. And if there are concerns, the same argument could be made. If there are concerns about vagueness or lack of clarity with the language before us, amending on the floor now, we could pass it now, and then we could send it to this yet-to-be-created subcommittee to refine the language and then bring it back. The same argument could be made, and in doing so, we would then, as Senator Drazkowski just pointed out, be in compliance with existing statute. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage you to vote green.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, thank you. There is so much to unpack there. I'm at the risk, apparently, of being intellectually dishonest. I'm going to disagree with Senator Drazkowski and Senator Lucero's interpretation of existing statute. But first, I want to say I don't think the Senate is about passing substandard provisions now because we have to get a start on something, in the hope that we're going to come back and try to fix it and pass something that meets our standards later. Talk about putting the cart before the horse. Why don't we just pass into law every bill as is introduced? And then say, well, if we ever get to it, we'll come back sometime later in session and we'll fix what should have been done right in the first place. That's just, to me, that's a horrible process suggestion. Mr. President, Rule 56.1 says already that our members must adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct as embodied in the Minnesota Constitution, state law, and these rules. State law already addresses this question in 3.084. It would be entirely appropriate, in my judgment, if one were to believe a member were violating that state law, to bring an ethics complaint on that basis. It says right in 56.1. So there's no urgency here. There's no need to, I think as Senator Drazkowski said, to put this in rules to get a start on it. And there's absolutely nothing in existing statute 3.084 that says we must adopt rules to enforce this section on day 2 of the legislative session, or day 4, or day 10. There's no deadline in there. Now, I understand the desire to get something done this legislative session, and there's plenty of time to do it. I, for one, I've been here the entire 8 years that we haven't had permanent rules. I've been here longer than that. I don't recall any bipartisan effort to not pass permanent rules, Senator Lucero. I really don't. The majority at the time had every right to bring forward permanent rules. They never did. You can go ask them why. I have no idea why. But the fact is, we have an opportunity now to try to do something right. We should not take the opportunity to do something that is half-baked. And as we're seeing on the floor here, this is half-baked because there have been efforts to fix this in multiple ways on the floor today, but not all of the things that are wrong with it have been attempted to be fixed, and we could spend another 3 hours trying to do that. I will tell you candidly, if we bring up rules proposals and it takes 5 hours worth of debate to get through them, candidly, that might be a reason why we won't come back to do permanent rules, but that's a separate question. If it's important enough, we'll come back and do it. But I don't think it sets a good precedent to pass stuff that's not ready just because we want to say we passed something, or just because members think they're being put in an awkward position on a roll call vote to vote for something that isn't ready to become governing rules for our body, or because we feel some compulsion to comply with a statute that doesn't demand that we have an absolute instantaneous compliance with it.
Any other discussion on the amendment as amended? And there's been no roll call requested on the amendment to the amendment. So a roll call has been requested? Okay. A roll call has been requested. All right. Any further discussions? If none, the secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. There being 28 ayes and, 29 ayes and 36 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any further questions? Any further discussions? Any further discussions? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak again regarding this amendment or the resolution we have before us. I think it was said by a number of senators today, Senator Latz, Senator Klein, even the majority leader herself, said that this clearly needs to go back to committee and do work in committee, where that's something that we appreciate as members of this body, the work that the committees do to bring these sort of controversial, these things that we have to work on, go through the committee process and onto the floor. So we're not spending, what are we at, 4.5 hours at this point, talking about these issues that we need to work through. So now we have Resolution 6 in front of us. We are not fully satisfied. We still have a number of questions. We've been promised that we're going to go back and work on it. There isn't any end date on that. We have no definite date on when that's going to be done. And yet here we are, we're at the point where we're going to be looking at adopting this resolution. You know, we've got Rule 58, Senator Hoffman brought this up in relation to Senator Westrum's amendment, but you know, this talks about going back to the committees and the proposition then coming to the Senate after the committee has done that. Here we have a resolution that's amending the rules, our temporary rules, and the right procedural aspect of that is to go first to the Rules Committee before coming here. So I'd like to invoke Rule 58 as it pertains to Resolution number 6.
Senator Johnson, to your notion, this is something that was already brought up earlier today by Senator Hoffman for that specific rule, and the explanation given then is the same explanation that I'll give now, because Resolution number 6 is something that this body was taking up around the joint rules, and because we were taking that up, anything that could be debated around it could, and if there were any amendments that were going to be adopted, could be adopted by this body because that is what this body had chosen to take it up. And we've been debating that all day, and so that so it is appropriate for us to deal with Resolution number 6. One last thing, if you so desire, you could make a motion to re-refer Resolution number 6 to the Committee on Rules. You could certainly do that, but as it pertains to your initial approach to this notion under the rule that you talked about, it would not be appropriate. So you do have an option if that is something that you want to do.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may.
You may.
So there is nothing within Rule 58 that prohibits us from directing this back to the Rules Committee, regardless of taking this up on the floor today. So as Senator Bach, former Senator Bach would say, well, I suggest, Mr. President, that we take a moment to reflect on what's been said by the members on both sides of the aisle and send this back to the Rules Committee. However, if that is not something that you are not able to do at this point, I think because there is so much bipartisan work on this, I would make that motion that we send this to Rules Committee.
Senator Johnson has made the motion for Resolution number 6 to be sent to the Rules Committee.
And I
Senator
request
Johnson.
a roll call.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. I think that we've had a good discussion here today. As I have repeatedly said that we're in 2023. We need to get up to date with what the rest of the world is doing, what the rest of society is doing, and remote voting gets us there. It helps all of us. When we are not able to be here for specific reasons, it helps all of us continue to do the work of our constituents. As I pointed out earlier, we have Senator Pah pointed out that she is pregnant. Others have pointed out that women should be able to continue doing the work when they are right after they have a baby. It was mentioned also that Senator Franzen and Senator Sieben, I know Senator Benson, they all had babies. They all came right back to work. I haven't talked to Senator Benson about it, but I have talked to Senator Franzen and Senator Sieben, and it was rough. It was tough. If they would have been able to do the work from home, they could have done the work from home and still physically dealt with what they were dealing with and then come back at an appropriate time. We wouldn't have been excluding them. They would have been able to keep the voices of their constituents present. They could have answered questions. They could have just given themselves a little time to recuperate. I also mentioned that we have had members who have had family members dying. Had we had this remote voting available at that time, they would have been able to spend that time with their loved one as they were dying and not feel the stress of, and I haven't talked to them about this, but I'm just going to say, knowing my experience, I would have liked to have been able to have remote voting because you're feeling the stress of where do you need to be and where do you need to go. And so I think offering that opportunity to those members. There might be a situation where at times they would have to still get excused from a vote, but at least this gives them the ability to do their job and to keep their constituents in the loop and to be the voices of their constituents. As I mentioned before, somebody keeps talking about how we have not had this here for, we haven't done it this way for over 150 years. Again, I will say we didn't have technology. We didn't have the computers and the technology that you're on. We didn't have staff. Times have changed. This is a good way to keep us connected with our constituents, to keep their voices here, and to let the work of the people be continuing to move forward. So with that, I request a no vote on the resolution. Thank you. Or a no vote on the motion. Thank you. On the motion to refer this to the Rules Committee. Thank you.
So the issue before the body, because I know that there's one other person that wants to speak, is that Senator Johnson moved that the resolution number 6 be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. I'm asking, if you're going to say something, it has to only be around that motion that is before the body. Senator Gruhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I have a parliamentary question, I guess. If we would approve Senator Johnson's motion to send the rules back, or to send it back to the Rules Committee, couldn't we operate just on last year's rules in the meantime?
Yes, that is correct. As I indicated earlier, we are operating under last year's or the most recent joint rules. So yes.
So that
Senator Gruhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so my understanding is that we would still be able to conduct business. It would only be under last year's rules, and that this could go back and be properly vetted. I think you heard from both sides of the aisle that this needs some additional committee work, and there's some pressing issues, the least of which is a state statute that needs to be corrected. So I think, members, I strongly urge you to vote green on Senator Johnson's motion to re-refer, as we can still conduct business and move forward under last year's rules. Thank you, Mr. President.
And just for clarity, I want to make sure that I'm being as clear as possible. Yes, we would still operate under the most recent rules, which terminates or expires the remote option, just so all parties are clear. All right. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would encourage members to vote in favor of the Johnson motion. You know, Rule 58 does say every proposition to amend a rule in the Senate must be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. And as this, now we've done a number of amendments today, and I would argue that every one of those amendments should have at some point in time been referred to the Rules Committee. But this came to us with changes. It's not as if we were just adopting to carry over the rules that we had in the previous session that we all agreed upon. We were actually making changes that did not go through the Rules Committee. So, Mr. President, I might disagree with your interpretation, but the fact of the matter is that we've been told time and time again by both minority and majority members we shouldn't be doing this on the fly. We should be thoughtful. We should be deliberate. We should have this discussion in a subcommittee of the rules. And there have been times when we've used that argument in favor or against, and many of the members in this chamber have been, let's say, inconsistent. I'm sure somebody can find an inconsistency with me, but one of the reasons I voted against the water on the floor amendment was because I felt like that should be a discussion that happens in rules and comes back to us as a body. The problem with the temporary rules as they're in front of us today, Mr. President, is the fact that we did not follow our own rules and procedures. That changes were made and expected to be adopted as temporary rules, but they have the effect of rules on the Senate, as you've so clearly articulated. So I think it's right, based on the promises that we've heard from the majority leader who chairs the Rules Committee, to now say, let's hold off. We have a set of rules that we can operate. You just clarified that for Senator Gruenhagen. And let's move forward and let's do this right. Let's get a set of rules that we can agree to on a bipartisan basis, where we have input from the minority and the majority on how we're going to work together. Mr. President, I think that's what the people of Minnesota expect us to do, and I encourage a yes vote on the Johnson motion.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. Oh.
Mr. President, may I call for absentees?
There are two absentees that we have that are excused. All those who have a desire to vote and have voted, we will close the roll. Having 31 yeas and 34 nays, the motion to re-refer is not adopted. We are now on the underlining resolution number 6. Seeing no further, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct your attention to Rule 6.3. Upon the request of a member, a resolution not required to follow the same procedure as bills and not offered by the Committee on Rules and Administration must be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. If the resolution is not referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, which is what we just did, the resolution must lie over one calendar day without debate or other action upon the request of a member. Mr. President, I am making such a request under Rule 6.3.
Senator Matthews, if you look at the latter part of the rules, it says if the resolution is not referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, the resolution must lie over for one calendar day. There was a motion in order to re-refer it, and that motion failed. No further questions?
Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you. So you are correct, and then my reading of Rule 6.3 is I am invoking the request that the underlying resolution must lie over one calendar day without debate or other action.
Senator Matthews, that fails as well because this was a resolution that was put forward yesterday, but give me one more motion, one moment. As I was indicating before, I needed to confer. It is the custom and usage of this body to take up special rules without going through the Committee on Rules. That is the custom and usage of this body, and this is consistent with that custom and usage. So, Senator Matthews, that is why we will go forward and deal with the underlining issue. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. To your point, Mr. President, I refer you to N. Mason, Section 4, Source of Rules of Procedure, Number 2. Rules of the legislative procedure are derived from several sources. The principal sources are as follows. A, constitutional provisions and judicial declarations. B, adopted rules. C, custom, usage, and precedents. To Senator Matthews' request, while it may be custom and usage that has been that has happened in the past, our Senate rules supersede custom and usage when the two are in conflict. And so I would suggest that Senator Matthews is simply asking us to follow the rule, and custom and usage would then be secondary to that.
Thank you, Senator Pratt, for that inquiry. If you look at the same rule that you cited, it talks about the principal sources and the order in which they would be followed. The Constitution is first and foremost. The adopted rules, which would be the rules we already have in place, reigns supreme. And third would be custom and usage, and we have done everything in that order. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, what we're debating are not the adopted rules. What we're debating are we have rules in place. As you had suggested to Senator Gruenhagen, we are operating under the temporary rules of the last session. And under those temporary rules, we have Rule 6.3 that Senator Matthews cited. And to say that we are going to, there's nothing, I guess I don't understand your explanation, because this has not come from the Committee on Rules, as the resolution is coming from the majority leader. The majority chose not to send this to the Committee on Rules and Administration. And so Senator Matthews is invoking his right now under 6.3 to have this laid over for a day. And again, the custom and usage is secondary to the adopted rules, and the adopted rules are the rules that we operated under last year. And that has not changed, Mr. President, so I would suggest that we still are under those rules, and custom and usage, as you cited, would be secondary to that.
Mr. President, advice?
One moment, Senator Latz. Senator Latz, advice?
Mr. President, as I understand it, we are using the previous set of temporary rules by custom and usage. We haven't adopted them as the rules for this session. They are in effect only by custom and usage. We also have the custom and usage of not referring the initial resolution relating to rules to the Rules Committee before we adopt them on the Senate floor. So we've got a couple of custom and usage provisions that are in conflict with each other. I guess I don't know that I can identify for you which is the higher priority, except to suggest that the way we've handled this provision, this kind of resolution in the past, is by custom and usage the way I would recommend we handle it again today.
And to that point, Senator Latch, and to Senator Pratt's point, we are dealing with custom and usage, and here, when we think in terms of custom and usage and even the adopted rules, custom and usage influences our adopted rules. And so it is for that reason we are in the right place or space when we think in terms of the parliamentary procedure. Senator Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I appreciate your explanation, I disagree, and I think you're going at it completely wrong. Because we've just established that the Senate rules takes higher precedence to custom and usage. And if we're going to just use semantics to say, well, it's custom and usage for the use of Senate rules, then we're just going around in circular reasoning. We have printed here what are either we're still under the rules, or we don't have any rules, where we don't, anything in here could be fair game for any member to do any such thing. And the point that we are bringing with all of this is because it's been clear that the underlying resolution was not simply just reestablishing last session's temporary rules. It was a resolution that came with changes. And these changes take giant steps backwards in transparency, in working out what needs to be established for the session moving forward. And then the majority wants to pick and choose which ones get added to here and which ones get further worked out in a Rules Committee. And so by my reading of 6.3, I believe Senator Johnson was correct in his first step in requesting that the motion be referred to rules. And then my reading under this is that a member is then able to request that the resolution lay over for one calendar day. That's just till Thursday, January 5th. And then you are free to bring it back up again, and the action continues on at that time. So the minority does not have, this is not freezing it for the entirety of session, but this debate has made clear that the underlying resolution is not ready to go, needs more work, needs more consideration, and there is a rule that I believe I am incorrect in my reading for requesting that since the body decided not to refer it to the Committee on Rules and Administration, to lie it over for one calendar day. And that was the point of order, essentially, I was raising under Rule 6.3.
Mr. President?
Senator Matthews, I just want, Senator Latz.
I respectfully suggest that Senator Matthews' point of order is out of order, as at this time there is no Rules Committee in existence to refer this resolution to. So the rule that he's citing, 6.3, is of no effect whatsoever. There's no place for it to go until we adopt Resolution 6, and then there will be a Rules Committee. So I think we need to move forward adopting Resolution 6. The Matthews request is out of order.
Further advice, Senator Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Well, if that's the case, then that was a point that should have been made on Senator Johnson's motion to re-refer to rules. The temporary rules of last year have the Rules and Administration Committee clearly established in there. I know that your committees this year are on our desk in Senate Resolution number 7. Perhaps you put the cart before the horse in which resolution you needed to take up first here on the floor today, but I would strongly disagree with Senator Latz's interpretation of that. We have the Rules and Administration Committee in the temporary rules of 2021 and 2022 that we are still operating under. And furthermore, that is not the point of my motion that I was making. My motion wasn't for the Rules Committee. Mine was the second part of 6.3, that resolution number 6 must now lie over one calendar day.
So, Senator Matthews, thank you for that advice. I've listened to advice from Senator Latz. I've listened to the debate on the floor. I've also looked at Mason's and the other information, and you said that this was a point of order, and your point of order is not well taken.
Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
I would like to appeal the ruling of the President, and I guess it'd be my honor to be your first appealing of the ruling of the President, Mr. President, and ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Senator Matthews has appealed the ruling of the President. A green vote, just for clarity, would support the ruling of the President, and a red vote would do the opposite. So the Secretary will take the roll. And as I indicated, it's Rule 14.4. An appeal is decided by a majority vote of those present in voting. Upon an appeal from the decision of the President, the question is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote is in support of that proposition. The Secretary will close the roll. With there being 34 ayes and 31 nays, the point of order is not well taken. Senator, the decision of the President is sustained. I guess I should hit the gavel one more time for you. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if a roll call has not been requested on the underlying Senate Resolution number 6, I would like to do so at this time.
And a roll call has been requested, and a roll call has... It requires a roll call. So no need for you to request it. It would happen automatically.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then one more, I need to make an inquiry of you, if I may, based on that last decision. In the future, in past custom and usage, there have been objections where something must be done without further debate, such as Rule 21, objections to committee referrals. And I have seen this done in practice where a member has stood up and objected to a referral, and they have to be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration without debate. And I have remembered instances in the past where that has happened. So is the President establishing a precedent like we found in 6.3, where an objection was made on a resolution and was ruled out of order? Are we going to set a precedent that things that the Senate has customarily done, where the rules clearly state actions must be taken without debate, are now going to be ruled out of order and not adhere to the text of our Senate rules?
Senator Matthews, thank you so much for that inquiry, and I anticipated that as well. So let me just say that it is the thought of the president that I don't deal in speculation and anything other than dealing with matters as they come before the president. I will try to be as consistent as possible because I believe it's important to be consistent, and even grant latitude when I believe that it's necessary in order for all voices to be heard. And so I would hate to tell you exactly what my thinking is, but I will tell you that it will be crouched in and cloaked in fairness. So now to since there are no additional issues, the secretary will take the roll. This is on the underlining resolution number 6 as amended. The secretary will close the roll. With 34 ayes and 31 nays, the resolution is adopted. Remaining under motions and resolutions, the secretary will report Senate Resolution number 7. Senator Disick, after he reports the resolution number 7.
Senator Disick introduces Senate Resolution number 7, a Senate resolution relating to standing committees.
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Resolution number 7 be adopted, and Senate Resolution 7 provides memberships for standing committees.
Is there any discussion on the resolution? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a point of order.
State your point of order.
My point of order is Senate Resolution number 7 is inconsistent with Rule 10.1 and should be ruled out of order.
Advice. Senator Johnson, to your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that very much. So in looking at this, if we look over Rule 10.1, there needs to be substantial proportionality within our committee structure. And when you look at the committee structure, you can clearly see on first glance that there is disproportionate based on membership of the caucuses. Like I said earlier, we have nearly 50% of this body. The majority has a little over 50%. But you look at the committees that are laid out before us, the initial proposal was 38.6%. That's what Republicans would be representing in the committees. We'd be down double-digit percentage-wise within those committees. So those are our constituents. Nearly half of Minnesota no longer has a voice in those committees. So I look at that and I think, well, okay, well, what does substantially mean? Well, that's great for the most part, or essentially. Proportionate, that's the share number. So that looks nearly like what our numbers look like in this committee. So I understand that we're at a disadvantage. Where we, in 2020, when we had a 34 to 31 advantage at that point, 13 committees had 1 point difference. 1 vote difference is all it is. And here, committee after committee has 2 to 3 vote difference. There's only one possible committee here that will have a 1 vote difference. I mean, if people across Minnesota should understand what's happening. I know this is a small procedural thing to us, but when you look at the net effect that this has across Minnesota, the voices of Minnesotans, I take a moment here for people to just let that sink in. 38 or maybe we'll get it up to 40 if we have a couple more spots that are offered to us. That is not substantially proportionate and clearly puts this resolution out of order from Rule 10.1 and something that we need to go back, have a discussion, figure out where we're going to put those new members within to start representing Republican voices in this body.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Advice from Senator Disick, or I'm ready to rule. Advice, Senator Abler? Senator Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I had meant to make these comments when we earlier discussed proportionality, and I know you recognized me and then kind of forgot before you closed the board, so grant me a little bit of leeway here. This is concerning, members. This is the most concerning thing we have dealt with in our 4 hours on the Senate floor today. And it is not, in my mind, so much about having such and such a vote majority on committees. In fact, the one that has a 1 vote majority, interestingly enough, requires 60% to pass anything. But the point is, the apportionment that we are seeing right now, with a 1 vote majority in the Senate, there's 1 vote difference, 1 seat difference between 34 Democrats and 33 Republicans. 1 seat difference. And I think it's important that the public understands that. But what does that mean? It is not proportionally correct. It is not correct to, because of that 1 seat difference in this body, to have 42 more committee spots for the majority that has a 1 seat majority. Those are the raw numbers. And this is silencing the voices of nearly half of this state. I find this most likely the most egregious thing that I have seen in my 12 previous years in this body. This apportionment is not reflective of the tradition and the bipartisanship that we need and that our people expect in this state.
Any other advice? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had the privilege to serve in this great place of ours for my 24th year, and I have sat under numerous speakers and presidents, and I appreciate the challenges and the pressures that are on the position that you hold. And I think you're a good choice for that. You remember I voted for you actually twice, because Senator Pappas didn't hear the first time. It's a privilege of the majority to choose their leaders, and I think they made an excellent choice in that. And so, having sat through ruling after ruling, ranging from amazing rulings to like, really, that was the ruling, I've come to realize that the person in your place is an umpire. And clearly you're an umpire from the home team. And the tie goes to, and I get it, and it's just the reality of it. And so when you're playing in, well, the Vikings didn't do so well playing in the home stadium of the Packers, you know. And they think, how are you going to get a ruling there? Because it's the Packers stadium. And I think this may be one of the more difficult rulings that you're going to have to face. Because, Mr. President, the point of order is truly correct. if indeed, I was not privileged to be here when they wrote Rule 10.1, but I imagine that was in reaction to a time when things were way out of whack, perhaps to the level of what this proposal is today. But I think someone is probably happy. Oh, we got it in the rules. Now we have to have committees that are substantially in proportion. And so I just substantially, considerably, essentially, extensively, heavily, largely, materially, really, in essence, in fact, in reality, in substance, in the main, mainly, and much. Those are synonyms. None of those words match this. And so there's two matters at hand. One is, Mr. President, the ruling you will make, and I predict that it'll be, hopefully it's the kind of ruling I'd like to vote to uphold. But we all ran. I had one of the more challenging races, but many people had challenging races. And in those doors I knocked, 21,780, people wanted us to work together and get things done. And they wanted us to cooperate. And so I mentioned yesterday in my comments brief that this is not a respectful arrangement, which has nothing to do with 10.1. It's about substantially in proportion. But I don't think anybody believes that 50.75% is the equivalent of 61.4%. I just don't think that anybody believes that. And I don't think that when people were running on the other side of the aisle, they said, we're going to make every effort to make sure that there's 45 less spots on committees to engage in the conversation than our side's going to get, because we're going to squish them because we can. And just because you can, Mr. President, doesn't mean it's correct. And my plea yesterday is actually my plea today. You're going to rule, and that's what's going to be the ruling. I would rather than to go to your rule, Mr. President, that we put this aside for a day, and that the two leaders sit down in some more detail and find a much more equitable way. Because if you rule against the point of order, that will be what we get, and there'll be some minor discussions along the way. But the ramifications of that is there'll be more days on the floor like this. And there may be a bill being brought forward to honor some fallen veteran on a highway somewhere in the middle of Minnesota. And the people will feel bad they didn't get to be on the committee to talk about that. And they may decide it's important to them to ask about, well, tell us what the highway is being named. Is it an interstate highway? Well, why don't you have an interstate highway instead of this little cute little road in the background? And why this gentleman or this woman? You know, did you forget about the other one? And Roger Moe taught me it's a good idea to keep the minority busy, to give them things to do, to give them a voice, to give them a chance to be engaging in the very fights that they were in. I've heard over and over about trifecta, and I know how to count. I can count to 3. And so there are 34 Democrats and 33 Republicans in this House. And so then there's talk about a mandate, like, oh, we got all of us here. Well, let me remind you about the mandate in the Senate, Mr. President, which this proportionality is meant to reflect. Senator Cederberg won by 321 votes. That's 161 people changing their mind. 161. That is not a mandate. That is what I heard at the doors, or I barely had 186 votes that I managed to win by, was, could you figure it out? Could you work together? Could you be respectful in government? Could you find a way to solve the problems using all the voices? And Mr. President, I favor divided government because no side is smart enough to have it all themselves. And the more on behalf of the Senate and Minnesota you can draw us in, the better. And so I did another evaluation. I added up all the people who voted for people who won from all the prevailing margins, House and Senate Republican. And 812,438 people voted for a Democrat in the Senate. And 803,000 621 voted for a Republican. That's a margin of 8,817 votes, about 0.5%. However, congratulations to Senators Dibble, Murphy, and Mohammed, who exceeded the average score of the average Democrat by a total of 39,000 votes. So those 3 districts made up that 8,800 votes. And in all the rest of the votes, Minnesota is flat out even. And just because a group can choose to be disrespectful, not you, Mr. President, just the whole system, it's just the way it works. Just because they can get away with taking all the power and making all the decisions and trying to run things through doesn't mean it's right. But more importantly, I've been here so long, I'm numb to what's right and wrong. We just do our best to get the best we can. But it's not going to be productive. And the ideas that would come out of our side and from people we know who aren't even Republicans, the Democrats we know, hey, go tell them this. Well, I'm not even on the committee. I can't get there. Those ideas aren't going to go forward, Mr. President. And rather what's going to happen is there's going to be more committee work done on the floor. And you saw how horrible that was on that amendment, on several amendments today where we're trying to clean them up. That doesn't help get the work done. It doesn't bring out the best of our work. It's going to slog down stuff when people feel like they haven't been respected and heard. So, Mr. President, I do see you as the umpire. But as I saw this ball pass the batter, it didn't tick. He swung and he missed. And so the umpire has to call that a strike. So, Mr. President, I urge you to
any further advice?
It's well taken. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Senator Abler. I wasn't trying to cut you off. Any further advice? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question. Are we debating the motion by Senator Johnson that the motion for the resolution is out of order?
Point of order.
Point of order. Thank you.
I'm taking advice because
Thank you.
he
That's
came with a
what
point
I
of
was
order.
hoping for. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'll go back. I'll cite Mason section 4.2, which again talks about the order of precedence. And we now have adopted rules. And adopted rules 10.1 say that our committee structure should be substantially proportional to what we see in the body. A number of years ago, I was here and the debate was the other way, and one senator made the comment that when you looked at the proportionality of the rule, of the committees, with a 60-40 split, 60% for the majority, 40% for the minority, approximately where we're at today, it was like adding 6 additional members of the majority to the chamber. 6 additional, it's as if where the work is being done, the majority has granted them 6 additional members to themselves. And we had that debate, and changes were made. Mr. President, you and I served on the Jobs Committee. That was a 1-vote margin in the Jobs Committee. Today we are looking at a 5-3 split, if I've got my count right. I also served on the Finance Committee with you, Mr. President, and we had a 2-vote margin. And we understand that there are some committees where probably it's necessary for it to be a little bit higher. But when the majority is building in 3-vote margins, and we made this point when we discussed Senator Rarick's amendment on remote voting, that there is an inherent bias against the majority. We are, by adding or detracting 6 members from this body. So if we were to treat the minority as if there were 6 fewer, or the majority as if there were 6 more, we are disenfranchising 530,000 votes, the voice of 530,000 30,000 Minnesotans. Mr. President, as you deliberate on the Johnson motion, I urge you to look at this and ask yourself, does this proposal substantially reflect the makeup of the body? Does this proposal, does this resolution comply with Rule 10.1? And Mr. President, I would think that the reasonable man would say no. And so I urge you to find in favor of Senator Johnson's motion.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief and state that the committee makeup is similar to what it was. The committee numbers are similar to what they were in 2017. Thank you.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just one follow-up brief comment also. It's just, you know, if the minority believes their voices are being squelched, and I think there's been plenty of statistics given out to illustrate that as far as the committee structure is concerned, you know, there are other ways that we bring out our frustration, okay, and it might be on the Senate floor, and whether it's additional amendments or longer debates or whatever. I'm here to work together on both sides of the aisle to get things accomplished, to make a better future for the children and citizens of the state of Minnesota. And I believe each one of you are here with that desire. Unfortunately, by setting up a structure such as this, it creates frustration on the voices of the minority. Again, it's a one-vote majority. I think we should have that type of representation in the committees. And again, as long as you have that one-vote majority, you still can get your legislation passed, but you allow our voices from our constituents to be heard. So, Mr. President, number one, I shouldn't have been looking to my left. Number two, you've said you'd be fair, and I believe you will be. But I would urge support of Senator Johnson's motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
I am prepared to, thank you so much. Thank you for all the advice that was given. I have looked at Rule 10.1, and I've also looked at Rule 10.6. I think it's important that even once we read a portion of the rule, that it's important for you to read the entire rule. And when you look at 10.6, it says, after the organization of the Senate and after consultation with the approval of the minority leader, the chair of the committee on rules, hold on one second, Rules and Administration may add members to or delete members from a standing committee. So there's already a mechanism that is in place, and for that reason, I also think that this body has the ability to either reject or to accept the resolution that is being put forward as Senate Resolution number 7. So for that reason, I believe that this body will be able to make the decision as it pertains to whether they accept the language or the committees, and then there's the ongoing commitment and work that the Senate already thought about, which is why it's in 10.6, that they will continue to constantly have that discussion. For those reasons, the point of order is not well taken. Senator Johnson.
I'd like to challenge the ruling of the President.
Under 14.4.
And request for roll call.
I'm sorry. Roll call? Okay. I just want to make sure I heard you. Under 14.4, I want to make sure that I'm reading the language correctly. An appeal is decided by a majority vote of those present and voting. Upon an appeal from the decision of the President, the question is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote supports the ruling of the President, and a red vote does not. The Secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 34 yeas and 31 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A2 amendment, and the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate Resolution Number 7 as follows. Page 3, line 8, delete 8 and insert 9. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today I have the A2 amendment, which adds the new senator from Lonsdale to your committee, the Jobs Committee, Mr. President, and helps even out that imbalance that we've just discussed for the last few hours, and I'm not going to go into detail. We've heard enough on that. With that, I urge a green vote.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim, for bringing the amendment. I've had several discussions with Senator Johnson over the last few weeks, and specifically on this issue over the last few days. And we have already, the Democrats, the DFLers have added, we have added, made changes to 3 committees to add additional Republican members. I told Senator Johnson that I was talking to additional committee chairs, but I'm not going to add members without talking to those committee chairs. We are having the discussions with committee chairs and members and some of our members to see if they also want to be on the committees to increase that committee numbers. But as was previously pointed out under Rule 10.6, we can pass this today and still add more members to committees. In 2020, Senator Gazelka and Senator Kent did just that. They had a discussion, they had to talk to other members, and then they went and added additional members, I think both Republican and Democrat members, to different committees. I have told Senator Johnson I'm willing to do that. I'm still talking to my chairs, and so we'll continue to do that, but I would rather have those discussions with the chairs than to do this on the floor. So with that, I ask for a no vote.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Majority Leader, for your comments on this amendment. I just want to remind members that today at 12:30 we were going to have our first Jobs Committee. And I remember 6 years ago when I came in, how overwhelming it was with everything being thrown at us. And if we're going to add members to the committees, we should do it soon, like today or yesterday. We have a lot of new members. Out of the 67, we have quite a few new members. And why not help them get caught up with having them sit in committees from day one? And the senator from Lonsdale is a chiropractor, doctor of chiropractor. He's a small business owner. He'd be a great addition to the Jobs Committee. And with that, members, I urge you to think of all the freshmen that are here, the new committees. It'd be helpful for them to hit the ground running and be on the committees right away rather than waiting a week or two to add members. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to give Senator, Madam Chair, Madam Leader, the compliment that she has been telling me from the very beginning when these committees came out that they're going to find some room for more representation of Republicans on there. So we've moved a little bit, still haven't brought us up to close to parity of what we were what we are in 2017. And we continue to hear, I'm going to talk to chairs, I'm going to have these discussions, and we've given plenty of time for those discussions to take place. Even today on the floor, I know there was conversations about that. We need to decide. Now is our time to be able to make those adjustments so that the minority voices could be heard in those committees. So I do appreciate that the offer to talk about these additions has been out for a week or two. But, you know, that talk has continued and continued. So now, tonight, let's have an answer on what we can do with those committees.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The amendment is not adopted. A division has been requested. Those who are in favor of the amendment, please stand. With a total of 30 votes, the amendment fails. All right, it appears that I'm going to write down the number 30. And now those who are opposed to the amendment, please stand.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm an aye, voted aye.
All right, the numbers are 30 ayes and 33 noes. So the amendment is not adopted. Any further questions? Any further discussion? I'm sorry. With no further discussion, oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lang. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A4 amendment.
Senator Lang is offering the A4 amendment, and the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend Senate Resolution number 7 as follows. Page 3, line 26, delete 12 and insert 13. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Lang, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the body's discussion this afternoon, and you know, I was a little remiss about some of the committee structures as the announcements came out via email, via text message, via call. And I seem to remember we've had a very similar discussion just 6 short years ago when I was first elected. And I remember coming to the chamber that day and, you know, having Senator Bach give his speech about walking up the stairs that he gave every year, and being a little impressed and a little starstruck by some of the folks in the chamber, some on the right of the aisle, some on the left of the aisle. And I remember Senator Bach giving a speech at the time about, you know, in reference to Rule 10.1. And what he said at the time was that at some point, and you've heard the statistics that Senator Johnson has given out, that we're somewhere in the high 30s for percent representation within the committees. And at the time, Senator Bach was in the low 40s. So statistically speaking, we're in a worse case scenario now than what we were just 6 short years ago. When he gave that speech, I remember thinking to myself, there was some members that made statements on the floor,
and I couldn't quite remember what they were, so I went back and I looked them up. I looked up what Senator Latz said, a person who I have a lot of respect for, a person who said on the floor that this is an outrageous, egregious arrogation of power. I had to go look up what arrogation meant and how to spell it, but that's what he said on the floor. That stuck with me. It meant something to me when he said it. He said this is particularly egregious in the Judiciary Committee, particularly egregious because of a 3-vote majority. That's what it is today. He also said this is the most undemocratic approach that he could have imagined. He said this is incomprehensible, and this is a really bad way to start off the session, quote unquote. Now, I would ask Senator Latz to yield for a question and ask him if he still feels that way today, but I trust him and I do respect him, and I would not do that. However, I think those statements were valid on that day as well as they are today. Senator Cohn made a rather lengthy statement that day. He talked a lot of statistics, but really was not technically quotable. Senator Dibble made comments that morning. One of them was way outside of precedence, far from being substantially proportionate in reference to Rule 10.1, and quote unquote, a poor way to start off the terms of building a positive relationship, and anybody with an election certificate should have some sort of representation for their constituency. And I agreed with all that, and I remember getting a feeling and going back to our caucus room with all these people that I respected on the Republican side of the aisle with a great deal of experience and expressing the fact that I didn't think we were doing the right thing by the percentages and the ratios on those committees. So we changed them. Now, I know that was a long time ago for some of us. We have a little bit grayer hair. But I just want the members on the other side of the aisle, and I appreciate what the majority leader has said leading up to the discussion today. But I would just say that in reference to my amendment, it adds one member to the, well, I would like it to be the Veterans Committee, but it adds it to the State Gov Veterans Committee. And that member happens to be me. But with that, Mr. President, I ask the members on the other side of the aisle to go back to that caucus room, to have the thoughtful discussion that we did 6 years ago. And if you could support this amendment, I think it would be a good way in showing that support here today. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weber. Oh, okay. Any other discussions?
And Mr. President, the roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Seeing no further discussions, we will take the roll.
Mr. President, would you remind members that they're to be at their own desks and not having conversations with others during a roll call?
Members, just as a friendly reminder, with all due respect, that when we're in the midst of taking a vote, that you are to be at your desk and not having conversation on the floor. Thank you for that. Where's Glenn? The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 31 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Uckey offers the A3 amendment, and the secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Utke moves to amend Senate Resolution number 7 as follows. Page 2, line 28, delete 9 and insert 10. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Uckey, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A3 amendment follows suit of the last couple amendments we've had and the discussions we've had over the last couple hours, and that is the ratio of members in our committees. And my particular amendment addresses the inequities in the Health and Human Services Committee. Currently, it's a 6-3 margin on as far as the membership goes. Something as important as Health and Human Services, health care throughout rural Minnesota. We have a great disparity in representation, and with this amendment, we are adding Senator Draheim, who would bring in another rural member, and I think it would make our committee a much better committee. We've got a lot of work to do as we go forward throughout this session, and we all know the topic of health care comes up all the time. So with that, members, first of all, I want to make sure I don't forget, I would request a roll call. And I would ask for a green vote to support this additional member on the Health and Human Services Committee.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I try to make my comments not lengthy and productive as possible. But I really think we're going down the wrong track with these 3 margin committees. Both sides do it. It doesn't mean it's right. There's parts of Eastern Europe that have a history of whoever is in charge, they ruin the lives of the other ones, and then they get in charge and they ruin the lives of the ones that just were being ruined by. And at some point, it has to stop. At some point, a group could come and go like, can we just do this normal? Could we just be reasonable and fair? And could we break out of the party mold? We have a whole bunch of new members on the floor, Mr. President, and to those freshmen who are here, all eager to come and work together and make a difference, this is the kind of stuff that happens that kind of makes everybody sort of sour on the whole place. The decisions that handle all this didn't involve me one little bit. They didn't involve hardly anybody. They involved a few people. And then a discussion, and here we all go forward and we stand with our team. That's fine, and I'll predict that this vote will be a stand with our team vote as well. But I hope that as people vote on either side of this, that they recognize that the future of Minnesota is not in more partisan behaviors. It's not in more one side deciding what's going to happen. It's not in fewer voices at the table. It's in more voices. And particularly in this case, somebody who's as interested and engaged and creative as Senator Draheim on this topic. There's going to be some good ideas that aren't going to get a chance to get voiced. And the amendments he'd bring on the floor will not be germane because they're not part of the bill. And so how do we best extract the best out of everybody when they come here? And it's by what we said we were going to do when we were knocking on doors. We were going to include people. We're going to make a reach across the aisle and make a real difference. So, Mr. President, I'm not sure if I persuaded anybody, but I hope that I've begun to create a discussion about how each of us can make a little bit of difference. And I'm trying to be a model at the best I can, and with that I urge people to vote yes and put this wonderful man on this committee and make it a little more broader voice. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Seeing no more discussion and a roll call has been requested and a roll call granted, the secretary will take the roll. The secretary will take the roll.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
I would like to report the votes of a remote voter.
I need the identification of the city, state, and all that information because we have one person who is voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Senator Lucero votes aye under remote voting Rule 40.7. All those who desire to vote have voted. The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 31 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A1 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend Senate Resolution Number 7 as follows. Page 3, line 36. Delete 8 and insert 9. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. But first, I'd like to compliment you on, even with water allowed on the floor now, you have not had to take a restroom break all day since 11 o'clock. So congratulations to you. My amendment would actually add one member to the Transportation Committee. Right now, it is a 5-3 split, and I would like to see that go to 5-4. I have talked to Senator Dibble about that in my request. Again, I think there's a lot of transportation needs across the state, and I think allowing another member on the transportation would only add to the voice of what's going on in Minnesota. Transportation Committee's had a very good working relationship both with the House and across party lines. And I believe by adding one more member, by adding Senator Barr, who's got a vast amount of transportation experience, would be a great addition to our committee. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would request a roll call vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. With the votes of 29 ayes and 35 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciated the comments of Senator Lang a few minutes ago because I went back to that debate in 2017 as well. And as he said, many of us went back to our caucus and were upset. We wanted to be fair. We wanted to be respectful. But I also recall in that debate that there was discussion back to 2003 when we had a similarly tight majority and the committees were set up very similar to like they are today. And I remember Senator Cohn making the comment that he was, and a number of their members were troubled by that as well. And they took deliberate actions to bring us more in compliance with Rule 10.1. And that was very much appreciated. That was my first term when I was here, and he talked specifically about the Committee of Finance, which he chaired. And even as we went through last session, the Committee on Finance was a split of 2 votes. It was a 6-4 committee. And now we're looking at a 3-vote margin, much, much different on the Committee on Finance, and is not with standing precedents, not with custom of usage as we've had it here in the Senate. I've talked to Senator Marty and asked him if he'd be open to adding another member onto the Finance Committee, and he said he would talk to Senator Dietzich. I have not heard if he's had a chance to talk to her, so Mr. President, would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Senator Marty, have you had a chance to talk to the Majority Leader about adding another member onto the Finance Committee?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, no, I've been listening with riveted attention to the debate today.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Marty yield for another question?
Senator Marty, will you yield for another question? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Marty, you were the lead on finance last biennium with a 6-4 split, a 2-vote majority, and we understand that some committees like finance and sometimes need not strict proportionality, but something more substantial that we're facing today. Senator Marty, did you believe that a 2-vote margin was too narrow for the majority to have at that time?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I remember more from back in 2017 when it was 8-5, I believe.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I understand that there's a desire to talk about 2017 and not the changes that came out of the discussion we had in 2017. Not about the fact that it was substantially wrong. And a number of us pushed back to make this more fair, to be more compliant with the Senate rules, not only the letter of the rule, but the spirit of the rule. Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate Resolution Number 7 as follows. Page 2, line 23, delete 11 and insert 12. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Pratt, to your amendment, the A50.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the A50 amendment would add Senator Draheim to the Committee on Finance, bring us within the standard that we've held over the last biennium of a 2-vote margin. I think make this a more fair and substantially proportional committee. Mr. President, I'll hold off for comments, but I'd like to reserve a chance to make some additional comments before we vote.
Any additional discussion on the A50 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Marty, would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Marty, This is way above and beyond the spirit and the letter under Rule 10.1. Could you help me understand why you believe the Committee on Finance should have a supermajority above and beyond what would be considered proportional?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, the committee looks very nice to me right now. I'm open to discussing. I think leadership, both caucuses have been talking with each other about these issues, and I think I would be fine leaving it with them right now because I think we've got a very nice committee right now.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I believe we need to bring the Committee on Finance, arguably one of the most important committees that we have. I know you've served on that committee for many years, and every bill that has spending in it has to go through that committee. And with a tight majority in this body, I would argue a committee that strongly needs to be more proportional to where it is today. Now, it's also my understanding that we have a member that's on the Finance Committee that's also chairing a committee at that same time, and that is outside what is normally approved, and I'm not sure why that happened. It's why Senator Dietzich is making that recommendation, but we understand that members are going from committee to committee to present bills. I have never seen a chair of one committee whose committee is at the same time as another committee that they are a member of. And to use that as an excuse to create a supermajority is the wrong way for us to start this session. You know, I'm reminded of Senator Dietzich's comments yesterday where she called for genuine respect for each other, for the institution, and for our constituents. Mr. President, what we're seeing in these committee assignments, what we're seeing in the Committee on Finance, is not showing respect for each other, is not showing respect for the institution. And as I mentioned before, the whole question about proportionality is not showing respect for the people of Minnesota as we arguably disenfranchise the voice of 530,000 Minnesotans. So, Mr. President, I strongly urge a yes vote on the A50 amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the secretary will take. Oh, there is no roll call requested. All those in favor of the A50 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. The amendment is not adopted. Division has been requested. Those who are in favor of the A50 amendment, please stand. Just stay right there. Now we will have the nays. You may be seated. Having a vote of 30 ayes and 33 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Duckworth. Senator Duckworth. Senator Duckworth.
Mr. President, my apologies. Senator Rarick stood before me. I would defer to him.
All right. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, I proposed an amendment on the other resolution and talked about the proportionality of our committee structure. So I'm not going to go into all of the details again. And I mean, I could offer an amendment for a committee as well. Our Education Finance Committee has a two-member discrepancy. I'm not going to, but what I do want to talk about is the 5 amendments that were just offered. Were offered to committees, 3 of which have a 2-vote majority, and 2 of which that have a 3-vote majority. And every one of the members that was proposed to be put onto those committees is currently assigned in this proposal to 2 committees. Members, our caucus has 18 members, not including our minority leader, who have only been assigned to 2 committees. I had a great group working with me to assign members to the committees on our committee on committee. But you can only imagine the struggle that we had getting members onto a committee that they wanted when we were looking at these kind of numbers. I am thankful that 3 have been added. That brings 1 committee within a 1-vote difference. 1 out of 20. When we have a 34-33 difference here in the chamber. We offered 5 options to help bring it a little bit closer. All were rejected. And we're told we're going to be working together in a bipartisan way. We've been asking for this for weeks, and it still hasn't happened. I had talked to a senator earlier, and we had said, 6 would be really nice to get 6 more spots. Realistically, look down this list, it should be way more than 6. I really sincerely hope in the next couple of days we're going to make some changes here. Committees have started. We had the Education Finance Committee meet this morning. The work is beginning. We need to remedy this sooner rather than later.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A5 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A5 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate Resolution number 7 as follows. Page 3, line 26, delete and veterans. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call vote requested. Roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And as I'm sure many of the folks in this room were, when they were waiting to see what their committee assignments would be, they were somewhat excited to see what the committees would be and which ones they'd be assigned to. And I remember when the committee list came out, I kept scrolling and scrolling and looking for one in particular. And that was a standalone committee for our veterans. Over the last 2 years, I had the privilege and honor to serve on the Committee of Veterans Affairs. And unfortunately, what I realized when the list that's been proposed to us was put out is that our veterans no longer have a standalone committee here in the Senate under what's being proposed. And this amendment seeks to fix that. This amendment seeks to make our veterans a priority by adding that committee back as a standalone. I think we'd all agree that our vets and their families deserve our undivided attention. I hear the governor speak about it often. I hear members of both parties speak about it often. And if we're going to be true to our word when it comes to prioritizing veterans and their families, then my goodness, they deserve to continue to have their own standalone committee. What was nice about veterans having their own committee was this. Often, that bipartisan work could get done. It could be separated from what oftentimes became very highly politicized bills that really had nothing to do with veterans, but veterans were just grouped in there with them. So time after time after time, we failed to deliver for our veterans and their families because they were not separated and given the time and attention they deserved in the Minnesota Senate. Let's fix that with this bill. I know toward the end of last session, through the great work of Senator Lang, Senator Anderson, Senator Howe, Senator Uyghur, Senator Herr, and others, we passed a great bill specifically for our veterans, and we did it early. I remember Senator Lang saying, hey, I'm going to work with my counterpart in the House as we end the year of session. Let's get this front-loaded. Let's put it on the floor of the Senate. Let's vote it and pass it and make it law so it doesn't have the potential to get caught up and hamstrung and all the other political infighting that sometimes occurs with the other bills. It's one of the few bills that we got passed toward the end of last session because it had its own committee and was prioritized in a bipartisan manner. Let's keep that up. Let's make that something that we do into the future as well. We don't need to take a break and caucus this. The leaders don't need to step out and have a private conversation tonight for us to decide collectively to prioritize our veterans. You know it's the right thing to do. Let's show them and their families that we care, that Minnesota cares, and that we appreciate their service with a yes vote. If we can find any common ground today, after all the discussion and all the debate, let it be regarding this. You know, we all came here understanding the realities of partisan politics. But we also raised our hands to serve, hoping to participate in moments like this, where true bipartisan breakthroughs can happen that make a difference in the lives of Minnesotans. Members, please, please vote green to prioritize our veterans, their families, and show them the respect that they absolutely deserve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Duckworth's amendment, and I'm going to make an appeal to the majority party in the Senate today. And I'm going to make an appeal to you because I don't even care what the ratio of members on the Veterans Committee is. I don't care if it's 9-1 Democrats to Republicans. The thing that matters is that we have a standalone Veterans Committee. This was a mistake. I'd like you to look at the committee structure as it stands, look at the members that could serve on the Veterans Committee, and put those members on the Veterans Committee. This was a mistake made by the majority party. I think you could go back to that caucus room that I talked about earlier, have the discussion, make the committee. There are 327,000 veterans in the state of Minnesota. If you do not make this committee, all the work we did for the last 6 years under Senator Anderson, myself, all the members that Senator Duckworth mentioned earlier that did all that hard work to get that Veterans Omnibus Bill passed. You know, I leaned on Representative Eklund pretty hard last year, and we came out with a bill with a lot of other House members and a lot of senators, and we accomplished something here in the Senate that had never been done before. Please don't allow that to go away. Please don't do the disservice to our veterans by not allowing them to have their standalone committee that they so well deserve. With that, Mr. President, please vote green on the A5.
Thank you. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to echo those words for Senator Lang and Senator Duckworth. The A5 amendment is, to me, a substantial amendment that needs to happen. The Veterans Committee, if you go out and talk to the veterans community, that was a very important thing that we got done. It was great that we had veterans committees in the past, but when we had a standalone Veterans Committee that actually got the bill passed and done, they thought this was a new standard. They thought that they believed that the legislature was going to continue to prioritize their needs and put them first. Now what we've done, we've taken them from the spot that they had earned and now put them and blanketed them in the also-ran. And the fear will be, if you go out there and talk to those veterans, they won't get anything done again, or it will be minimized. And that will be the struggle. So I urge you to pass the A5 amendment and put the veterans back where they belong. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary, I'm sorry. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members. I am looking at resolution number 7 and looking at the combination of issues in multiple committees. It would be wonderful if we had a committee for every single issue that we cared about here. But we do combine things like jobs and economic development. We do combine important issues like judiciary and public safety. We combine the fundamental work that we do together of rules and the administration of this body. We've combined together agriculture and broadband, fundamental to our rural communities and to the way of life in Minnesota, and rural development. We've put together commerce and consumer protection. All of those issues are important to this body. All of those issues are important to Minnesotans. None of them are diminished by the way that they are organized as committees so we can do our work. But what could diminish those issues is if we decide to let our structure and not our work and our commitment be the defining moment for this body on this very first day. I am very proud and very committed to be the new chair for state and local government and veterans. In my first tenure in the Minnesota House, Governor Pawlenty appointed me to serve on a Blue Ribbon Commission reviewing the trouble that they'd had at the Veterans Home in Minneapolis. That Blue Ribbon Commission worked long and hard to create reforms that catapulted real change in our Minnesota veterans' homes. It was important work. It was not just bipartisan work. It was the legislature, the administration, and the private sector working together to make sure that the issues of our veterans getting their care and or living in a veteran's home were getting the full measure of what they're owed for the service and commitment that they have given to this country and to our freedom. In that same year, after a finance veto by then Governor Pawlenty to eliminate funding for a program called General Assistance Medical Care, which served Minnesota veterans who did not get their care through the Veterans Administration because of their service contribution. I worked and led with members of the Senate and at times with members of the administration to restore that funding. And at times it became very partisan, unfortunately, very partisan, which is a proof point and something that we need to pay attention to. We've debated all day long today about the power of this body, the power of the majority, the power of the minority, and the proportion of these committees. But what's more important than the proportion of these committees is our commitment to the work that we need to do. On Monday night before I was sworn in, I spent my evening at the Minneapolis Veterans Home. It was an important step for me to make sure that the veterans there and across the state understood that my commitment to the people who have fought so hard for us is real. Former Senator Don Betzold is getting his care there now. I got to visit with him for a little while. I asked him his advice. He said, make sure you know the rules. The Republicans know the rules. You need to know the rules as well. because that's how you're going to make sure you're doing right by us. You know, I really appreciate the idea of a standalone committee. I do. I appreciate it for every one of these committees and every one of these issues. But that's not how we set this structure up. And instead, our commitment to Minnesotans and to our veterans has got to be expressed in our work. And as the new chair of this committee, you need to know how committed I am to the well-being of our veterans, to their care, to their lives, to their service. And for everyone who's interested in this issue, whether you serve on this committee or not, you are welcome to join and participate and bring your gifts and your talents to bear on this issue. We do not need to divide the committee to achieve that goal for the people of Minnesota or for our veterans. I'll ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and Mr. President, I would have to disagree wholeheartedly with the statement. I appreciate the impassioned plea and your commitment to veterans, Senator Murphy. In fact, I applaud it. The fact is, it doesn't do a disservice. It doesn't do a service to veterans to have them in a bill with another bill. I remember having several discussions with the minority party over the last several sessions about pulling that bill out of state gov for years and years and years, because that's what had to be done. So, opposed by Senator Kiffmeyer at the time and held on to as tightly as she could, I yanked the Veterans Omnibus Bill away, and we got it passed. You spoke about commitment 3 different times in your statements just now, Senator Murphy. I'm going to ask you if you would yield for a question.
Senator Murphy will yield for a question. She will yield for a question. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy, will you commit to the veterans of the state of Minnesota that you will provide them an omnibus bill, a pure veterans omnibus bill?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lang. I am committed to doing the work to make sure that we're achieving everything that we need to do, and if it has to come in an omnibus bill, I'm happy to do that. Mr. President, Senator Lang, I hear your reflection of my passion. You should know that I am the daughter of a veteran, my father, and the daughter-in-law of my father-in-law, Harold Faust, who landed in Normandy Beach and spent 3 years in Europe during World War II. My brother is a veteran. I hope that you hear loud and clear my commitment to this issue. And that commitment is going to come in many forms, whether it is an omnibus bill or not. I'm happy to do an omnibus bill. But that is not the full measure of the work that we're going to do for the people of Minnesota or for our veterans.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one final statement, and I think I'm in this office for a set of very specific reasons. You'll probably never hear me give my background, my military service. You'll probably never hear Senator Howell, Senator Newton, Senator Duckworth talk about those things. I'm sure Senator Mitchell has stories of her own. We aren't here to represent our cause. We're here to represent all the veterans of the state of Minnesota. That was what we have accomplished over the last few years, and that's what I sure hope that continues. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's true. We often do combine specific topics into committees, as was mentioned earlier. But that's what made the standalone Veterans Committee so special and meaningful, is the fact that they were their own separate topics, so we could make the progress that we needed to, give it the time and attention that was required to ensure that we were passing things for the folks that were taking care of us. So I ask you, as we vote on whether or not we're going to have a standalone Veterans Committee, something that I think everybody agrees has been a phenomenal thing to have over the last few years, I ask you to vote your conscience. Please, please do not disappoint the countless veterans and their families in the state of Minnesota who put their lives on the lines for us, who put their lives on the line for us and for our loved ones, so that we can go about doing what we need to do and enjoy the country and the democratic process and government that we get to enjoy. Please vote on their behalf in support of them and in respect of their service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may be new to the Senate, but I just passed 30 years of military service this summer. I have drill this weekend. If you're wondering why I'm on crutches, it is because of an old military injury that I finally had to get fixed. I am the vice chair of the State and Local Government and Veterans Committee. If you think that veterans will not be taken care of on my watch, you are mistaken. I have already had numerous meetings with the chair, Senator Murphy. You've heard her passion. We have been meeting with veterans already. We already have a couple veterans bills that we've been talking about, and I'm starting to form one that we will be moving hopefully soon. Veterans will be taken care of on this committee. I guarantee you that. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the A5 amendment. Also, as a fellow veteran in the state of Minnesota, we're not just combining two committees, we're combining three. So we had local government last year, we had state gov, and we had separate veterans. So we're combining three committees together. And I do believe the voice of the veterans are not going to be heard because we're combining so many. I was the chair of local government. I know there's a lot of issues there. I know state government. I know the other sides have a lot of election things coming up this year. I really sincerely think we need to keep a separate veterans committee to serve our veterans here, over 327,000 in the state. Again, you're combining three committees, not just two. It's three committees, all of which have a lot of topics, and to put all three together I believe, is unfortunate. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I concur with the amendment before us, and I am concerned about the way the committees are laid out, because if you look at this agenda on the 3 pages, 4 pages that we have names and committee names, I only see 2 on here that have the word finance behind them. All the rest of them basically are policy. And this reflects back on my time when I was in the minority 13, 14, 15, and 16, and Senator Cohen was the chairman of the Finance Committee. And at that time, all the policy committees were basically set a policy, and then it was sent to the Finance Committee to make the final decision. My concern is that, as was mentioned, that these 3 divisions combined into one, it'll all be policy, and it'll all go to then the Finance Committee to make the final decision for a big omnibus finance bill. So I appreciate Senator Duckworth bringing forth this amendment, and I appreciate a green vote on it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for some of the discussion today. And I wholeheartedly agree with this amendment that Senator Duckworth is bringing forward. There was some discussion about some of the committees where we are able to loop multiple subject areas together and still continue to get the work done. But what we didn't hear was the committees where they have their own jurisdiction, their own thing. Capital investment. Education is so important. We have an Education Finance Committee and an Education Policy Committee, and I agree that is important. We have a committee on elections. We have a committee on finance, one on higher education. You have the Committee on Health and Human Services and a Committee on Human Services, just for human services. So you've got that in 2 areas. You've got one on taxes, transportation, one on labor. Certainly our veterans are deserving of their own subject area, just like these other important areas. And I think the bill that the amendment that Senator Duckworth brings forward is a very good amendment, and our veterans deserve nothing less.
Seeing no further hearing, no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Oh, this is a roll call? I'm sorry, that a roll call, I see it now, that a roll call was requested and a roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. With 31 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wee is how you remember it. So,
Did I get it right there,
you did get it
Senator?
right. Yes,
Okay.
you did. Yep.
All right. I worked hard on that. I want you to know.
That's good.
Senator Weissenberg.
So I would like to make an oral amendment to resolution number 7 on page 2, line 1-8, to strike environment and climate and add natural resources.
The secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate Resolution number 7 with an oral amendment as follows. On page 2, line 18, delete environment, climate, and legacy, and insert natural resources.
Senator Weissenberg, to your amendment.
Yes, I believe it was maybe just an oversight because when we signed up for these, it was a natural resources and legacy committee, and we already have a committee on energy, utilities, environment, and climate. We don't need another committee on environment, climate. So I'm guessing maybe the wording was wrong. So, and I'm a wildlife biologist. I've worked for the DNR in the past. So I would think that people I have worked with would look at our committees, and if they have a question, a DNR question, they're going to look for natural resources. So that would be helpful for the constituents in the state of Minnesota so they can see that and know where they have to direct their questions. Thank you.
Senator, oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Were you finished? Sorry about that. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for raising the question of the naming of the two committees. They both have environment and climate in the name, and the logic is very simple. Both committees will have the responsibility to hear bills that have to do with environment and climate. But if you have a question about jurisdiction, as you may know, Mr. President, the specific statutory jurisdictions are known, and we are sharing that with members, sharing that with the public, and that would include the DNR jurisdiction in Senator Fong-Her's committee, where I think it will be very well served. I ask members to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion on the oral amendment? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be clear, I was not striking legacy. We were keeping legacy.
The secretary needs to report the amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate Resolution number 8 as follows. On page 2, line 18, delete environment, climate, and insert natural resources.
And that clarifies your amendment, Senator Weissenberg?
I would like to speak again for this amendment, just so we have, so we don't have redundancy. I think my constituents want smaller government and less redundancy, so that would help everybody in the state of Minnesota to know who to communicate with if they have a natural resources question. And then if someone contacts the other committee, they wouldn't have to push their questions forward for us. That would create less work for all of us if we had a natural resources legacy committee like it was intended to be. Thank you.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Frentz would yield.
Senator Frentz will yield. And Senator, this is to the oral amendment?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Senator Frentz will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Frentz, I listened intently about your arguments about jurisdiction, and I wonder if you can explain further. The author is simply intending to change the title of the committee. Jurisdiction is, of course, determined by the majority in these discussions as well, and I'm sure you've already had those, and they may be ongoing. But I see redundancy between, we have two committees with the word climate in them. How many committees do we need to have dealing with the word climate in the title?
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I'm going to let the public answer the question of how many committees we need with the word climate in the title, but I can tell you I heard from a number of Minnesotans, including a large number under 40 years old, who thought we needed plenty more than we had. To your question about redundancy, I think we should be efficient. I've found the Senate to be efficient in my last 6 years, both in committee and on the floor. However, at times, we want to place resources and members and committee chairs like we do when we have 2 committees with the word education, like we do when we have 2 committees with the word health. And when we do any time, we think that a matter is important enough that we provide additional opportunities in committee and on the floor to debate those issues. And I can assure you, Senator, we'll be efficient as we debate how important our environment and our climate is. Thank you.
Senator Drazkowski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Friends. But, education, there's an education policy committee, and then there's an education finance committee. That's pretty easy for the public to understand. As I read the titles of these 2 committees, they're confusing. I mean, it looks like, environment and climate in 2 different committees without any type of nuance in the title to differentiate it from the other committee. And I think I see that as we try to project and communicate with the public as to what these 2 committees do. I think it's the intent of the majority for the committee that the author of the amendment made the amendment on to deal with natural resources and DNR issues. That's what I think I understand, but I think we need to bring clarity. I think there's value, Mr. President, in the amendment coming forward so that we can have clarity not only for the public but for ourselves. I mean, I'm still confused about what type of jurisdiction each of these committees has because of redundancy in titling. So anyway, those are my comments. I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe I support this oral amendment. I think it's common sense. It clarifies it for everyone. No confusion, and I'll ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further questions, a roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll. The Secretary will close the roll. With 29 yeas and 35 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make another oral amendment to resolution number 7. On all committees, I would like to add climate. Seeing it's so important, we should have climate in every committee. And I would like a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is it possible for us to request that amendment in writing? Because
In writing?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Simply because I think there's some conflict with getting some of the information correct, and we want to make sure that we do you justice by getting it down correctly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council? Senator Weissenberg? What I'm going to do is go to Senator Drazkowski, which gives you a little time in order to get that in writing. Is that okay? So will you withdraw your oral amendment and then we can come back to you?
I will withdraw my oral amendment.
Senator Weissenberg's oral amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, members, I'm new to this body. I don't know all the rules yet, learning them. I was intrigued by the discussion about substantially in proportion, Rule 10.1 in the book, or in the temporary rules. And, you know, members, it's not that hard. Okay, here's the math. 34 Democrats out of 67 of us, right? 34 out of 67. Members, that's 51% of us are Democrats. Okay? 51%. This isn't hard, it's math. The calculator did it. I'm looking at some of the committees. So, three committees were 6-3, 6 Democrats and 3 Republicans. So a 9-member committee in each of those instances, 66% Democrat on those 3 committees. Again, the Democrat representation in the body is 51%. Okay, so we have 9-member committees, 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. HHS, Judiciary, and Human Services. We're all 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, or 66% Democrat and 33% Republican, Mr. President. Now, members, if you're going to have 9 members on the committee, there's another option. You could have 5 Democrats instead of 6. That would be 55%, Mr. President, not 66, and it's greater than the 51%. I would argue, I wouldn't even have to argue, the whole world would know that that's substantially more proportional than 66%. It's easy to see if you do the math, members. We're in violation of that rule. Finance Committee, 7 Democrats and 4 Republicans. So out of 11 members, 7 are Democrats, 4 Republicans. That's 64% Democrats. Again, Democrats represent the body at 51%. Well, there's another option. If there's 11 members, and that's the number of memberships on the committee, 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans would give you 54% Democrats. Much more substantially proportionate than the 64% number. The Energy Committee, 8 Democrats, 5 Republicans, 61% Democrats on the Energy Committee. So you could have 7 members that are Democrats on the Energy Committee, Mr. President. You really could. And if you did that, you'd be at 54% Democrats on the Energy Committee. Substantially, much more substantially proportionate to the 51% representation in this body by Democrats. So members, either we didn't run the math or we're just going to be dishonest. I don't know what it is. I just ran the math. If we're going to be honest about the rules in 10.1, there's a way to do this. If we're going to follow the rules. If we're just going to plow ahead like the discussion I heard tonight, the decision's already been made to not follow the rules. It's easy peasy. Just run the calculator and we can find out what substantially proportionate number needs to be. Members, I encourage those of you in the majority, I'm just, you know, we can bring some more amendments to try to bring this through. Maybe we need to be here till 10 or 11 o'clock, I don't know. But, I mean, earlier today we weren't following the Constitution and plowing ahead with the rules in spite of the Constitution. Then we didn't want to entertain state law, and we ignored that. And now we're ignoring our own rules. Mr. President, we're ignoring our own rules. Members, this is a problem. We're in the ditch, and we got to get out. If we're going to bring the respect and the gravitas that I've heard talked about earlier, Mr. President, to this institution as we go forward, we got to follow our own rules. Because right now we're not. It's very clear. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any additional discussion? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're waiting for one more amendment to come. Mr. President, unfortunately, this was pretty predictable. The actions by the majority party, I actually saw this coming a long time ago. I was going to serve, or I did serve with Senator Rarick on the committee to help pick the membership on our side. And we had a date set way back in November of when we were going to get the allotments, and we were tossing around dates of when we would meet and get our side figured out. And then we were told, you know, it's going to be delayed. The numbers aren't ready yet. And about Thanksgiving week, I had this thought in the back of my mind, and I went, the new majority is going to stack the committees, aren't they? And the allotments took a little longer and took a little longer, and then we got our side but didn't know what the majority's numbers were. And reading over what the majority party gave to us just confirmed more in me going, they really are going to stack all these committees. And when I heard how bad the Energy Committee was going to be stacked 8-5 at the time, it's since been improved to 8-6. I went, well, if they're planning to stack the Energy Committee, then they're going to stack all the committees. And unfortunately, I was right. Until recently, when we decided to narrow the Capital Investment Committee, the one committee that takes a larger than majority vote to pass off the Senate floor. The one committee that takes a 60% vote on the floor is the one that we made a one-vote committee. And members keep talking about 2017, and the numbers do not match up, even if you are trying to compare to 2017. You can try to say as many times as you want that they do, and you can compare the numbers, and they simply don't. Outside of capital investment, you cannot point to any other committee that has a one-vote margin like we could in 2017. And we made adjustments and narrowed a number of our committees after we had this similar robust debate 6 years ago. But members, we should look back to just the last biennium where we had a larger majority. Depending on how you want to look at it, it was either 34-31-2 or 36-31 loosely. And in that 3 or 5 number margin, I have the list right here in front of me. We had 12 committees with one-vote margins in the committee in a biennium where we had a 3 or 5 member majority. And that does not count the additional committees that are one vote plus an independent member that was on the committee. And so the new majority has decided to clearly go backwards, and that's troubling. That should not be the way that, that we act here, and that is not the way that our constituents expect us to act. A late-night TV host had a segment that at the end of his show, he would have a "What have we learned on the show today?" running segment. And what we've learned here today is we've gone backwards in transparency. We're going to ignore the clear rules of the Senate. We want remote voting and stacked committees. And we want to keep making comparisons to previous years where no comparisons are to be made. I want to encourage the majority to do better. This is an opportunity for you to recap the decisions that you've made over the last months in the interim as we've been preparing for the session. You know the decisions that you should be making, and I hope after we are done with the decisions and the votes here today that you decide to go back and make some more adjustments to make this in line with what Minnesotans expect of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Your point of personal privilege?
Thank you, Mr. President. So several minutes ago, there was a vote that took place that I was not here, and I had to vote remotely. In an earlier amendment this evening, I discussed my great interest in transparency. So I wanted to rise to a point of personal privilege just to give full transparency as to where I was. So, Mr. President, I am one of those who lives within 50 miles. Because I drove home last night, I went through the snowstorm. It took me a great deal to get home. It was snowing when I left this morning. In great anticipation that it would take me a while to get here, I left prior to 7 o'clock a.m. to get to the Capitol for my first committee. And I had to eat before I left, so I ate about 7 o'clock. Now, it was past 10 o'clock, so about 10 hours later, I haven't eaten anything. My lunch was sitting over in my office, in the Senate office building, so I had to leave here, take the tunnel system, go to my office, just to grab a bag of nuts, nut raisin mix, and I could head back. So unfortunately, I missed a vote in the 10-minute walk or so to and from my Capitol office. I didn't even leave the Capitol complex, let alone the city. And so anyway, that's where I was. So in the interest of full transparency, I was on the Capitol complex just going over to grab a nut raisin mix because, again, it was 10 hours since I had last eaten. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I hope now we're ready for that amendment that we've been waiting a little while for.
If it's not ready, Mr. President, I'll make a few comments.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Senate Resolution number 7. And we had a good discussion earlier about the Veterans Committee being added. One thing that's frustrating to me is things we don't see as well. A couple years ago, for the first time in over 100 years, we had a Mining and Forestry Committee. That is such an important industry in our state that we made that a priority. So I just want to take a second. I'm wondering if Senator Hauschild will yield for question.
Senator Hauschild will yield for question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to know and ask Senator Hauschild if his constituents still believe that mining and forestry is important to the state of Minnesota, and to save doing 2 questions, ask him if he thinks that the discussion around mining and forestry is important enough to be elevated to the position where it has its own committee like we had previously.
Senator Hauschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I of course think mining and forestry are critical, which is why I've been advocating for those issues for the past year throughout the campaign and now as a senator. In fact, my first bill that I'm introducing is an unemployment extension bill for the 400 plus miners in my district that are currently unemployed and have been laid off since May. Something that my colleague, Senator Eichhorn, is joining me on. So yes, I do believe these issues are very important. Everybody knows that in this chamber, I would hope. And I look forward to working on those issues as a state senator. I also am really happy that the Iron Range has a member of the majority in the Senate, because it's really, really critical that we have somebody that can help pass some really critical bills for our region. Thank you.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hauschild. I was going to try to keep it to one, but if Senator Hauschild will yield, I'd like to ask him one more question.
He will yield. Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And Senator Hauschild, I appreciate the opportunity to sign on to that bill to help the miners that are currently laid off. That is certainly an important bill. But what I'm wondering is, where is there to have the opportunity to elevate the discussion on mining and forestry within the committee structure that you guys put forward? Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be pretty busy on climate in the Environment Committee and legacy, and I don't feel that mining and forestry will be elevated to the level at which it deserves. So I'm just wondering where you're hoping we can have that discussion as the session goes forward.
Senator Hauschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I think it will be really critical that we advance the interests of the mining and forestry industry. And in fact, I hope that our chamber can work really hard on actual issues, that we can make sure and get moving and attend our committee meetings, that we can advance legislation rather than talking about issues or perhaps sidelining the process. And so I look forward to advancing critical legislation. I think mining and forestry, in fact, are so important that they may even be heard in multiple committees, like the Jobs Committee, where my unemployment bill will be heard, or perhaps the Environment and Legacy Committee, which I serve on. And I, again, am really excited for the committees that I'll be on, from taxes, where we deal with taconite taxes, to the Environment Committee, where we deal with mining issues, to the Jobs Committee, where we deal with unemployment for our miners. So as you can see, mining and forestry are really critical industries, and they're going to be heard across committees because that's how important they are to our state and our economy. Thank you.
Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for those comments, Senator Hauschild. And I still believe, just like with the Veterans Committee, mining and forestry is important enough to have its own committee. As I mentioned, the last time the Senate had a mining and forestry committee, it was the Mines and Minerals Committee that lasted from 1895 to 1912. As we had heard before from Senator Bach in a previous session, he spoke so eloquently about everything we have in life is either growing or it's mined. And there has become such a great disconnect from the land and where things actually come from. We've been mining in this state for almost as long as we've been a state. We've been mining for, you've heard the figure of 164 years being a state, and for 142 years we've been mining responsibly in this state. And in fact, entire towns like Chisholm, Tower, and Ely are built on underground mine, which today are full of water and serve as a tremendous geothermal resource. Also important is the GDP that mining and forestry provides to our state. It's almost $4.5 billion on just the mining front. The school trust land is also a hugely important piece of mining. The school trust land contributes hundreds of millions of dollars, and just for the 2022-2023 school year will contribute $38.8 million directly to school districts evenly throughout the state. I think that's a really big deal. We're one of the few states that still has a robust school trust lands. Also important to our national security. With China's record and the way things are going around the rest of the world, it's important to have this critical resource. And in fact, one of the Rockefellers once said, if it wasn't for Minnesota's iron ore industry and American steel, Germany would have ruled the world. And I think Senator Bach made that comment at a previous point as well. If we're going to have the green energy economy we want, it's going to be important to secure the critical minerals in Minnesota for our national security and for the green economy that many of you want to talk about. If we don't secure them here, there are mines in horrible places like the Congo that are having children mine these minerals that go into our everyday materials that we need. I think we can do better. and having a mining and forestry committee would certainly elevate the discussion, and it would be an opportunity not only for Iron Rangers, but for the state of Minnesota to have another national monumental contribution to the world in the way we want to do everything, and we can show the world we can mine responsibly and that we can have the critical minerals come out of the ground in Minnesota in a responsible way in a highly regulated environment where we can have mining and a green economy. So I hope that the majority will consider looking at a committee that focuses on that subject area, and I hope Senator Hauschild will join me in fighting for that within your caucus. Thank you, Mr. President, for a chance to speak about the resolution today.
Senator Weissenberg, I think we're ready for you now.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce A52.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A52, and the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate Resolution number 7 as follows. Page 1, line 6, after the first comma, insert climate. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your amendment, to the A52 amendment.
I do believe that climate is very important. I spent my whole life in the outdoors and in the natural resources, and that's one reason I became a wildlife biologist. I used to work for the Department of Natural Resources because I am concerned about our environment and I am concerned about our climate. I've worked at Camp Ripley for many years doing research, and I'm so concerned about our environment that I've volunteered over 10,000 hours of my own time there. I've had other jobs that in my free time, rather than going fishing or hunting or doing something I enjoy, I'm working to save our resources. So I think that adding climate to all these would be very respectful for everybody that thinks climate is very important. I would also like to interject some science that maybe people could look into. When we're looking at climate, we could look at the rotation of the Earth and the wobble and a geologic time scale, and how if you go back in time, we were at higher temperatures than we are now. So do I think we need to be mindful of our Earth and our environment? I do. My previous amendment I thought was simple, so it would help out the constituents of our state to understand who they could contact about our natural resources. And speaking to Justin Eichhorn, you know, the DNR does think that the natural resources is mining, forestry, fish, and game. This is a big amount of income to our state, and people need to understand who they can contact about this. So I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Any additional questions or discussion? Senator I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate Senator Weissenberg for his passion in putting climate change on all the committee. I'm not going to advocate for folks for yes or no. We'll wait till the billboard. You can decide whether you want to vote for yes or no. But with this passion, I think it's probably going to make little sense if we want to make our match dollars to the Inflation Reduction Act, because you want that dollars of climate change to be allocated here to our state to the maximum dollar. So perhaps that might work in that area, but I really see the passion of Senator Weissenberg putting climate change. I think we will work very well together. I will be the chair of environment, climate, and legacy. And I know that I wasn't prompt when Senator Weissenberg mentioned about natural resource, and we did miss one committee one agency that should be part of that discussion is the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and we've been talking to them and also the DNR to see what title or what name would be more fitting into this committee, and that's what I want to. That's why I stand up and make a statement. So I'm a little shaky over the days because it's been a long day and weather's changing. It's cold too, and dinner has not arrived. I was hoping that filibuster line by line, committee by committee, would not last this long. Was hoping to go to a chamber dinner, but here we are. So I appreciate the passion, and I'll let folks vote on their conscience. But I do hear clearly about the passion of climate, and climate change is real, and we need to put much efforts, in terms of matching dollars for the Inflation Reduction Act as well. Thank you.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate those kind words on climate. I'm rising to call for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Roll call requested, roll call granted. Seeing no additional discussion, we will, the Secretary will take the roll. Where's Dames? The Secretary will close the roll. With the vote of 0 yeas and 62 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify, we are still talking about Senate Resolution 7.
I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
I'm just clarifying, we are on discussing Senate Resolution 7.
That is correct.
Mr. President and members, I rise to speak against this, and I heard a lot of discussion about what happened with committee structure in 2017. And with all due respect, and I do mean that, I don't care what happened in 2017. I was sworn in 2021. And when I was sworn in, the committee structure was much more even. It was much more fair. It was much more representative of the makeup of Minnesota and of our constituents. When I was sworn in, what I experienced gave me such joy and such hope for what is possible in this chamber. What I experienced was any time someone asked to be on my bill, regardless of party, they were put on my bill. What I experienced was bills being heard from other members across the aisle. What I experienced was when I was potentially going to miss transportation hearings because it was the only time I could get into my maternal fetal medicine specialist to make sure that my unborn children were doing okay. Then Majority Leader Gazelka went to then Minority Leader Kent and respectfully asked that we could put one more person on transportation in case I missed a vote. That is what I came into. That is what I am hoping this chamber remains. Because right now, that hope, that vision I have of the Senate, that joy I experienced, it's dying with this resolution. I think we're better than this. And I urge and appeal the members of the majority to show Minnesota that we are better than this, that we reach out across the aisle, that we do what's right, we do what's fair, and we do everything in our power to rise above partisan politics. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to state that today we've heard a lot, as Senator Coleman referred to, what happened in 17, what happened in 21. And the reality of it is there were certainly strong arguments made at that time. And I agree with her. We shouldn't really care at this point, but we should remember what those arguments were. And rather than go down that same path, why haven't the lessons been learned? Now in 21, due to mutual agreement between the majority and minority leader, committee sizes were reduced in order to follow COVID protocols, have fewer members in the chamber or in the committee rooms, have spacing, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to go back 10 years ago on January 8th is when I was sworn into my first term. I came in as a minority member then at that point too. Now our minority number at that time was 5 members less than it is today. I had 4 committee assignments as a minority freshman member. Earlier today, we had discussion when we were trying to amend the rules about the importance of the committee structure, about where bills are made better, where they are improved upon. And quite frankly, that's all true. What we have done, or what we are doing here with this committee structure, however, is that we are denying an opportunity to our freshman members to go through that experience and see how that can actually work. We have 23 new members in the Senate. Now, some of them have previous experience in the other body, and so they already have an idea of how things can and should work, I think. But anyway, the reality of it is that though we are denying that to all those other individuals, I remember when on my committee assignments, I was appointed to the E12 committee. I had no background in education. I graduated from school. My kids graduated from school. I'd never served on the school board. There was a whole new level of terminology, and by the time those 4 years were up, I actually knew what some of those items meant when they were mentioned in a discussion, and I could hold a reasonably intelligent discussion with people about education in E12. And you see, that's what we are now causing our freshman members to miss out on. That experience to get into an area where they are not necessarily familiar, where they will learn about it, and as a result, they will become a better senator for their district. Now, I believe the Majority Leader when she says that she will continue to work on it, but the reality of it is this has been an issue for over 6 weeks as the Minority Committee on Committees was bringing up this problem. What is disappointing is that it should have been done by today. And as I think about this issue, as I think about what the majority leadership has accomplished with this, is that they are denying the minority members and particularly the freshman members to gain the experience and to gain the exposure to process and to issues that, as I said earlier, will make them better senators. And for that, I don't believe, quite frankly, Mr. President, that it was the intent of the majority leadership or of their committee on committees to create that situation.
But at the end of the day, Mr. President, that is exactly what they have created. And for that reason, I cannot, and for that reason, I will not vote in support of resolution number 7.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. We're on the on Senate Resolution number 7. We are on that now. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. President,
Senator
was not
Johnson.
a roll call asked for?
No.
Can I request a roll call?
Yes, roll call has been requested and roll call granted. The secretary would take the roll. The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 34 ayes and 30 nays, the resolution is adopted. The secretary will report Senate Resolution number 8.
Senator Dietzick introduced Senate Resolution number 8, a Senate resolution relating to the schedule of standing committee meetings.
Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Resolution number 8 be adopted. This resolution lists out the times for and the schedule for the standing committees. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on this resolution?
Mr. President.
Senator Ress.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment, please. An oral amendment.
Senator Ress, please report your oral amendment.
It's actually a correction on line 2.25. My office address is reported incorrectly, and it should be changed to 328 State Capitol.
And the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rest moved to amend Senate Resolution number 8 as follows. Page 2, line 25, delete 3409 MSB and insert 328 Capitol.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the oral amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The oral amendment is adopted. Any additional discussion on Senate Resolution number 8? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Resolution number 8 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the resolution is adopted. The secretary will report Senate Resolution number 9.
Senators Dietzick and Johnson introduced Senate Resolution number 9, a Senate resolution relating to postage.
Senator Dietzick.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Resolution number 9 be adopted. This resolution authorizes postage for member. The terms and the amounts are the same as those that were provided in 2022.
Is there any discussion on this resolution? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Any additional discussions? Seeing no further discussions, the secretary will take the roll.
These are going in the notes? Lovely. Oh, my God. Thank you. Good Lord. Oops. There we go. Hold on. Now you're ready.
The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 52 ayes and 12 nays, the resolution is adopted. Remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, we will revert to the order of business of executive and official communications. The following communications were received and referred as indicated. They are in your agenda. Any messages from the House? Where is this? Messages, the third order of business, messages from the House. The secretary will read the message and no action is required.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House of Representatives of the State of Minnesota is now duly organized pursuant to law and has elected the following officers. Melissa Hortman, Speaker. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk. Timothy M. Johnson, First Assistant Chief Clerk. Stephanie Miller, Second Assistant Chief Clerk. Lori Hodap, Chief Sergeant at Arms. Erica Brynildson, Assistant Sergeant at Arms. Andrew Olson, Assistant Sergeant at Arms. Carl Hamry, Index Clerk. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
We will now move to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated, with the change on page 5, Senate file number 34, which has been referred to labor. The next order of business is the 13th order of business. Announcements of Senate interest. These are the excuses for today. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Housley, 3:30 to the end. Westrom, 3:30 to the end. Dame, 6:25 until the end. Senator Ress.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to announce that since we did pass the committee roster, that the Tax Committee will be meeting 8:30 tomorrow morning, taking up Senate File 25, the governor's proposal on conformity to federal tax code, 8:30. We also will be abiding by the change in rules with regard to beverages in committees. We will provide water. Nothing else will be allowed.
Any additional announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, for adjournment, Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the good discussion today. And Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, January 5th at 11 a.m.
Senator Dziedzic moves that the Senate be now adjourned until tomorrow, January 5th at 11? At 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The Senate is now adjourned.